Yeah, you already know this is Punch Ron Boxing, aka Mr. Mo Shine himself. Let's go. Let's start this off, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody having a good day, good night, good afternoon, good evening, good midnight snack. Man, I got the energy tonight. I'm hyped tonight. Get a little chip in me. God bless each and every one of y'all. To all my supporters, my followers, my haters. God bless. What's good, Jay? What's good? We got a lot of things to talk about. What's good, Dragon? What's good, Sonora? What's good? We're going to have things to talk about today. Good things to talk about today. What's good? What's good, Drew? What's good, OG? Chilling, man. Chilling, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about a lot of things in the sport of boxing. Well, not too much. We're going to be talking about the latest thing with Ryan Garcia. Glenn, what's good? Ryan Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya still going at it. Still going at it. Ryan Garcia mad that Oscar De La Hoya is not answering the calls. Let me tell you what Ryan Garcia, we're going to start this off because I really wanted to start it off with the professional fighters versus prize fighting. We're going to get to that right quick. Let me just hit you up with what's going on in the sport of boxing with this drama, the ongoing drama with the Golden Boy and the future Golden Boy. What's good, Jared? What's good, Guido? What's good, John? Damn, trying to F up Oscar De La Hoya's paper. I know I had it on mute. Let me read it again because I didn't even know I wasn't even looking. Ryan Garcia and Oscar De La Hoya, I don't have to talk to him. You don't have to talk to me. He can't give me shit money. Just know I'll never effing like you again. And I would tell young kids to never sign with them. Oh, Lord. No sound? Am I good now or no? Yep. Hold on. Let me see. The sound is still off? Is it still off or good now? Hold on. I don't know, y'all listen to me. You good? Okay. You know, YouTube hating on the kid. You feel me? All right, thanks, y'all. Y'all read the title. The difference between professional fighters and prize fighting. Prize fighters. And we're going to sort them out today. What's the difference? Now, some of you may be like, but that could be both. Professional is a prize fighter. No, it's not. A prize fighter is a prize fighter. A professional fighter is a professional fighter. What's the difference? A professional fighter is a lifestyle. Is a lifestyle. A prize fighter just fight for money. A professional fighter is one who embody the life of a fighter. Day in, day out, 24/7. That's a professional fighter. That's a professional athlete at the highest level. Anybody could be a prize fighter. If you look at a lot of resumes in the sport of boxing, look at how they started out. They were fighting dudes that they like 5-20, 10-43. Those are prize fighters. They're not professional. They still got their job. They work. Might be teachers. Might be janitors. Might be working in the grocery, in a deli or whatever. What's the prize fighting? KSI and Logan. That's prize fighting. Fighting for the prize. But a professional is different. And there's a lot of boxers today that might start out as being a professional and end up just being a prize fighter. And we're going to sort them out. Because what we need in the sport of boxing today is more professionals and less prize fighters. Because I believe prize fighters has taken control and has actually frustrated the fans. A professional fighter will always stay ready. I'm going to tell you like this. Amateurs are more professional than the professionals. You understand what I'm trying to say? Well, let me just say prize fighting, because that was sounding a little bit contradictory right there. The amateurs are more disciplined and more focused than the prize fighters. Think about it. An amateur, and especially elite amateur, has to the amateur fighters has to be prepared 4 fights a week. Feel me? What's good, Smoke? What's good, John? France, what's good, my brother? And I'm just going to set the table. I'm gonna put the link up. I'm gonna have people in the panel help me out with this. And we're going to sort them out. And I'm going to give you a couple of people. Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz was supposed to be fighting Anthony Joshua. What did Andy Ruiz do in the rematch? Barely trained, just collected that cash. Was he a professional fighter or a prize fighter? Adrian Broner. Is he a prize fighter or a professional fighter? Feel me? That's the difference. People may look at Floyd Mayweather Jr. and he'd be like, man, that got to be a prize fighter right there. That has to be a prize fighter right there. Deontay Wilder is a great prize fighter. Whoa. That one is debatable, brother. That one is debatable. Floyd Mayweather, is he a prize fighter or a professional fighter? I'm going to tell you like this. He's both. Fighting Conor McGregor, that's prize fighting. But we cannot debate that Floyd Mayweather is probably the most focused, dedicated fighter in his craft, more than probably in the history of the sport. What's good, bro? What's good, friends? So Floyd Mayweather is a professional fighter. Oh, yeah, he get the prize, but he's professional. Floyd Mayweather's professional. Manny Pacquiao's professional. Canelo Alvarez, professional. Bud Crawford, professional. Ugas, professional. Devin Haney, professional. Teofimo Lopez, professional. These are professional fighters, and they might start out as professional and end up being a prize fighter. Shakur Stevenson, professional, even though he had a little outside thing going on, but you know. AJ, professional. Tyson Fury, we don't know. Is he professional? Is he? He goes back and forth. You feel me? Just finished a brilliant weekly on Stormy Bones channel called The Three Wise Men of Boxing on the Greatest Ring IQs in Boxing History. Tank, not so much. Tank, prize fighter. Why? You got to stay ready. And I'm not saying that you can't balloon up 15 pounds over, but when you hear boxers talking about they're 40 pounds out their fighting weight, that's not professional. Bernard Hopkins, professional. Andre Ward, professional. Keith Thurman, at this point, he's a prize fighter. Think about it. Earl Spence, for the last couple of fights, if he was saying that he needed to drop 20 pounds in the last, couple of days for the Porter fight, prize fighter. That doesn't mean they could start being professional. They don't. It's coming out their mouth. It's coming out their mouth. After the Thurman, after Josecito Lopez, he ballooned up to 35 to 40 pounds. How you fighting 147? I'm talking about these guys. Let's say Earl Spence, Thurman. How can you balloon up to almost 190, 200 and fight in 140? That's prize fighting. That's a prize fighter. We need more professionals. We need more people dedicated to the sport. We need more focus. Because when I don't see you being focused as a fan, I feel like you're cheating me out. Too many boxers out there is cheating the fans. And not only cheating the fans, but they're actually cheating themselves. And you see it when they perform. And I would say, why? If in the same sentence, you say as a fighter that you put your life on the line, you risk your life, this is a dangerous sport, why would you shortcut a dangerous sport? Why? If this sport is so dangerous, you got to be in tip-top because every second counts. Every second in a boxing fight, in a boxing bout, counts. Tyson Fury, prize fighter. Man, if you go after the Klitschko fight, you already know, man, he was a prize fighter. When people don't take the fight that's actually at the moment the best for their legacy and best for boxing at the same time, like it was Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder, well, they could be fighting for a unification bout to become undisputed, but they can't make the fight happen because of money. Prize fighting in the moment. Those are prize fighters. Because legacy is in the back burner. But those two stays in shape. Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder stay in shape. So for me, both of them are professional. I haven't seen any of them try to not professional, but when they're doing business, when it came to each other, I just saw prize fighting right there. I think AJ is a prize fighter. I think he's professional. Ugas spoke the truth. They lied to us when they said, what's going on, man? Ugas spoke the truth. They lied to us when they say they want to be the best. Let me put that. What's up, Cheese? What's good, bro? What you smoking today, Cheese? What you smoking on today? Like I said, like I told Smoke the other day, man. I don't smoke, but a lot of you, man, you gotta educate me on that on the weed, man. We gotta do like a weed session. You already know that Happy Hour Thursdays today's Happy Hour Thursday. Everybody get your drink, which I drink in moonshine. But we gotta have a like a 420 show, a herb episode. What y'all think? Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to all the channels out there, all the unbiased channels out there that speak unbiasedly, logically, and objectively. Shout out D, shout out Johnny, shout out IQ, shout out Mark, Unravel, shout out Black and Brown, shout out all the channels out there, shout out all my brothers, friends, everybody out there, Guido, Glenn, everybody, each and every one of y'all. Cheese was good, Juan was good, Drew, my brother OG was good, Brown was good. Smash the like button, smash the like button. Let's get this one up. I usually don't say that, but it seems like I, gotta up this, man. We gotta start. We gotta uplift the movement right here. Smash the like button, smash the like button. If you need to share it, share with your people. What's good, Mark? Mark was good. I got 5 on it, punch. And I dropped the video earlier about, and we was talking about this yesterday on a live show about what's going on in the sport of boxing and the fans, bro. The fans. The fans has to take accountability because the way that we be analyzing stuff, we're just trying to hate, devalue, discredit fighters all day long. We have a problem as well. Yeah, we look at fighters and we want to fight that we want to see. We don't get it, blah, blah, but understand. We got to understand the business as well. And we also got to be humble. We cannot be more barbaric as fans, more barbaric than what happens in the ring. AJ definitely professional. I'm going to put that up. Yes, he is. Ed, what's good? Yeah, I already know this is a community of boxing fans, hardcore boxing fans. We keep it real out here. Keep it positive. If you don't want to keep it positive, I'll let you in the pan. You got to say your piece, and then I'll, snatch you out of here. If you're a hater, you can have a platform. Not right now, later on. People need to give credit to Wilder. You're damn right. Damn right. Great credit to all these dudes, man. These dudes put their life on the line for a pure entertainment. The least they could have from us is some respect. That's the least they could have from us is some respect. You could be a fan, or you don't have to be a fan, or you don't have to like their styles or things of that nature. But at the end of the day, you know and I know that this is the hardest sport in the world. Yo, Crazy, what's good, my brother? I haven't seen you in a while, bro. Professional fighters who make money from fights are automatically prize fighters. Yes. But I'm just saying, it's breaking down the terminology of it. You feel me? Breaking down the morals of it. So I believe, I think y'all with me in understanding what I'm talking about when I say professional fighters and prize fighting. Guido, you funny. I think y'all understand what I'm trying to say. Of course, a professional fighter could be both prize and professional, but I don't believe a prize fighter could be professional at certain times. You understand what I'm saying? Adrian Broner to me is a prize fighter, a fighter. Does he live his life like, what's good, Jay? Does he live his life like a professional fighter? A professional fighter, you could tell a professional fighter when they're not contractual to fight. You understand what I'm trying to say? David Benavidez. Love David Benavidez. But when he was on that, he was a prize fighter, not a professional fighter. You got to live this. You got to breathe this. Gym rat, all that. Canelo, AJ Fury, Loma are probably the only prize fighters. Nah, Gomez, I think they're professional fighters. All fighters are prize fighters. Not all prize fighters are professional. Thank you, Smoke. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. All fighters are prize fighters. Not all prize fighters are professional. Exactly. So we're going to sort them out because I do believe we need more professionalism in the sport of boxing. We need more professionalism in the sport of boxing. Now, in the sport of boxing, we hear a lot that, these young fighters nowadays, they want to be Floyd Mayweather. They want to be Floyd. They want to be Floyd. I'm going to tell you like this. Yes, people want to be Floyd. Getting the money, getting the purses. But it takes more. It takes more than money made, if you understand what I'm trying to say. You got to be pretty boy to be money made. If you understand what I'm trying to say. You got to be pretty boy to be money made. It takes pretty boy to be money made. If you understand what I'm trying to say. If you see Floyd Mayweather and you follow the journey, and this is one thing I said about my on one of my videos earlier today, is that we need to follow the journey. We need to love the sport, but also get in tune in the journey of these fighters so we can understand them more. We can understand when they talk. We can understand how they promote. We can understand if what they saying out their mouth is BS or not. Yes, Devin Haney is professional. Yes. Yes, brother boxing. Mikey Garcia, really the best businessman. He got paid $7 million to fight Jesse Vargas. Good businessman. But Mikey Garcia also stays prepared. Yes, he balloons up a little bit. If he balloons up, we don't see Mikey Garcia, but he does a good job. He's professional. And he's a great businessman at that. The Charlo brothers, professional. Charlo brother, you see them right now? They all 8-pack, ready to fight. You tell them, yo, they got to fight. In 2 weeks, they'll be prepared. They'll make weight. You tell Manny Pacquiao to fight, yo, you can fight in 2 weeks. I know it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying, Manny Pacquiao will be prepared at 147. Right now, you snatch up Keith Thurman. Yo, we need you to fight. 2 weeks, are you prepared? Damn, nah. That ain't professional. And I support Keith Thurman to the fullest. Y'all already know the channel. Dillian White. Is he professional? Dillian White's professional. Still waiting for the B sample, man. Still waiting for the B sample. Nah, we ain't gonna get that B sample. It's a waste of our time. Get some chips. Yeah, Mikey Garcia is a good businessman. Oh, Kalen Plant, professional. Casimero, professional. Ray Vargas, professional. Oscar Valdez, professional. Jose Ramirez, professional. Virgil Ortiz, professional. Boots Ennis, professional. Of course, when you come in the ranks, young, you're hungry, you're doing everything right, you stay in shape. Danny Swift Garcia, professional. Even though, yes, he came 25 pounds. He said he went all the way 25 pounds, but he had a long layoff as well. But professional. Danny Swift Garcia never let us down. It's Errol Spence professional. Not of late, no. But he could be, because it's coming out of his mouth. He said that he was 40 pounds. He needed to lose 40 pounds for a Mikey Garcia fight. Then he ballooned back up, and then he needed to lose another 40 pounds. That he was walking around 190 pounds. 190 pounds before the Porter fight, and he had to lose 20 pounds in a week. That's unprofessional. Roman Gonzalez, professional and a man of God. You already know. Chocolatito. So not lately, but could be. And I'm not saying that when we're talking about professional and prize fighter, they're just going to stay on that prize fighting stuff. But we know that there's boxers out there just care about the money. They go to fat camp. What's fat camp? Fat camp is when you go on the camp and you just paying attention to cutting weight. It's not really to implement more tools into the toolbox. It's just cutting weight and cutting weight and cutting weight. That's all. That's all. It's a diet plan. Luis Colazo, professional. Yes, professional. Professional. I said Kalen Plant too. Kalen Plant, constant professional. Always working out, bro. Always working out. His body is ready. These dudes are ready. Give them a week, they ready. And that's just to make the weight, probably lose like 10 pounds off water weight. I mean, a lot of all these dudes love money. They love money, but also not all these dudes love being professional. What's good, Lisa? What's good? Also, I want to talk about the fans. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about our responsibility when it comes to the sport of boxing. And there's going to be a lot of contradiction, a lot of hypocrisy. And I'm going to be the first one. I'm going to check myself. I'm going to humble myself. Yes, I've said it before. Sometimes I'm on fighters. Yeah, I make jokes at the end of the day. But on my videos, on live, I always say they are my modern day warriors, modern day gladiators. They put their life on the line for pure entertainment. I love fighters. That's why I do this. That's why I do this. Ryan Garcia. Some people may see him as a prize fighter right now because everything that's talked about and rumored and, you know, the allegations is about money, 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 money. But he said himself that he's accepted the fight with Javier Fortuna. He has accepted the fight with Luke Campbell. What is going on with Golden Boy Promotions? I don't know. That's a topic that we're going to be talking about today as well. What's going on? Why Canelo Alvarez got a problem with Golden Boy? Why Ryan Garcia got a problem with Golden Boy? Why Jojo Diaz got a problem with Golden Boy? Why everybody, all the top fighters, all the champions got a problema with Golden Boy? Is Virgil Ortiz going to have problems with Golden Boy too? What is going on with Golden Boy Promotions? I'm a supporter of Golden Boy Promotion as well, but it's something that's going on that we really don't know. We probably got to ask the right questions to get the right answers. Cadman said he wouldn't take Canelo fight on a 6-week no. Oh, true. But it was not more the thing crazy. I don't think that was more of he wasn't prepared. The thing he just came from a training camp. You don't know if he had, you know, he got a. It's not also crazy. It's not also. It's not about just that you're not in shape. The thing is, they put their hands also. So, you know, they use their hands. They train, you know, a 12-round bout using their hands. They got to give their hands rest. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I understood Caleb Plant. I understood him. The thing is, people sometimes cannot see these fighters like they're machines. They're humans too. They're humans too. Remember, this is the fight game. This ain't basketball. It's the fight game. And you need your rest. And you need a game plan. You just can't go 6 weeks. 6 weeks to fight Canelo. You need a game plan. You need to study this dude. Canelo is Canelo. You just ain't going to take him like he's, short term or this is. Nah, he's a champion. Caleb Plant is a smart dude too. And that fight could happen later. But I understand what you was trying to say there, Crazy. I understand. But also, I want to say this. You don't have to like everybody as a fan. But I'm going to give you an example. If you're a Tyson Fury fan, right? And you like when Tyson Fury wins, you root for Tyson Fury. But then that doesn't mean that you have to disrespect Deontay Wilder. That doesn't mean you have to say that he's a bum and can't fight, because that's only doing a disservice to Tyson Fury when he wins. It's only doing a disservice. This is why in boxing, these fighters have to prove and prove and prove when they become champions. It's like I said yesterday, it's like I said in my video, why in boxing, though you get all the props as an amateur, as an elite amateur, you become pro, you knocking everybody out, all the opponents that's tailor-made for you to beat them, and they climb in the ladder, they become a contender. Boom, you love them, you're hyping them. Yo, this gonna be the next, this gonna be the man. Yeah, man. Yo, he's gonna be a champion. He's gonna take over the world. And then he goes all the way up there, and boom, he becomes champion, and all of a sudden, people want to call them bums. People want to say they ain't even fought nobody. People want to say, oh, he need to prove this. He ain't fight nobody. He's not a real champion, but he ain't fight him, but he ain't fight her, but he ain't fight whatever. How does it get to that point? And like I said in my videos, it's like me going to school and me going to high school and doing all the work and passing all the regions and passing on my class, go to college, get a 4.0, and then and play this, and you got your cap and gown, and you're about to go get your degree, right? And boom, and let's say the dean gives you the degree, and then he tells you you ain't do shit. But here, you need to prove, make something out of your life. You ain't prove anything. You ain't do nothing. But here's your degree. That's the way I see it. Does it sound dumb, right? Can you imagine? Just think about it in your life. You doing everything right. You're climbing the ladder. You putting in the work. Doing your paperwork, everything. And then you reach And you want to be celebrating. Yes, finally, I have my degree. All the hard work, man, all the nights, all the papers, all the projects. Yes, and then you get your degree and they tell you ain't do shit and you a bum and you need to prove something. That's the same shit happens when the champion has to go through the amateur circuit, work their ass off, get their national titles, get their golden glove, go to the Olympics, get their medal, Olympic trials, go to professional level, beat everybody they put in front of them. Then they go and fight the champion, becomes champion, and then they ain't do nothing. How? That's fans of the sport of boxing, because fans of the sport of boxing are the most delusional fans of all of sports. There's a problem. There's something ingrained in the boxing fans that is all about hatred. You watch boxing to hate. It's a problem. We the one that bring boxing down as well. And just like we're frustrated as well because we don't see the fight that we want to see, guess what? Those boxers are frustrated with the fans. That's why their career is walking on eggshells. That's why they're scared. They're not scared to lose. They're scared that their stock is going to drop just off of one loss. They're scared that their stock is going to drop just off of one little round. Just because you get stung and just because you get dropped, that doesn't mean the dude is exposed and he can't fight and he's not who you thought he was. No, it's the fight game. Stop looking for a perfect fighter. Stop it. A perfect fighter do not exist. Perfect preparation does. There has to be some accountability when it comes to the sport of boxing and us fans. We got a responsibility too. Because they're scared that their stock is going to go low. Because we're the stockholders. We are the stockholders in boxing. Yes, we got power. Yes, all these YouTube, if you think you don't get a lot of subscribers, a lot of followers, you got power as well. Let me take a little zippity zip. UFC can make fights on short notice. You know why, Jay, UFC can make fights on short notice? You know why? Boxing fans are hated. Yes, Smoke. 100% agree. You know why UFC could do that? And the major players in the UFC, they could take those fights because they know that with a loss, their stock don't drop. They know with a loss, their stock don't drop. Jorge Masvidal is fighting Saturday. Woo! Whoa! Oh, what a good! Oh man, it's gonna be fireworks. Guess what? He lost 13 times, but he's still with a bad mother. Boop! He's still a bad motherfucker, right? Excuse my language. Damn it, it's a Christian show. He's still a bad dude. When Nate Diaz came and fought, oh man, we couldn't wait for Nate Diaz to come and fight. Damn, what a man, we can't wait for that fight. We can't wait for Nate Diaz. Oh, cool, he a bad dude. How many times have Nate Diaz lost in his career? But in boxing, if a dude, yo, hey, I give you an example. We talk about this a lot in the sport of boxing, right? We talk about this. Oh my God. Keith Thurman gets hit to the body. He's weak to the body. He's weak. He's weak. That's it. He's exposed. If he fights this guy, he's done because he's weak to the body. Oh my God. If he fights him, he's weak to the body. Oh my God. If he hits him, he's going to go down. He's going to lose because he's weak to the body. Just because you get hurt and never went down. That's it. That's it. He's a weak dude. That's it. He's done. He's not elite no more. Huh? Deontay Wilder loses one time in his career. One time. Uno vez. One time. Oh, that's it. He's a bum. He can't fight. He can't box. He need to change trainers. Everything. He got to go to a journey. I don't know. He got to pray to God. Find him something. What's going on? Everybody's against him. Same thing with Anthony Joshua. Oh, my God. He need to change his trainer. He's not a fighter no more. Nah, he's just a black bodybuilder. That's all. That's all. Boom. Oh, man. I don't think he should fight no more. He should retire. It's all mental. What the hell is going on in the sport of boxing? Why you got to be so fickle? Damn, a man lost one time and the world is over. And then when they doing so much and when they doing good, we like to compare them to cement the legacy and compare them to legends. Compare them to legends because you know and I know in that discussion, you just want to win that discussion. You just want to brag that you're right. Just like in basketball, LeBron James could do and win all these chips, but then you want to compare him to Michael Jordan because you know and I know he's not going to reach those rings. So you just want to diminish and devalue LeBron James when you bring up Michael Jordan because you just want to win an argument. You just want to be right. The comparisons is all wrong. Oh man, these fighters, they don't fight like the dudes like back in the days. They're not like Duran, and they're not like Ray Leonard, and they're not like, stop devaluing these fighters, comparing them to cemented legacy. The fighters that you actually comparing them to, they're just hitting the prime of their career right now. Why are you comparing them to the guys that already had a cemented legacy? Why? Damn, these heavyweights today, they wouldn't even make it in the 90s. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, man, they can't make it. They're not like heavyweights like back in the days. And just like the dudes in the back of the days, they'll say the same thing. They're not like dudes in the back of the days. It's just like hip hop. Oh man, yo, they don't rap. The music ain't the same like back in the days, like Biggie and Pac and DMX back in the and Wu-Tang. These dudes are clowns. And then in the future, these people are gonna say that these dudes today are clowns. Why are we watching sports for? Why are we watching these fighters for? For what? Do we love this sport? Do we respect these fighters or what? What's going on with us? Why are we so ingrained in hating? Why? Does it make you feel better as a man and a woman that when you want to watch, yeah, I'm going to pay all my money? Matter of fact, I'm going to take time away from my family and my kids, and I'm going to pay for pay-per-view because I want to see him lose. That's what it is. I'm going to take 3, 4, 5 hours out my time, pay money, either $70, $40, $100, work my ass off trying to stream. If you don't want to pay, damn, I got to get the stream. Damn it, I got to figure out. Let me check all these online. I got to stream. And just to see someone go out there and you want to see a downfall, just so you can have a conversation. That's the nature of the sport, Punch. And it shouldn't be, though. You understand what I'm trying to say? That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be, though. Like, yeah, we could debate. It could be competitive. Cool. But for me to win an argument or for me to go for one guy, that doesn't mean I need to hate the other guy and devalue him. Now we could debate and we could say this guy got more skills than this other guy, and how this guy can neutralize this other guy, and game planning. And then we could respect all these fighters. Because at the end of the day, they're risking their lives. At the end of the day, this is a dangerous sport. How many times you heard somebody say this fighter is a bum? This fighter is pussy. Excuse my language. This fighter is a tomato can. This fighter is this. This fighter is that. But do you know what he's putting himself through? The fight is the easy part. How about the 8 weeks he's training? How about the 8 weeks he's sacrificing his family? No, nobody want to respect them. But because for you, they tomato cans. But for the people in their community, in their town, that's their champion. That's their champion. In their town, the guy that you call a tomato can is that town's hero. Right? What's the point? What's the point, ladies and gentlemen? Why are we watching sports? Why are we watching fight? Why are we watching a fight game? Are you just watching it to brag, to have your bragging rights? Because that's what fans is about. It's to have the bragging rights, right? Let's be honest. It's for the bragging rights. Is that I told you so. We take it too serious, man. We should be entertained. We take it too serious. You remember when you was in school? And like I said before, I'm a Knicks fan, right? I'm a Knicks fan. And then when we lost, when the Knicks was losing to Chicago, I didn't want to go to school. It consumed my life. But even I said, I hate the Bulls. Damn it, I hate Jordan. But I know that Michael Jordan is the best. See, that's the difference. I could still say, damn, at that time, damn it, Mike, I hate this dude, man. He's so great, man. Damn. He beat my team, but he is the best. I know, Mark. I know, man. I have a desperate sports life. Trust me, Mark. I have a bad sports life, my brother. Damn it. Oh, man. Y'all don't want to know. Y'all don't want to know. You want to know how bad my sports life is, ladies and gentlemen? I had to run to boxing. Damn it. I couldn't take it anymore, ladies and gentlemen. I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm a Knicks fan, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a Jets fan, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm a Cleveland Indian fan, ladies and gentlemen. Help me, God. That's why I got to move to boxing. I can't do no damn basketball YouTube channel. You crazy? I'm going to catch a heart attack every time I watch the Knicks. I can't do Cleveland Indians. I thought the Cubs was now we're the ones. We're the Cubs. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I have a bad sports life, y'all. Imagine being a Clipper fan for the last 10 years. Oh, man, can you imagine being a Knicks fan for the last 30 years? Oh, Lord. John Starks is our hero. Patrick Ewing is our hero. I'm still living off I'm still getting nightmares after the 1997 World Series with the Marlins and the Indians, and then the ball went through Franco's between the legs. Damn it. Don't make me go to that, y'all. Do not make me go to that. I have a frustrating sports life. Please, let's talk about boxing, Mark. Mark, let's talk about boxing, man. Brother Guido, yo, brother, you should become a Yankee fan. I could become and fake the funk, but I can't because my heart is not there. My heart is with the Cleveland Indians. My heart is with the damn Jets. Bring back Rex Ryan, please. My heart, don't you think? You know how many heart attacks do you know that I have broken TVs in a bar watching the Knicks fan and they kicked me out the bar? Huh? Do you know how many TVs I have flinged because of the damn New York Knicks? Oh, yes, I suffer from IED. Yes. Intimate explosive disorder. Yes. I know how far we could go in sports. Oh. Oh, man. Why you gonna take me to memory lane? I thought we was gonna win versus the Cubs. Oh, y'all should have seen me. And we lost a 3-1. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. I thought I was living in paradise. But yet again, they broke my heart, y'all. We can't even get past half a season. Damn, I can't even get past half a season. At least give me, see, that's one thing about being a New York Knicks fan. That at least back in the days, they gave me hope. But I don't even have hope now. We're done. Just give me hope. Give me hope. That's all I ask. I'd rather have the hope back. Give me hope, please. Please. The Chicago Cubs had worse. I know, man. Now the Cleveland Indians the worst. They haven't won the chip since 1948, damn it. Let's go back to boxing, Guido. Damn it, stop. Stop it, guys. I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to talk about it. Come on, man. I'm depressed enough all year round. Guido, it took Chicago Cub 89 years, and guess who they beat to get that chip? You don't think I'm hurt? You don't think I'm embarrassed? You don't think I'm embarrassed? That it had to be the Cubs to beat us. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is, y'all. Let's go back to boxing. But this is what I'm trying to say, that we all fickle. But you know what? Punch started watching baseball after watching Major League, Joe. Not really. Nah, you know what it is? You know what it is, Smoke? Kenny Lofton was my favorite player. Kenny Lofton was my favorite player. He was playing at Arizona University. I was playing ball too, and I was looking at Arizona. Remember, he used to be the point guard in Arizona, number 10. I used to wear number 10 as well. My favorite play was that's what it was. But I do love the Major League movie. And even in the Major League movie, there was bums. I'm that guy. What's his name in Major League? They all bums. All of you. Go like the bulldozer and let's turn this place into a parking lot. That's me. I wanted to happen in Madison Square Garden. I'm going to tell you like this. You know when the Knicks is going to be playing good? Oh, my God. What the hell are you talking about basketball here? Just let me say this. You know when the Knicks is going to be good? I swear to you know when the Knicks is going to wake up. If the only relevancy the New York Knicks have is that they play in the most famous arena. They play Madison Square Garden. What the Knicks need to do and what we need to do is ship him out to the Nassau Coliseum. So they get. I want to go back to Madison Square Garden. We got to make it back there, y'all. Come on, let's be serious out there, man. As soon as the Lakers get better, the world shuts down. Oh, man. And this was boxing's best opportunity. I put it like this. If I was a boxer, hold on. If I was an elite boxer, I would believe in my skills. And like I said in the other live show, you know what it is? Why these boxers probably don't want to fight because the purse ain't there or things of that nature. It's because these boxers really don't know how to hustle. These boxers don't know how to hustle. That's why they say, I'm not going to fight right now. I ain't going to get that purse, because they don't know how to stretch that money. If these boxers knew how to hustle, they'll fight right now. And they'll capture the world. They'll capture everybody's eyes. Come on, let's fight. That's the way I look at it. I'll fight for $300K, but I'm going to stretch that money out doing this promotion. I'm going to stretch that money out, get all the sponsors that I need, and get money. Get commercials or whatever. Do collabs. I just don't think these boxers that complain about not wanting to fight right now because of coronavirus. And put it this way, even if the coronavirus didn't appear, and my prayers go out to the people that have been affected by the coronavirus again. But even if the coronavirus didn't come, or the China virus, or the China virus didn't come about, the fights that we see now was going to be the fights that we're going to see anyway. Don't believe the excuse, oh my God, it's hinder boxing. We would have seen everything. We would have seen, Errol Spence was still going to be fighting later on in the year, and he was not going to be fighting Bud. No, we was not going to see no Joshua and Fury. No, we was not going to see that. All the fights that's happened, we was going to see these fights. No, we ain't know when Manny was going to fight. No, the same fights. I'm going to tell you like this. If you know boxing, the coronavirus didn't dent boxing at all. Ain't that boxing? We keeping boxing alive, baby. Punch Drunk and the rest of the good YouTube channels, boxing channels, keeping boxing alive. You keeping boxing alive. Takam came with a win today. Blue Long Island iced tea. Blue Long Island iced tea. Whoever had a Blue Long Island iced tea? Y'all know how to make it? Whoever had a Blue Long Island iced tea? It's better than Long Island iced tea, the regular one. Go to a bar whenever you're ready. Ask for Blue Long Island iced tea. Take 2 and then tell me how you feel. Boxing slapping us in the face right now with these fights. Right? Yo, come on. It feels like I'm getting knocked out. I see a punch. Oh, you punching me? What the hell's going on? It is, man. But you know what? Fans slap boxing in their face too. And that's the reason, Campbell. That's the reason. Yup. Glenn Avery, no. That's a liquor right there, man. Glenn, you know. So what's happening now, man? They pushed back Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko October 3rd. I think they'll probably push him all back too. And you know what? I love boxing, right? I want to applaud Top Rank for at least trying, bro. Let's applaud Top Rank for at least trying. And you know, at least we got boxing. If it wasn't for Top Rank, we wouldn't be watching shit about boxing. Let's applaud Bob Arum, aka Dinosaur, aka Jurassic Park, aka I got 5 more years to live. Bob Arum ain't wasting no time. He know he don't got no more time left. He ain't wasting the time. We gotta give applause that at least he's putting boxing event. We also gotta give applause to the UFC, Dana White. We gotta give an applause because they doing it. They never stop. Matter of fact, the UFC are the essential workers of sports entertainment, right? The UFC is the essential workers of sports entertainment. Yo, what's good, Pray? What's good? Can you give me a shout out there? Yo, Manoma. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm going to give you a shout out right here, my brother. Oh, what's good, my brother? Manome. That's a cool name, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. Man. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. God bless. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 8 liquors will put us in. Oh, yeah. But for me, Blue Long Island. You see how I'm stuttering? Blue Long Island has taken me to places that taking me to place where you tell the ladies I love you. You wake up, I ain't love you. I ain't say that. What you talking about? I don't love you. But you said it. You saw you was gonna give me some papers. Tú dijiste que me había las papeles. The Zone is coming to save boxing. Damn, but even with the Zone, man, Katie Taylor gonna be fighting her rematch fight, but damn, it left a bad taste in her mouth. Well, Amanda Serrano, man, not gonna be fighting Taylor, man. Amanda, Serrano is not gonna be fighting, man. They did my girl wrong. They did her wrong, y'all. They did her wrong. That's the fight that I wanted to see. That's the biggest fight in women boxing. You see, is Amanda Serrano? Nah, she professional, man. She stayed ready. She stayed ready. How she take a short she goes to the UFC and then fights a boxing bout like 2-3 weeks after. That's professional right there. That's professional. Women taking the lead. She ain't taking the lead. Too many beta athletes. And Guido, yo, that's my woman. Amanda, Serrano. Damn, man. Damn it. We lost a good fight. I think that's probably the only fight that we actually lost due to this damn coronavirus. If there's any fight that we actually really lost, a big fight, that was it. That was it. So I take it back what I just said like 5 minutes ago. Larry Bird was the Michael Jordan of white boys. No racial puns intended. Larry Bird was just Larry Bird, bro. Larry Bird was the man. Larry Bird had heart. Larry Bird played defense. Larry Bird, they pushed the three-point line back because of Larry Bird. See, that's the difference between being great and being special. They changed the backboard for Dawkins and Shaq. They changed the rules because of Allen Iverson. They changed the rules because of Michael Jordan. That's when you call special. That's the difference between special and great. Special and great. That's the difference. And just like and we were talking about this yesterday, just like in boxing. You know what's a special fighter? The special fighter that he brings the whole world together. Even if there's racial tension, there's no racial tension in those 2 to 3 hours. Mike Tyson brought the whole world together. Everybody loved and was entertained by Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson spoke a language through his art that the whole world understood. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Mike Tyson spoke through his art a language that everybody understood. You ain't hear no damn racial stuff going with Mike Tyson when his events is popping. Sugar Ray Leonard, his skills and talent, spoke a language that everybody. I don't know, damn, what's wrong with this? It keeps on muting this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to open up the lines in the panel. Give me a second. Let me see. Oh, my man. Oh, right. All right. My dude right here. My fault. My fault. Shout out to Keyshawn Davis. They're going to be the next Andre Ward. I did a video of him. Go check it out after the live show. I'm trying to, we got to support the amateur circuit. And I'm going to use my platform to further support the amateur circuit, because if we're going to be complaining about the fights that we don't want, that we're not getting, I'm going to tell you like this. If we pay attention to the amateur circuit and we pay attention to the finals, the quarterfinals, we got to pay attention to those guys and those warriors, because those are the guys. These are the fights. You're talking about Andy Cruz versus Keyshawn Davis. That's going to be the fight in the professional level that's going to be a mega fight. That's what we're talking about, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, because what they did in the amateurs is a rival. They're going to bring that rivalry into the professional level, and that's going to be a mega fight. So if anybody out there that's actually, frustrated with the professional fighters and boxing and how it's doing, let's pay attention to the amateur circuit and support these young men and women that's doing their thing, that's actually fighting for free without headgear. You already know, no more headgear. Let's give them props and let's follow them in their journey. So when they become professional, we understand that more. We could support them. Let's support these men and women in the amateur circuit. Shout out to Christina Cruz. Shout out to her. She's going to be fighting for Puerto Rico. I can't wait. He's been grinding. She's been on the top of a game for quite some time. She's been number one and man for years. Shout out to Christina Cruz. Hell's Kitchen, stand up. So open up the lines, man. Open up the lines, man. Hold on. So we could talk about, we want to jump on, talk about the professional difference between professional and professional and prize fighters. Let's sort them out. Name me the fighters right now who you think is professional or as a prize fighter or both, because they could be both. We could have professional prize fighting, but right now there's a lot of dudes that's just prize fighters right now. We're lacking a lot of professionalism when it comes to the top of the food chain. We lack a lot of lack of professionalism in the sport of boxing that live this sport, that live the life. It's like champions. There are champions that embody a champion. I'm gonna tell you, like, this is what I mean about professional, right? That even when you're retired, even if you're retired, and I said this once before, but if you're new to the channel, smash the like button. Everybody smash the like button. Subscribe to the damn channel. Shit. Y'all already know. Donate to the channel if y'all want. Keep us going. Keep the movement going. Keep the channel going. Keep the panels open. So think about it. No, Marcos Vegas, he liked one of my tweet. That's why I paused. The prize fighters, let's name them. Let's sort them out. Let's talk about the respect and the disrespect and where we have to draw the line. Toby, what's good? What's doing? What's good, Toby? Good morning from the UK, Mr. Moonshine 501. Damn, what you doing in the morning, man? We fake for showing up. God bless Punch. Now God bless you. God bless you 10 times more. God is good. God is great. Gain a relationship with God. I'm going to tell you, your life is going to be beautiful. And afterwards, before we leave today, we're going to sing some gospel, damn it. Y'all want to see some gospel? Y'all don't want me to sing my country song again. Y'all don't want me to sing my country song. Y'all know Punch Run got his country song. You know Guido, right? I'll sing it on the outro. Put it that way. Damn it, I'm going to come out with a country song album. A country album. Should I? Should I, ladies and gentlemen? But yeah, we're going to be talking about that. Ryan Garcia still with the Oscar de la Hoya. Something is going on. Something is really, really, really not right with that promotional company. I don't know. Is it Canelo trying to tell Ryan Garcia, like, yo, my man, you know? Is they using that for promotion? I don't know. So, again, what else we're going to be talking about? Teofimo Lopez. Yes, we're going to be breaking it down, but let's talk about technically about Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko. Let's move away from how we feel what might happen, but let's talk about realistically the because that's the biggest fight to me. That's the biggest fight. So I got to keep on talking about that fight. Some people might be tired of me talking about that fight, but I'm gonna keep talking about that fight because it needs this promotion. Is the biggest fight for me in 2020, and for me, it's a very important fight because it actually moves the needle in the sport of boxing. It sets a trend. If Teofimo Lopez beats Lomachenko, it sends a trend. And that means he's going to be leading. He is the captain of this young generation. And the way that he's going about it, he's going after legacy. If he beats Lomachenko, everybody has to follow suit. And if they don't follow suit, they will all be exposed. Meaning they will be exposed that they're not about legacy. Because now Teofimo Lopez will be taking the lead. You feel what I'm trying to say? That's why it's important for Teofimo Lopez to beat Lomachenko. Here's a moral thing, y'all. It's bigger than boxing. It's the American way. Nino Brown. Nobody goes to poppy feet. I love that scene. I love them. Who's they? They. Look at him. Kareem Akbar, the educated brother from the bank. But yeah, that's how important this fight is. Yep. Yes, sir. That's how important this fight is, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not that Teofimo Lopez, in our eyes, that we know that if he wins, he's really the undisputed. Morally, he's the undisputed champion of the whole wide world. But of course, Devin Haney got his belt. But morally, we know that that's the undisputed crown right there. They should, matter of fact, to make it better, just because there's no WBC regular title, regular title, how about if the ring or the lineal championship belt is on the line as well? Ooh. You tell WBC, oh, you want to play games? How about they put that lineal championship on the line? Ooh. How about that, y'all? What y'all think? Since the WBC had to play around with the damn franchise and the hand-me-down belt, oh, they want to play games. How about if the lineal championship belt is on the line on this one? What y'all think about that, y'all? Say bad or good. Let me know. Put it on the comment box. What you think about that? Matter of fact, I'll open the panel, and then we could talk about that. You're going to be singing gospel tonight. Lord, my bird. Oops. What the hell was that? My phone. Hold on. Let me put the link up. Y'all. And put the link up. Boom. Oh, man. Struggling with this, you mean? I did my hour intro. Welcome, punch you like country rap on Dragon Leg. I love everything that has to do with country. I love everything that has to do with country, buddy. Give me a Johnny Cash track, man. I'll be in a Johnny Cash just rolling on the highway. But I'm bringing my own song. Do you like the song? Guido.
Hello. Dímelo, bro.
Yes, sir. You hear me good?
Usted bebe, loco. Dime.
Hoy se bebe.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can't hear shit. Hello?
Yup. You don't hear me?
Ahora estamos bien. Yeah, where we gonna start?
Hold on. Give me 1 second, Guido. Give me 1 second. Give me unos segundos.
Mano. Hey.
Yeah,
está como apelcino ahí, Listen, you know.
Glenn, what's good?
Chilling, brother. If you're gonna sing some country, I want to hear some Garth Brooks, some Friends in Low Places, bro.
Come on, man. You know I got my own song, man. I can't sing somebody else's song. I got my own song, man. That's what I'm telling y'all, bro. Man, I got my own song.
Hey, how long you plan on going live tonight? Just so I could ask, to be honest with you.
Oh man, it's Happy Hour Thursday, bro.
All right. So I'm gonna be in and out. Then I'm just letting you know I'm not going to like. It's just I'm not feeling too well, but I do have topics that I want to talk about. You know what I mean?
Damn, Glenn, stay with us. Fuck that.
Nah, you know, bro, that headache right in the middle of the forehead, behind the eyes. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying I'm gonna stay live as long as I can, but I'm just letting you know, just in case I chime off, I might come back later. You know?
I'm gonna be here, man. You know, I do y'all think I hold the record for the boxing channel going live? Has anybody did the 9 hour? And I'm talking about host.
No, you definitely do the longest.
Yeah, 9 hour, man.
And what's crazy about it, you know what makes it interesting is that it never happens on the night that you say it's going to happen. It makes it like a mystery box. Like, you know when you play in a video game and you get a little mystery box? It's like on a Tuesday night at like 7. You expect it on Thursday, but it happens on Friday or something like that. You feel me?
Hey.
Eso fue chiste, bro. Man, you're not even laughing at me.
I'm a spontaneous. What can I say?
Hermano.
Hey,
we appreciate you anyway, bro. We appreciate you anyway,
Deja que el jefe predique.
¿Ah?
Deja que el jefe predique hoy.
Oye eso.
Yo.
Thank you, Lisa.
Dime, mi gente, ¿qué vamos a hablar? Dime.
Estamos hablando de todo ahora. We talking about a professional fighter, or we talking about prize fighter?
Okay.
We talking about Ryan Garcia still having problems, Oscar De La Hoya. We talking about Teofimo Lopez Lomachenko, baby. We still talking about I want to talk about this tag team Forest fight. I don't want to talk about that fight. We could talk about Jorge Masvidal. We could talk about UFC. We could talk about your problems. We could talk about baby mama drama. We could talk about relationship drama. We could talk about everything, coronavirus. We could talk about the president. Nah, not the president. I'm Captain Orange today. But we could talk about whatever you want to talk about, because it's Happy Hour Thursday and everything goes, baby. It's Punch Round Boxing. Everything goes. Join in.
So
Oye, yo vi esa foto que tú me mandaste, ¿oíste? Esa foto que tú me mandaste, el email. You made it, though? Yeah, I sent it to Glenn. Vehicular.
Yeah. I was cracking up.
Yo, pero yo hice un video también. Tú verás.
No me digas.
Oh,
yo tengo un tro de vainas ready.
Ay, mamá. Ay, se jodió este H. Ay, mi madre.
Right time.
Ay, coño.
In the right time, in the right place.
¿Tú cantas alabanzas?
¿Ah?
Yo hago la ofrenda.
Oh, yeah, hey.
Y el jefe predica.
Tell him, come on, yo, this is church. You gotta give the offering, little donation.
Así pues.
Alabaré a mi Señor.
Yeah, I just want to salute to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button. Come on, we're gonna have some fun over here.
Hit the like button, smash the like button, fuck the like button, tickle the like button, make the like button come, damn it, make the like button come. Yo, Smoke, what's good?
Yo, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, friend.
Smoke.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling I got a lot of energy, but I think I'm always like that, don't you think?
We need that energy, though. We need it.
You got a low energy, man.
Low?
You need to ramp it up.
Man, don't make me turn like a little richer. Woo!
Nah, you explode if you went any higher, man. Like, nah, you good. You good.
You see, that's why I can't smoke.
So yeah, do you think like guys that put on a bunch of weight, like whether it's fat or muscle, do you call that professional? Like, do you call Anthony Joshua bodybuilding and putting on 20 pounds of muscle? Do you call that professional?
GTS, you mind if I just throw this one out just real quick though, because I was trying to get this one out while he was like giving intros and shit like that.
Go ahead, man. No, not at all.
No, I appreciate it because it's a very simple one, but I think it'll be a little controversial to be the first topic because he already mentioned him, right? But I got a point of view, which is Ryan Garcia. So yeah, he's somebody that's got 6.5 million followers, and obviously, you know, he got there through modeling, and then also dedicated himself to the sport of boxing, right? So even when he knocked out this dude the last time, actually quoted, that a particular boxing match with what's his name, Sugar Ray Robinson, that he bit the check hook off of, right? So, like, don't you think that he's also dedicated? Like, even though he's acting like a diva right now, right? Can you really call him just a prize fighter and you can't say that he's professional? Or does that, like, kind of, where's the line at? You see what I'm saying? That's why I wanted to bring him up first.
Nah,
For me, that's an
I
interesting
think Ryan
one.
Garcia is professional. I think
Okay.
I think Ryan Garcia is doing what a lot of people never done. That's what it is. So a lot of people, which boxer really is doing what he's doing and trying to establish himself in the social media circuit? I think it's just different. And I think people are envious as well.
The deal with Ryan is him telling people he wasn't going to fight, and it was about his pockets. And I think that soured a bunch of people.
Mhm.
But I'm glad he did it, because if he'd have taken that fight, 200K versus TBD, we wouldn't have the Campbell fight. So all those people just need to fall back. I know they're in their feelings about it, but really, it's it worked out for him, and I think it worked out for fans too. If we get this fight,
Exactly, you're right. You're right. Pointing out, did you finish with the question with the Anthony Joshua, or you said about the bodybuilding and going up?
Yeah, like left hook Lacey, like these muscle bound dudes that is gonna hurt their performance in the ring. Like, do you call that professional just because they look good, or is that actually a detriment to their fighting? Right.
I think if you look at Anthony Joshua, I think he's always a built dude. Of course, he got more cut up, but you never know why they do it. For example, Teofimo Lopez, he's bulking up, right? But then when you go into the camp, you still got that strength. I don't think he's bulking up to the point where he's gonna bulk up to the fight, but he'll bulk up as pre-camp, and then do his boxing regimen throughout his camp. I don't find it any And when it comes to heavyweight, it's so different. You feel me? I think it's so
because it's uncapped. It's uncapped. So they could build up as much as they want. But I get what he's trying to say. Like, is it detrimental because it's not like you're not training for the efficiency of your particular sport. You're bulking up for what looks good, but not necessarily for what works best in the ring.
Yeah, it's tough.
So is it responsible, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's tough. This is not the same heavyweight like before. We have 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" dudes that it's not the same like back then. You could say heavyweights was like 220, good, probably the most 230. You could say now these guys are on 270 to it's. Look at Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. It's a 200. Yes, Wilder was 230, the biggest he's ever been. But he really, the first fight, he was 219, 209 versus a guy that's 270 pounds. Like, that's some 260. That's like, wow. So a guy might think that he needs to bulk up to compete with the bigger guys. I think it's a learning curve too.
Right, I'd see that if he wasn't having those stamina issues and everybody put it on him bulking up, fight after fight after fight, and then when he finally lost, that's when he like, okay, let me trim down and try to beat this guy another way.
Yeah.
But for me, Anthony Joshua is kind of like he's a sort of a weird question, right, when it comes to being professional, because he's in shape, but it's not really fight shape, right? So it's a little bit different. Where'd you take a Dillian White, who I think just looked like a fat slob, right? So you can make an excuse for him, but that's not professional, right? So then you take a Billy Joe Saunders, who that dude looks like a before and after picture. Really, between fights.
That he's a prize fighter to me. He's a prize fighter. Like for example,
really, right?
Let's say Anthony Joshua. Remember, Anthony Joshua was preparing to fight a dude that weighs 300 pounds in Gerald Miller. That was his fight camp, really. It wasn't Andy Ruiz. He wasn't getting prepared to really fight Andy Ruiz. He was really getting prepared to fight a 300-pounder in Miller. So maybe he felt like he needed to bulk up a little bit more to handle a big guy like that. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think they ever people ask the right questions to get the right answers from him. So
yeah, but he was just big in the Povetkin fight. So there's no reason for that.
True, but Povetkin is big too. That's what I mean. Like all these guys, I'm saying I don't know. Maybe he feel like he needed to bulk up, or maybe he feels like he needs to stay in shape all year round too, just for himself. And for me, that's good. I'd rather him get like that than look at David Benavidez. Like look at David Benavidez right now.
But David Benavidez, you can tell, is like a former fat kid. Like he has the fat kid body. If he doesn't stay in shape, like boxing, you can tell keeps him in shape, right?
Yeah.
And maybe all that sniffing he was doing was helping him with his weight. But yeah, he's got the flab, he's got the arms. You can just tell that dude grew up fat.
Yeah, I was watching. Matter of fact, before I went,
What do you guys think about Frank Sanchez?
Who?
Frank Sanchez, future heavyweight.
Yeah, I only seen the guy fight once. In that undercard that Kaunaki got knocked out in. He fought Dwecki, right? Dweko, right? And it was a good fight. And I don't know much about him though to see what he does between.
Yeah, me either. I'll be honest about it. Nah.
Yeah, he's with Team Reynoso. He's just saying.
Oh, okay. Okay, I haven't really watched him to be honest.
He's a big Cuban. He's cool. I think he's got stuff missing, but whatever. He's all right. People seem to be high on him.
Yeah, it looks like nobody has like caught our eyes like special. Like there's I don't think there's no special like, oh my God, this man is gonna be something out of this world in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, and I just watched the fight card right now with Top Rank before you came on. I watched it from like 8 to 11, and it was against Takam and I don't even remember the other. Yeah,
Forrest.
Whatever it was boring as hell. Yeah, Forrest. Yeah, and it was boring as hell. And Takam won, and you know what I mean. And Takam had already 5 losses. This dude had 3 losses, and it was boring as hell. But Takam was actually showing, for 39 years, damn, like he could actually scrap a little bit, but. 32 years old, this other dude just looked like, hey, he's a lost cause. Like, I'm not going to be supporting him if they try to hype me up about that anywhere in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, Kawanaki and Ariola was going at it. Like, yeah, probably that was a hype job. That was, I don't know. I think that was Al Heyman's second finger.
Kawanaki actually has hands kind of like Ruiz. And but the problem is that they did kind of push him real quick, acting like he was the next big thing. And I don't really believe because every single fight, even with his tough fights that made him exciting, he was getting clobbered. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like his chin wasn't being tested; he just hadn't dropped yet. I think they probably try to capitalize off that this guy's a Polish dude, and he could really be an international type of star. And I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, he also had that 10-round, slugfest with Charles Martin, and that's really what got everybody interested. And then he knocked out like Washington, I think it was. He had that fight with Ariola. I mean, he had some good wins, and so
but he was getting hit.
It's also
getting hit a lot, right?
PBC doing its own in-house business kind of thing. It was a combination of two things, but I think that maybe the Wilder loss took the shine off of Kaunaki for a minute, maybe took the fire out of him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he didn't seem dedicated in the same way. He didn't seem like he had the grit. He had some hands at the beginning, but he ran out of steam quick.
What do you feel about them? I was gonna say, what do you feel about Gervonta Tank Davis, professional or prize fighter?
Definitely a prize fighter. But he's not
definitely. That's an easy one.
Yeah, but he's not even a focused prize fighter. I think he is a guy that doesn't really know what he wants to be yet. He just has been fighting for so long. He likes to fight, but I think that he actually would like to be maybe like godfather of his community or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's in the clouds right now. I think from the outside looking in, it looks like life is going so fast. He can't stop himself. He don't. I think he's on that Mike Tyson stuff. When Mike Tyson was and life was just going too fast, he just can't stop the train. He don't have no handle on the wheel. I think that's what it is. Chilling with other athletes, and I don't know.
See, if I may set a benchmark of what I feel like is a prize fighter versus a professional fighter. For me, a prize fighter, right, is a Jack Johnson, because he had to do it. It was to eat. You know what I'm saying? He eventually became professional because he was one of the best defensive fighters ever, right? But when it comes to professional or prize fighting, I see Jack Dempsey, who needed to win the fight. He got up 11 times after being dropped 11 times to win the fight because he needed that $2 to eat and to pay rent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's a prize fighter. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really. Manny Pacquiao, another one, but eventually became professional.
Yeah.
But when I look at who started off professional and who finished off professional, then you're looking at Rocky Marciano. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, even Cassius Clay. You know what I'm saying? You know, Muhammad Ali type of situation.
Well,
That's
he
more
also had weight problems.
Floyd Mayweather.
Muhammad Ali. But
yeah. But I mean, but at the end of the day, he could stick to a damn game plan. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it wasn't just prize fighting for him. It was about way more than what the average cats fight for today.
I think with Muhammad Ali is that also while he was doing his fight thing, he was a very big activist as well, and within the movement and doing a lot outside of boxing as well. So
right.
It's not like he's out there going to parties and getting drunk and getting this. Now he's just doing a lot of work. And I could give him that Muhammad Ali that you could come out of shape anyway. Anyway, I don't give a damn. Muhammad Ali is Muhammad Ali.
And let's be honest, he was in the heavyweight division. Right now, the heavyweight division is uncapped. You could come in at 300, 400 pounds. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter how high the weight limit. You see what I'm saying? So really, what is over limit now? You know?
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Kamar? What you think? You there?
The guy who I think fooled everybody for a long time.
I think Santa Cruz beats him.
Who?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Nah, I can't hear you no more. But I think
you guys
think that Leo Santa Cruz beats Gervonta Tank Davis.
Oh yeah, I said I see Santa Cruz beating him. Tank Davis. I don't know why.
I mean, that's a tough one, man. I don't.
Yes,
I could see it, but then I'm like,
you guys don't see that happening?
Nah, not me. Not me. The reason why is Tank at 130 is a focused Tank, and I don't think a focused Tank. You got to be focused and dedicated for Tank to make 130 pounds, and I don't think Leo Santa Cruz has nothing for him at 130.
Like, I truly think that that's why y'all never heard me criticize Gervonta Tank Davis when it came to skills. I truly think that Gervonta Tank Davis is a special fighter. And if he's 100% on the grind,
for your talent too, you know?
Huh?
I said that you need your hard work to work for your talent. Talent you can't just bring only talent, you know?
No, yeah, that's what happens.
You have all the talent in the world, but if you're not a hard worker, ain't nothing gonna work. You know?
And that's what happened to boxers. You know, there's a lot of boxers that they was grinding amateur circuit. They was gym rats, and they're going through skills. It's almost like Allen Iverson in the NBA, or you know, Mike Tyson. You know, he was just going through. He already all the stuff that he was. You know, he was dedicated every single day. You know, coming up.
Yeah, you hear guys like, for me, it's Joe Gans. Like that's my guy forever. Like, lightweight dude, never fought. You know, never weighed more than 137 pounds, and fought all the way up to light heavyweight. Like, to me, that's dedication, right? And he'd fight a guy, take a train 300 miles, fight another guy out of a completely different weight class next day.
That's what's up. What do you think about Floyd?
Floyd definitely, stayed within weight and, kept the boxers. He kept in fight shape. And he's not a big guy, so, ballooning. I think the most I have seen him maybe was 152. That was the most he weighed in a fight, and he had, he had muscles hanging off of him at that weight. So,
during Manny Pacquiao, he didn't want to be weighted for the fight. I think he on that fight, and I think he had to give Marquez money as well on their fight.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't think he like those. I don't. Well, the Marquez fight, he was coming off of a long layoff, right? The Pacquiao fight, I'm not quite sure what the whole deal was with that situation, but I don't think that Floyd was out of fight shape. Is the point, right?
No, I think Floyd for me, Floyd was both, and the only reason why I say both was because of his last fight with Conor McGregor. That's prize fighting, but
That
But that was an
Japanese kid that he
exhibition fight,
fought
though.
too.
That's totally different. That was a like he shouldn't really have a 50 from a boxing standpoint. That was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
an
He should that fight
exhibition
should have never been commissioned or sanctioned to the point where it counts. And I think that's what in the end of his career, even people see it like, damn, man, you didn't even have to do that. That was easy exhibition. You was gonna get the same money, and everybody else was gonna see it anyway.
But Floyd liked to attach his brand to other things in order to make his brand bigger, right? So he's attached his name to a heavyweight record as if there's not welterweights with a better record than that. Like, whatever. This is Floyd. He turned the greatest of all time to the best ever. He just liked to tweak other people's thing and, adopt it for himself.
Yeah, I think the incidents with him were few and far in between. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't really like behavioral issue. You know what I'm saying? It was like he said, part of a long layoff, and then an exhibition, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And besides that, only other issue that I've ever seen was when it came to demands, and that's a whole different conversation.
No, it was good, Sacramento. So what do y'all think about Roberto Duran on the second fight with Sugar Ray Leonard? Was that professional, or he was a prize fighter at that, or they just caught him off guard?
Well, the book on Duran was that he partied in between fights. That was it. Like, you're talking about living that life of being out there. He was out there, but he also fought a lot more frequent, right? So
yeah,
he didn't go that crazy with it, but yeah, he liked to let off a lot of steam in between fights.
Oh, Duran, right? And we mean the second fight, right? Yeah, he blew up in that fight. In the Duran fight, the second fight, I think he partied too much. He was drinking, eating, and I think that was a prize fight right there.
Did he actually start no match?
Because he had to go down and make that weight, like 20 pounds,
Like this is what it is to me. Even when you're retired, right, and you're but of course you was a constant professional when you was in the game. Look at these fighters and then check them out today. You got Julio Cesar Chavez. You already know he probably did his little coke too as well. But just look at him today. Look at Sugar Ray Leonard. Also, he did his thing with substances as well. But look at them today. Look at Mike Tyson right now. Look at who else? What other legendary fighter that you look at right now? Like Sugar Ray Leonard said, he's 10 pounds or 5 pounds away from off his fight weight. You got Bernard Hopkins that's actually 160 pounds, a vegan. He said, yo, I can make weight today.
Yeah, Amir Khan looks like a guy who ate Amir Khan. Not Amir Khan, sorry. Nassim Hamed.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, that was a bad visual, bro. Yo, you gave me a bad visual right there, bro.
Ricky Hatton.
Oh yeah, Ricky Hatton between fights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ricky Hatton, man.
And then if you look at it today, and then you talk about these fighters, you look at them today, and you could be like, okay, we all know Mike Tyson, but then look at Mike Tyson today, and you look at Julio Cesar Chavez, and you look at him today, and you look like Sugar Ray Leonard, you look at him today, you'd be like, no wonder they was that fucking great. They know how to work hard. Even they work harder when they're retired more than the guys that's actually in their prime.
What about James Toney? What about a guy like James Toney?
Oh, he was never disciplined. Never.
The guy who just ate himself all the way to heavyweight from middleweight. But the skills just carried, right?
Yeah.
He still stayed in the gym. He is a gym, right? He still honed his craft, but his mom owned the bakery.
True. But his tempo, you could tell now, all those punches from heavyweight, man, they did some damage.
Yeah, man. I just feel like I think there should be more professionalism in the sport of boxing, so people could actually, because I know that even if you don't have to look like some type of specimen. I understand that, but even looking at Andy Ruiz, it's hard to buy into Andy Ruiz, right? Just the way he look as the heavyweight champion of the world. It's just. For me, looks is nothing in boxing, but man, gotta look at shape.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me pose this question. So we're talking about in shape and all of that, right? Isn't it the trainer's job? You know what I'm saying? Nutritional team, you know what I'm saying, and all of that to keep them in shape. So how much? So how much does that come into question?
I mean,
sorry,
look, there's trainers, there's teachers, there's strength and conditioning coach that helps out the trainers. I really don't know if the trainers know everything. You know, it takes special training. I could tell that Floyd Mayweather Sr. about what other boxers have said. That he's also the nutritionist. He tells you what to eat. He tells you how to. He takes over the training camp. He is really in charge. Which in other training camps, like Andy Ruiz, his trainer's not in charge of what he eats and how he wakes up in the morning and where he go and has no control. Sean Porter, his dad is basically almost everything. Yeah, he gets help, but he gets help with other great trainers like Cunningham and Barry Hunter. You know, so I think it has to do with team. I don't think all the trainers know everything. And remember, trainers are working with different types of fighters that they eat different, they look different weights, different, culture.
But then that's the thing. If one trainer can do it, right, then shouldn't everybody just hop, you know what I'm saying, to that gym and just say, screw you guys don't know this? Or shouldn't everybody be actually holding themselves accountable to saying, hey, you know what, I'm a trainer, I should know a little bit about this at least. And, and shouldn't the fighter be looking for that type of trainer?
I think the boxer should look at a trainer that best fits him. I guess because chemistry has to do a lot with it too.
Yeah, the sport has just evolved a lot, right? So the old school guys, the Eddie Futches and the Bowies and all that, those guys are no longer with us. But you take a guy like Tim Witherspoon, right, who had that string of losses because he had a wrong diet. Turns out he had an egg allergy. But old school trainers, they're gonna have you eating raw eggs every day.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, so you have to learn with the times. But nobody's out there catching flies anymore, or chasing chickens, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, look at. I like Bomac, right? Look at Bomac. Bomac is head trainer, and he's the chef. So he gives you what you got to eat, and also he's the head trainer. So Bomac is also a good trainer for me, in my opinion. If I'm a fighter, I'm looking for a trainer, and I look at what Bomac could do with his fighters and what he does in the amateur circuit as well. I rock with Bomac.
Oh my God. Hold up. Was somebody gonna say something? Or I heard like laughing a couple times.
No.
Oh, okay. So
go ahead.
Okay, no. Go ahead. I mean, I personally, my final statement is I feel like there needs to be a little bit of accountability on the side of the trainer when it comes to that as well, because like GTS said, it is an evolving sport, but it should evolve as far as improvement, and there should be a heightened level of awareness to certain things. And I feel like if you're getting paid more and more money, then guess what? You need to be held more accountable for what your responsibilities are, right?
Well, that was me. I just saw a post right now. His trainer overweight.
The what? I didn't hear you, brother.
I think you're going in and out, Kemore.
Yeah, you're probably going in and out. Oh, there you go.
I don't hear nothing. But I was gonna say, but the fighter have to be professional as well to take those type of take the teachings or whatever. Because look, Oscar De La Hoya speak highly of Mayweather Sr. Ricky Hatton was mad at Senior, saying he overtrained them or whatever. So he could have the same game plan, but just two different minds and two different fighters. Now, whose fault is it then? In the end of the day, of course,
right.
He's gonna blame it on the trainer.
You're right. And then, so my final point would be like this, like with Devin Haney, right? Getting the interim belt, right? Should he throw it in the trash? Yeah, he should. If you got a trash trainer that ain't teaching you on the next level, right? Then throw him in the trash. You know what I mean? Like, get somebody better. Don't side just because it's more convenient. If you're trying to really build your professional career, you got this promise. Everybody knows that you're capable of it. Anybody's gonna sign you, bro. You move to LA, you move to Philly, you move to wherever. Any boxing hotspot, they'll take you in.
But like I said, it's all about chemistry, though. You understand what I'm saying?
You're right about that. Yeah, that's a big part of it. I gotta agree with you on that one.
And guys are not fighting everybody like that. Like Devin Haney, the only reason why he's getting a fight probably is because he has a belt. No one's trying to fight Devin Haney just cause.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that my point wasn't about who's trying to fight Devin Haney. What I'm trying to say is that Punch has made a point many times, which is that he should throw out that interim belt to show the WBC that was a disrespect for them giving it to him via email. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm trying to say. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like you don't have enough respect for me. You just see me like another fighter. You're not actually going to discipline me like one of your best fighters. Then fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I'll look for another trainer that actually was going to push me hard to that limit. Feel me?
Yeah, no. And another thing, Glenn. And another thing. Imagine if Ryan Garcia wins against Luke Campbell. Mm-hmm. You mean to tell me that the female and Garcia step up and you haven't stepped up? Come on. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That's crazy.
Well, the issue is, though, that those guys don't need to fight for an interim belt. They could just fight him for the actual belt, but they're not. So that's the whole point. Is like you can tell Devin Haney to like make some protest, but that would be cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like first off, WBC's still going to keep on rolling, and then second off, no, he's not going to get fights because no one's trying to fight him with a belt.
But Smoke, you're missing my point. My point was not that. I get what you're saying. You're right about what you're saying. What I was trying to say is that when it comes to the WBC belt, the interim belt, right? Basically, that was a disrespect that they even emailed it back to him. Hey, okay, buddy.
Hey, guys,
you can get this now.
I have a question.
You know what I'm
saying? They disrespected him and even telling him why he had to fight for him. They straight up. They said Loma ain't fighting you.
That's what I'm saying.
But the thing is, Loma disrespected them. And they were down with the disrespect. So they're just like, fine. The shit rolls downhill. Guess what? Loma's disrespecting our mandatory. So you can fight for a mandatory, but we ain't gonna call it. So you could either do that or get an interim and get bumped up. And that's what that's what type of time they're on. Like Linares Fortuna for a diamond belt. Like, what is that?
Yeah, hold on.
Well, yeah, but I mean, besides everybody else, all I was talking about with Dave was Haney, which you just kind of like solidified for me, which I appreciate. That's exactly what I was saying.
Hold on, Kemo, I want to ask a question. Kemo, go ahead. Damn, your thing is no good today, Kemo. Anyway, you got to fix that up, brother. You got to fix that up.
Bueno, yeah.
But yeah, it has to do a lot with chemistry as well. And I think sometimes these boxers are too loyal for their own good. They look at these trainers and they help them out reach a high position. They help them reach their dream, and then even let's say a fighter knows he could get this trainer that could actually help him out, but then he feels like he's unloyal to the guy that got him there. But yet, in the end of the day, you have to be strong enough to look at yourself and say, okay, at the end of the day, this is a dangerous sport. I need to have the best. That's why I respected what Tyson Fury did when he changed the trainers. He's looking at it like, okay, I need that trainer that is a special trainer that can make me negate that right hand. I need to get back to that. Thank you guys. I love you guys, but I just need this camp. I need this trainer for this fight. And the adjustment for me, the adjustment was way more important than what we really saw. Yeah, what we really saw was cool, but it was the adjustments that needed to be made. And it's hard to make those type of adjustments. For Deontay Wilder, I feel like that he's too loyal for his own good. He's out there with a rookie trainer that got him in this position. And if we don't see him getting better, it's because he's still loyal to this trainer that can get him into a next level, can't add more tools into the toolbox.
I couldn't have said it better myself, brother. That's what I was trying to say. It's like if the trainer's not working for you, you know what I mean? Like then you need to make sure that somebody else does, especially with the increase in money that people are seeing year over year.
Yeah. Speaking of that increase in money and being loyal to your trainer, what do you think of the Triple G splitting with Sanchez, and then also your boy Jacob splitting with his longtime guy?
I think it was good move.
funny.
I think the Angel Garcia, I mean the Abel Sanchez, my fault, the Abel Sanchez move was a good move because we saw Triple G not adding more to his skill or not adding more where if he's looking for a trilogy fight, he needs to come with a better game plan than blaming Canelo or blaming, not blaming Canelo, but having Canelo dictate what you're gonna do. Pressure him to fight the Mexican fight. Pressure him. No, what you gotta do to make adjustment if it's not a Mexican fight. See, I think that's all the way Triple G saw it. Like, yo, I'm gonna keep fighting the same way. I'm not gonna get better. That's it. I've been with you for so long. It's so much. I'm gonna keep fighting elite fighters. I might have to fight Canelo. I might have to face Andre. I might have to face a Charlo. I might have to face a Benavidez. Or not Benavidez. I might have to face a Billy Joe Saunders or whatever. I'm gonna need different type of skills because I'm 37, 38, 36, or whatever age he was when he left them. I got to come with a different game plan. I think at this stage, though, it's about game planning. And I think when the game plan is just looking the same, I think it was a great move by him. It was a great move by Triple G. And who was the other dude you said? Oh, Daniel Jacobs. Matter of fact, I spoke to his trainer. He really felt betrayed. I spoke to his trainer on the day when I was doing press with the Triple G and Steve Rose fight.
And bro, you know who had the same problem? Felix Verdejo. Bob him kept telling him to change the trainer. As he started seeing like he wasn't growing, Bob have told him that, 2 or 3 fights, I need you to change the trainer, better trainer.
Hell,
Bob, Puerto Rico,
Rob was good. Yeah.
And it was hard for Felix Verdejo, but he needed a new trainer, so he can improve his skills,
Hey, it's like look at Henry Garcia with Ryan Garcia, his dad. He could easily be like every other dad and be like, you know what, man? Yeah, I'm here with my son, and I'm gonna rock with him. I'm gonna train him. We're gonna be champions together. He pushed his ego to the side and be like, you know what? I feel like this other trainer could take my son to the next level. I took him as far as I can. I trust this trainer. I trust their camp. I trust their gym. He's gonna be working with Canelo Alvarez. That takes a lot, but that's what I respect. There's a lot of fighters that probably be like, nah, man, I gotta stay with my dad, or I just gotta stay with the trainers that helped me get to this position.
And also, he can learn from them too. He also can learn from them. You know what I'm saying?
you didn't feel like the timing for Sanchez or Rozier wasn't like those dudes got paid and they didn't want to pay those manager fees anymore.
Could happen also. But that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Are they loyal to their own good? It could, they maybe Abel Sanchez is taking it that way. I don't think that Triple G said it, but I think he's taking it that way.
Yeah, I really don't know what their fees are. I know that Robert Garcia has made his name known about the fact that he'll take whatever it is that the fighter gives him, and sometimes he gets bonuses, sometimes he gets less than what he expected, but he still supports his fighters. So I have no idea how Abel Sanchez ran his camp, to be honest with you. But I mean, I think that it was more of a fact that that Triple G didn't expect to lose and lost. You know what I mean? And like a lot of people, when they taste defeat for the first time, they want to disrupt things. They're like, hey, you know what? I like this person. They want to blame somebody.
Yeah. And I don't think I don't think Triple G even blamed them. I think that sometimes the trainer has to be loyal as well and respect those type of decisions. Loyalty just doesn't go one way. You know what I'm saying? Loyalty also has to understand, like, yo, my man, dude, I love you. I'm your trainer. I'm rocking with you. I know that, this might be best for you. I could be in the camp as well and help you out whatever you need. It's almost like, for example, okay, look at Danny Swift Garcia and his father. Yeah, but they get help from Naseem also a lot. Yeah, he's not in the corner. But during training camp, Danny Swift Garcia has Naseem in the gym, also helping. Also, Angel Garcia, his father. So it doesn't. I think right now, a lot of fighters are doing what Kenny Porter is doing as well. is having trainers come in and helping them out. And I think that's smart too. I think that's why Devin Haney is always going to stay with his father, because he knows how to go to different gyms and get all these wisdom. He could go and train with Senior and do some pad work. He could go to Diaz gym, right? He could go to any other. And his pops is going to eventually, you know. I think they hustle their way. They grinding. They stealing information.
To me, the guy that got exposed as the prize fighter and also being disloyal to the trainer was Kovalev. You know, we thought Kovalev was one thing. Turns out he was drinking and you know.
Who do you guys smoke? And smoke. And same goes for Andy Ruiz. After he lost to Joshua in the second fight, he abandoned his trainer.
I mean, to be in that situation, he offended himself. If I was the trainer, because think about it, it was best.
The trainer.
It was best for them to think, because the trainer didn't have no control. The trainer it wasn't respected. So how can he go back to another training camp with that same trainer that really don't have no control? Once you lose the respect, and the thing is that it's just not disrespecting the man, like just straight up. Trainers also sacrifice their time and their family to leave home and train. It's like Abel Sanchez. He leaves his family, go to Big Bear. You know, just like you're gone away from your family, the trainers is gone away, and they're working with other fighters as well. Trainers have lost their life, have gotten divorces because they work with so many fighters and they're so much into the game, they lose, you know, the fighters become their sons. So I understand a guy like Abel Sanchez was mad. I understand the dude, the trainer of Andy Ruiz as well. It was best for him not to work with Andy Ruiz, because he's going to give him a bad name, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's really what it was. I think it was a case of cover a CYA when it came to Robles, right? Because he went to the media immediately. Yep. Like, he's like, my guy is supposed to be at camp like 30 minutes ago, and he ain't showed up yet. You know, to me, that smacks of not being loyal. But also, when you see an iceberg coming, you know, you try to avoid it. And you're like, you know what? I'm not part of any of this foolishness that this guy's got going on. Please don't let that affect my name. But that is a tightrope, because now it seems like he's snitching out his fighter.
Devin Haney was good, Black. Devin Haney worked his way up to number one contender in the WBC, and his title shot was taken from him. We can ignore the fact. No, but you know, Black, I know we talk about this so much, right? The problem is
Black, come on, man.
The problem for me is not Devin Haney. It's not Devin Haney. The problem with me was, if you know the WBC is
did Loma give up the title?
No. They
Loma told like the way that Loma got the title shot meant that he had to fight a mandatory, because he petitioned to fight for a vacant. That means he had to fight a mandatory. But Loma is like, I'm Loma. I got big things going on with my life. I don't have time for your mandatories. And WBC agreed, and they elevated him as a result. And then they awarded Devin Haney, which I don't necessarily have a problem with, but everybody seems to have this huge issue with. But for me, as long as Loma fights Devin Haney at some point, then I have no problem with Loma. If Loma doesn't fight Devin Haney, I'll have a problem with Loma. But as long as Devin Haney fights somebody to legitimize his championship, I don't have a problem with him receiving the title the way he did. Right? You know, it's about what they do with these opportunities.
You know why I don't have a problem? You know why I don't have a problem with what happened with the Loma situation, or he's not fighting the mandatory? It's because Devin Haney fought 2 weeks after he became mandatory. So it's not like this was going to be an immediate fight. Lomachenko just came from a title, from unifying. He was going to fight. He was going to go straight and fight the winner of Richard Comey or Garcia or Lopez, regardless if he would have had, if he was never going to have the franchise belt. That was going to be his next fight. It was not going to be Devin Haney's. For the people that believe his next fight it was not going to be Devin Haney, regardless if it was a franchise or not. He was gonna fight the winner of Richard Comey and Teofimo Lopez. And if people just think like that, it don't matter. He would have to have 12 months to fight his mandatory. Devin Haney was not gonna be an immediate mandatory. And the thing why I go
Good night,
at
Toby.
WBC. I go at WBC, not really Devin Haney. The thing is when Devin Haney knew the tournament is done, you know, they gave him a contract saying, and I put a video up, they gave him a contract with the WBC saying that if you win, you're not going to fight Lomachenko. Then why even bother with this belt? That's all. That was all of it. It was WBC. Just do not get in bed with the WBC at this time. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but that's not enough for us to split with the entire sanctioning body, right? Just because you don't like the way that you got this belt, it's sorry, dude. Loma put in more work than you did. Right? It's just the facts. Loma is a guy who the boxing world has their eyes fixated on, and boxing needs stars in order to make big fights. Like the WBC is not slow. Like this is still a business. The WBC is a brand that works with fighters who are also their own specific brands, right? Yeah. And all they can do is attach themselves to these fighters as they build their brands, and as they go from championship fight to championship fight on broadcast networks. So that gets the WBC's name out there. So a guy like Devin Haney, who is building his name and fights on an app that doesn't have a viewership. Like if I'm just looking at the business of boxing and how do I get I'm a WBC guy and I'm trying to get my logo in as front of as many eyes as possible. I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this whole like legacy game with guys. Like if you wanted legacy, cool, build your legacy. But at this point, the guy who's already built his legacy is not talking about messing with you. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about pissing this guy off who's already put in the work.
I think I'm gonna keep with, and I don't disagree with you saying, Smoke. All I'm saying is that, yeah, if you look at the business side of things, I could see the business side of things. But as a fan, at first we could understand the business side of things, but we're more in tune with watching fights being challenged and legacy and things of that nature. We can understand the business, but that doesn't mean we're happy about the business. We happy about the business.
I think for example, like the casual fan doesn't sit back saying, hey, I'm waiting for this next WBC fight. They're lucky to even come across that information in years of watching boxing or following because other people are following, and then finally understand, oh, there's different sanctioning bodies. Oh, there's the WBC. What are the other ones? And then you explain it to them as a pugilist. You say, hey, there's these different sanctioning bodies. This is what happens, and this and this and that. This is what makes a lineal champion. This is what makes unification bouts. But at the beginning, nobody's really saying, hey, I got mad props for you because of this. You got an interim belt, at the end of the day, it's kind of you being shit on, it's like, you gave me something because you, pretty much put something else out of my hands. And now you gave me this. And then you took it away from me. And then I begged for it again. And then you gave it back to me, So, I mean, at this point, I feel like it is a disrespect,
I just think if he was very vocal, sending the whatever the emails or whatever that he wants his belt back at this stage where he's young, you know what I'm saying? I could understand if Devin Haney was like 33, 34, man, he needs to be in a position, and this could be my first title. I don't have I don't have a long career. I got a small window. But Devin Haney is inevitable. He's going to become a world champion. I just didn't like to see that this first title has to be like this. It doesn't seem right. Doesn't look right. It was. What's the highlight of Devin Haney's career? I said before, the highlight of Devin Haney's career is working with Mayweather. That's the highlight of his career.
Yeah, but so that's the issue, though, right? It's the thing is you build your brand so that at some point you can get bigger than the belt, but that's not where he is. Like Devin Haney is not I'm in a purist. I'm going to satisfy a certain section of fans because I feel like I'm getting hosed in this process, right? But really what it comes down to is his consolation prize assures that he is actually going to get broadcast fights. It ensures that guy is going to get A-side considerations. Like those guys right now, all these other dudes are fighting for the opportunity to fight him, right? And he's not going to get that opportunity if he takes a militant stance about the process.
That's true, because like what I was saying before, when it comes down to it, you just said it yourself, the promoters, because it's about promoting his name. It's not his job to promote his name if he's paying a part of his purse to a promoter. The promoter needs to promote him, right? So some people are skilled at doing that, some people are not. But as the boxer, you're paying a promoter, so you need to be promoted by that promoter. And if you could do a great job with somebody else, in your same weight division and train that person, then you should be able to do the same thing for me if I'm paying you, which is why we see all this, all this drama right now in that weight division with people moving to different trainers, in the recent days.
Now, who was in that position before Haney? Wasn't it Gervonta Tank Davis?
That's exactly what I was just saying right now. Yeah.
That was
those were Mikey Garcia's belts. He just moved up. He unified with Robert Easter. They both moved out of the division.
But yeah, man, I think I probably went in a lot with Devin Haney, but I was just I didn't like the way he looked. I didn't like the way he asked for the belt back. I didn't think at this point he even needed the belt. He already signed to the Zone. He signed a Matchroom. He was gonna get them televised bouts. I mean, is he getting ultimate respect? Does anybody really look at him as a champion? Like,
listen? If he after the him fighting the winner of Garcia Campbell, they will see him as a legitimate champion. Him fighting the winner of Fortino Linares will further solidify his thing, depending on how long he stays at the weight. Yeah. Him moving up and fighting Teofimo, that is more of a legacy fight for both guys.
But think about it. Javier Fortuna and Ryan Garcia is actually fighting a tougher bout than Devin Haney. Yet Devin Haney is the champion. Like,
right. That tells you why he shouldn't give up the belt, because those dudes would rather fight other people than fight him, even though he's the champ. True. They would rather fight for the diamond belt. What the hell's the diamond belt? Like, what is that? Like, Devin Haney has nobody to fight, and we're all like, Linares and Fortuna, what a great fight. Like, why are they fighting for a diamond belt? Why are those guys not fighting Devin Haney? Both of those dudes.
I don't know. And remember, it's Devin. I really don't think that Devin Haney really want to fight these guys. In my opinion, I think he got his voluntary bout and he wants a tune-up. And for him, Javier Fortuna, Linares, Luke Campbell, no Ryan Garcia is a tune-up for him. He got the voluntary bout. He's a champion. He could call the shots. So, but I just think that a lot of things that he was saying was more clout than anything. Because he got the voluntary bout.
For me, you got guys who are on the, you're talking about the zone fights, right? So you got Ryan, Linares, and Campbell, who are all on the same platform as you, and you have Campbell, who even has the same promoter as you, and that guy,
you can add Javier,
and that guy, and for some reason, that guy is fighting a Golden Boy guy instead of fighting for the title. So if I see business at it, you can say it's Devin Haney. For me, I see guys grinding the fans for what they can get. But at the same time, Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney are young. They have time. They don't need to necessarily fight next. As long as they fight in the next, 12 months, it's all good. It's kind of like that.
I think Eddie Hearn is doing a great job. Do you think, Sack, do you think that he's doing a great job with Demetrius Andrade? Do you think Eddie Hearn is doing a great job with Demetrius Andrade? That's a tough one to me.
To be honest,
I like Eddie Hearn, but I
know Eddie Hearn's doing a good job in the zone, but I don't know. Demetrius Andrade look like he's having trouble with a lot of promoters, even the old promoters. You know what I'm saying?
Eddie Hearn is not doing a great job outside of the UK.
Andrade,
I don't think he's doing a great job. I don't think he's
not doing a great job. He is not doing a great job with the zone. He's not doing a great job with Matchroom USA. he is doing a great job in the UK. And for the UK fight fans, for what we've got going on and what we like, Daniel Jacobs versus Chavez Jr. at a location that doesn't take, drug tests. Big baby.
Let's say probably
Mike Hunter.
Let's say UK fighters. I'm not gonna say in the US because that turnout was good in Chicago with Usyk. He know what to do. He knew what to go here in America and put Usyk and have 14,000 in Chicago. And they had a great buzz in Chicago because I have a lot of ties in Chicago. Had a lot of buzz out there for Usyk fight. So I think it's more he tried to meet Demetrius Andrade in Providence. It was a good turnout in Providence as well, but it was the fighter fighting who was like, how can you be with the zone and still Demetrius Andrade is not fighting? Come on, you can't get him to fight catch weight or whatever with Daniel Jacobs.
Bro, come on. He had fights in like Kansas, but not Wichita. Like out 30 miles outside of Wichita. Like, he's not doing a good job. Like that, like 14,000 in Chicago. If you say so, I'm not buying that. But okay, that's not a great job. Like that's cool for Usyk and all that, but nah. I'm not giving that's I definitely applaud him for the Madison Square card, the atmosphere and the event and all that, but there is
What you think? What you think?
No, I was just gonna add on to that before you move on. I think from a business standpoint, he knows what he's doing overseas. Yes, over here we're not reaping the benefits over here, but I guarantee you that as much money as those Saudis put into his pocket, they're not gonna, just because of COVID, they're not gonna see their investment wasted when they have a ton of more money to throw at it to make it recover. So if he makes it fail again, because it did fail, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. It was, it was a little bit of testing the waters and this and this and that, but he wasn't really like draining them dry like that. He was coming close to it, but he wasn't really draining them dry. He was actually building more subscribers throughout the time. And so if it comes down to it, I feel like, if they have to invest more money, they will. And then if he drains them dry again, then that'll be the end of Eddie Hearn. But right now, there's, the boxing overseas, the way that they're doing it in Saudi Arabia, building new stadiums just for the events and selling out Wembley Stadium and all these big arenas, like come on, they're making money, man. They're not like, they're making money off of apps, selling over here. They're making off of, everything, just television, free television over there, and the ads over there. They're making a lot of money, man. They're not stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're doing a good job for overseas, but just the American market, nah.
Yeah,
and this is, you had to realize, this is Eddie Hearn's like third broadcast partner. Like, he's not testing the water. Dude is about to crap out.
The thing I like Eddie Hearn, but I can't back him up what he's doing in the US. I can't back that up, man.
I know. I don't like it neither. I don't like watching a freaking fight at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, bro. I don't like it neither. If I'm paying the money for the freaking app, and then the main fight is like at 1 o'clock, and I don't even know to the day of the fight, I'm like, holy shit! I gotta wake up early today because I paid for this freaking app, and I gotta watch the fight at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Damn, I'm not even drunk yet. You know what I'm saying? Like shit.
Yo, Rob, Rob?
Yeah, I have returned, man. The beatmaker Osai with the double capital I in the middle of my name. Speaking the white flame, I have returned. So all of you fine boxing fans, yes, I am here.
So what was you saying, Smoke?
No, it's not about what Smoke was saying. It's what I was saying, because you guys have said enough. And I've been listening to you guys for like an hour, like going in a big circle, and the people have spoken. And, everybody wants me up here, and it's like, so I have to step up to the tarima real quick. Let me put on my scarf real quick over here. You know what I'm saying? So let me get on the mic real quick, because you guys had the stadium for a second, and it's like everybody's yawning. People are falling asleep, and it's like, let's talk. If we're gonna talk boxing politics, let's talk about realization. This boxing politics is all government. We're not going to get the fights that we want. We're not going to see what we want at the time that we want because it's all about what they want, what's going to profit them. It's not about the fighters. It's about the promoter. You think that it's about the fighter's career. No, it's about how the promoter is going to make that next paycheck. That's how we got to flip the script. We're over here talking about the fighters. Let's talk about the promoters. And that's what it's all about.
I think we were talking about the promoter with Eddie Hearn.
Yeah, I love Eddie Hearn.
I thought we were too.
We got to talk about how they're going to survive in this pandemic, how they're going to push they're going to make sure that they're going to make as much money as they can. And if their fighter loses, they don't want to take a risk. Everybody is all about right now not taking risks. Boom. The beatmaker Osiris has returned to y'all niggas.
So yo, tell them what about a merch, the Rob merch with the purple scarf and all that shit, bro. Tell them what about a merch.
Yeah, the merch is exclusivo. Exclusivo. Yo, the boxing channel, it's a combat channel, might come, not anytime soon. I got too much going on over here. I'm too invested into life. Flick your ears. Everybody wants the merch. Flick the ears because we're doing it big. If you're on the boxing channel, you already know this is Punch Drunk Boxing, aka the boxing channel.
Yes.
The next greatest Hall of Fame channel all time, as he says, you know what I'm saying? That's what we're doing. Yo, listen, I don't care if you're on that channel, you're on that channel. Listen, we're coming to take over. Yo, Showbiz, Dante, I know all you motherfuckers is watching. Yo, we are taking over this shit. It's over. Listen, all this bias, unbiasedly black versus white, yo, that's done. You know what's going on here? Real boxing politics. We are the government of boxing. That's what the channel is. This is the government of boxing now.
So so Rob and for the people in the panel, let me tell you what I don't know if y'all seen this.
Your move.
Because it actually reflects on what Rob is saying. So let's say Ryan Garcia said this of the Athletic. Talking about Oscar De La Hoya. He actually doesn't fight for the fighters now. He's fighting for himself as promoter. He's the Bob Arum to his Oscar. He doesn't want to admit that keeps on playing himself and playing me. So it's actually what you're saying, Rob.
I know it is.
Right?
Because you gotta think everything goes with systems. Everything is systematically. It's like, I'm not trying to sound smart or scientific. No, think about it. Everything goes on system. The ecosystem is the system. The way that we breathe is the system. Everything that we're doing is a system. The way that we work, we wake up, we're programmed to do a certain routine. Everything is programmed to a system. Now, if they break the Bob Arum system, where he is one of the oldest, aka Bob Arum, aka Mr. Vampire, aka Mr. I'm Eternal, aka he outlived the devil, aka he's gonna be here after the world ends, and so on and so forth. AKA he's gonna live on Mars. 4
more years to live.
Yo, AKA he's gonna live on Mars before us. You know what I'm saying? Put it like that. So it's like the dude knows the sigma. He knows the patterns, every single beautiful patterns, even from the patterns of Beethoven with music, every single vibrational frequency within its own dimension of, before I even get to mention in suspension of my own mind, think about it. Everything has a certain infrastructure of structure. And if you break the foundation of that, it will crumble by itself. A house of cards will crumble, but you can make the most thinnest cards stand up by themselves. The beatmaker Osiris.
Deep. Rob is deep. Smoke. I want you to time in on that one. I need Smoke to time in on that.
About the transdimensional mentions of his brain. Yeah, bro. Yeah, okay. So when it comes to promoters and fighters, and specifically Ryan Garcia, I'm thinking that that particular quote that just came out. That I think the quote that you just read was before the Campbell fight took place, right? And they were having that Twitter beef back and forth about Virgil Ortiz and the 200K and all that stuff. And look,
hold on. I'm sorry, Smoke. So you think that Mike Coppinger just pulled that out? It was very irresponsible for him to do it right now. He should have done that before.
No, I think that he already had the interview and they just planned on publishing it. And so the information in the interview is just a little bit dated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
it's irresponsible, though. I don't think it's irresponsible.
In other words, he had no answer.
for what you don't have an answer for what you just said. But let me. I want to just keep. I want to. But if you can just stop interrupting for a second, I am really trying to have a cogent conversation. Like I'm not really going.
I was talking about what they were talking about, and
I know he asked me. He asked me. But
the thing is,
right, and I said specifically what I could, and I said specifically what I could.
I can understand.
I got it. You're smarter than me. But this is not an intellect thing.
Let's smoke, because
this is not an intellect thing. I just told you what I couldn't respond to because I didn't understand what you're talking about. Right? I didn't understand what you're talking about when you're talking about the dimensions of your mind. Like I can't respond to that, but I can respond to the idea about whether there's actual friction between Ryan and Oscar, which is what we're just talking about. While you flick your ears or do whatever the hell it is you're doing. But check it out. Like I said, I think that the idea there's something that's going on. I feel like that is a new age kind of promotion where guys just run to social media, drop a story, and then everybody talks about it. And it's a really cheap way to discuss boxing. And it's always the same kind of topics. So I feel like it's really just engineered to elicit emotional responses out of the fans. Like, I'm not going to fight you because the money ain't right. Like, how many times have you seen that story over social media? It's not just about Ryan Garcia and Oscar. You hear that constantly. Because I agree with that. I got it, dude. Like, really, I don't care what you agree with, but let me finish my thought. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt your nonsense at all. Right?
But I've been listening.
Get some self-control. I know I'm silly. I know it sounds as silly as you look to say that you could practice some self-control with that get up that you're wearing. But please, let me just finish with my thought. Okay, I got. Okay, can I finish my thought or no? Are you the only one who can finish the thought? I'm trying to. I'm trying to. You're elongating the process. Let me just finish this out. So there's a bunch of guys, and I think that, you know, from Tyson Fury saying that he's got the AJ fight over the line, to, you know, Teofimo saying Loma is stuck in Russia and the fight isn't going to happen, or Ukraine, or wherever the hell he's stuck in. People just run to social media and run their mouth. And that's what 21st century boxing promotion, a lot of it is these days.
Yeah.
Wow. There it is, guys. You guys are completely blown away by that. There we go. So, all right. So check it out. So let's look at the systematicness. Let's look at how it is, how everything is built. Let's look at the machine. Forget about what's inside of the machine. Let's look at outside of the machine. Right now, we're like, oh, Teofimo Lopez is going to fight Vasily Lomachenko, allegedly. Allegedly, we're going to see George Masvidal fight Kamaru Usman. It hasn't happened yet. If it hasn't happened, you got to think about it. UFC is different. They give us what we want. That's how boxing started. They gave people the fights they wanted. This whole thing that you're talking about, saying that, oh, it's all about, I'm not going to fight him because of this, because of that. No, that's some new shit that just started in the 2000s. That ain't fucking before 1999 and under. That's a new wave of shit. That's not how boxing used to be. Boxing used to be the most watched sport ever for the last 100 years because people wanted to see the best fight the best. We don't get that anymore. That's why boxing is dying slowly in agony, and it's on a respirator, and there's only so many fighters left to hold that thing alive. And the way that I see it, UFC is giving us what we want. They're going back to the roots of where boxing began. They're putting the fights that we want to see. That's why Masvidal stopped the last Canelo fight, and that's why Masvidal will sell more fights than any fight this year again.
So, let me ask you a quick question. Who's the unprofessional ones and who's the prize fighters?
What do you mean?
That was a topic of this discussion of this whole. It's the whole point of the stream.
But the thing is, you got to understand that the prize fighters are not really prize fighters. They fight for the promoter. They're just another little guinea pig. The promoter will listen after he reaches a certain age. The prize fighter, he has no value. It's not gold. That's not a piece of gold.
So the prize fight,
take money and turn it into gold, and it's going to have more value later.
Rob, so the prize fighter doesn't choose to keep themselves in shape and professional?
No, the prize fighter is choosing to do that in order to get a certain level of wealth. But the promoter is the one really getting the wealth and just sucking the prize fighter dry and getting the most they can. Once that prize fighter is done,
that's the politics behind it, Rob. Rob, I get what you're saying.
You don't.
Rob, Rob, I get what you're saying, but that's a politics behind it. That's not what the point of the discussion was. It's
that's not how it was.
Who's professional? Who's professional now, and who's the prize fighters?
None of them. Listen, all of them are about to suck their fighters dry, spit them out, and find the next talent. That's how I become a promoter.
So nobody's professional?
Listen, while you're training yourself and killing yourself and sacrificing, not seeing your family, you know what I'm doing? I'm with my family making phone calls to you. That's all I'm doing, because you're fighting for me. I'm taking the big piece of the pie, and I'm giving you a little piece, because you're dumb enough to work for me, and I'm taking a big piece.
So, Rob, is it fair to assess that you believe that there's no professional fighters then?
No, all fighters are professional, but the promoters are sucking them dry, and that's where the profession dies. And ultimately, that's why boxing in a whole is dying, because the fighters are dedicating their soul to the game, but the promoters are just sucking their souls out of the game. Do you get what I'm saying?
I understand. I understand.
The topic of the discussion, though. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to keep, interviewing him. Go ahead. Whoever's going.
It's exciting when I'm here. Everybody loves it when I see the chat blowing up over here. Everybody loves it.
Oh no! So the issue is really a cogent argument, right? So it's as if the promoters weren't sucking these guys in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s and the 60s. So there's been definitely a proliferation. There's definitely been a proliferation of just data, of content, of channels, of sanctioning bodies, of belts. There's any number of things that you can put on. I mean, if you take a look at the PBC and you take a look at the PBC and you have fighters promoting themselves, but the fans feel like they're still not getting what they needed out of the fans, right? Out of the fights. They're not getting the fights when they want, how they want. So
and that's why boxing is dying. And right now,
I got it. I got you. I got what you're saying. The boxing is dying, but the time that you're talking about that they reign supreme, if you could control yourself, man, and stop interrupting me, I can complete a thought the way you complete the thought.
I'll flick my ear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Cool. Do whatever you need to do, but please stop interrupting me so I can pay me the same respect I'm paying you. I know you're grinning and cheesing and you think it's funny, but actually just really disrespectful.
Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
So, thank you. So the issue when boxing was in its pinnacle, you're looking at when TV had 6 channels, right? When it used to go off and it'd snow, they show the American flag, play the anthem, and that was it. You're talking about an era where there was only 2 sanctioning bodies and 1 belt in every division. You're talking about a time when the cruiserweight division didn't even exist, right? There's all these kinds of additions that have happened in boxing, and people are still trapped in the moment of, hey, you know what? Boxing used to look a particular kind of way, instead of just following the entire trends of it, and then appreciating it for what it is and what it is today and what it's giving you today. Not what it's not giving you, right? I mean, you can be upset and you can criticize boxing for what it's not giving you, but not to the detriment. But don't just overlook what it's actually giving you, and also the state that it's in right now.
But it's not giving us nothing, and it's in a very shitty state. And let's be realistic. It's in a terrible state. Boxing is in the worst state ever in its own history. They're not even showing boxing, and the fights that we're getting are not even close to even entertaining as they are. It's like we're gonna see we're not gonna see the fights that we're gonna want in boxing. This is why UFC is doing something special, and this is what's gonna separate the boys from the men. This is where boxing is going to slowly start losing momentum, and you're going to see UFC start gaining momentum. You know why? Because Dana White is doing something special. Dana White, if you're watching this, Dana White, you can chime in at any time. The link is over there. Send an email. It's right there in the description. Let us know. We're connected. George Masvidal, if you're listening to this, any fighter that's fighting on Saturday, you guys can chime in instantly. You get the mic. But Dana White, no matter how much of an asshole he is, he's giving the fighters, the fans, everybody what they want, and he's taking care of his fans. He's taking care of his fans in the way he's taking care of his fighters. If you know how beautiful their hotels are, their jets, their flight, they're so happy with that, other than the COVID-19 and their training efforts. But the thing is, this is what I'm talking about. This is what they used to treat fighters like. This is how people used to watch boxing, because it's like, oh, it was Sugar Ray Leonard versus Hearns. Even though, like you were saying, to piggyback on you were saying, what Don King was robbing Mike Tyson, but we got the fights that we wanted. This guy was robbing this dude, but we got the fights that we wanted. You know why? Because there was so much talent out there for them to suck dry. There was sand with a flower just sucking everything out of them, and there was so much talent. It's like, oh, you know what? If he loses, whatever. I got another one over here. But now it's so tight right now. Everything is so tight that you can't risk losing a star fighter, because that's the last of what you got in your chamber. That's the last bullet you got in your chamber to throw out there to fight. That's why nobody's taking risks, because this is the game of chess right now, baby.
But that's why I was saying on my video that the fans also has to do something about it, because we are also accountable of. We set the tone for these fighters to have their careers, or have the promoters run their career on eggshells, because we, the fighters in boxing, don't want to give them the proper props. If they lose a round, stocks go low. If they lose a fight, stocks go low. But the UFC fans, if Masvidal lost a fight, if Nate Diaz lost a fight, they're still rocking with them. So the fans in boxing also has to take accountability for the way.
If I may, so when it comes down to, a lot of people say Dana doesn't pay anything, and I've been hearing this about UFC taking over boxing since like 1999 or something like that. Whenever it is, hold on, I'm talking. So whenever it is that they started the UFC, I've been hearing the same thing. You know what I mean? But Rob, like what you're talking about, right, is not the topic of discussion that we started with, and this is where you twisted it up, because at the end of the day, it's like we're talking about when red and green got an argument about making purple, and then people got mad at blue because yellow bullied him into fighting. You feel what I'm saying?
But at the same time, it's like you can say that yellow is blue.
You're talking about apples and oranges, bro. You're talking about apples and oranges. So if we're gonna stick to a discussion, hold on, brother. Listen, hold on, brother. I would love to engage you in the conversation, but we gotta stick to the same page, though. You see what I'm saying? We can't go rant off to the right or rant off to the left. When everybody else is seeing down the middle. You see what I'm saying? We're looking to the goal line right now on a discussion. So stick with the program.
Whatever you're comfortable for you, let's talk about it. What do you want to talk about?
It's comfortable for me all day long. I'm not. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you, brother. That's what you're not understanding.
You started off.
You know.
Hey, Glenn. I definitely hear what you're saying, but I would like to just respond to this idea that with UFC, which is an organization, is on par with boxing, which is the sport. Right, and this is some sort of direct comparison, that because guys within an organization fight each other, that boxing is supposed to take some sort of cue from this. They can't, they already do that, and people are mad about that in boxing. People are absolutely livid that the guys within organizations don't step outside of their organizations to fight each other. So that model is not even going to work for in boxing, to the extent that it actually is happening in boxing. People are pissed about it. UFC is not fighting Bellator guys. And nobody cares about UFC guys fighting Bellator guys. So UFC can get away with only fighting UFC guys. But when you have a guy like Canelo, who is on Bellator, and then you have a guy like Triple G, who's on UFC, guess what? Fans will want to see that fight, and they're not going to see it.
Right, exactly.
There's no Bellator and there's no UFC in boxing, though. There's just different promoters.
But he just made a great comparison, brother.
No, he made the comparison. He made the comparison.
I understand. If you compare the talent in Bellator to UFC, there's a big difference in talent. Like Bellator is the residue of what UFC is. You know, there's no residue between promoters. It's like he's got a good fighter and he's got an equal good fighter, but they don't want to put them together because somebody's going to lose big. Here, Bellator, the people to get to UFC to even fight, you got to be on a certain fucking level to even get into UFC. The people in Bellator are the people that just didn't make it. That's all that it is.
Hey, so why CM Punk can go to Bellator? He shouldn't be in UFC.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
That's what I'm saying. It's a complete apples and oranges comparison. UFC is an organization. MMA is a sport. And when you look at the sport MMA and you compare it to boxing, you realize that MMA is nowhere near boxing. It's just a bullshit argument to prop up the UFC.
No, that's what you're saying to feel better. So put it
No,
like
I
this.
agree with him. Actually,
So,
I
I know
agree with
that
him
you can agree too.
1000%.
But let's be realistic. Before we agree with opinions, let's stick to facts. Let's stick to facts. So
Smash the like button. Smash the like button.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, go ahead and Peon. Go ahead. You got the mic, bro. You came in. Let me finish my thought. You're saying that there's a Bellator to a UFC in boxing. No, because it's both the same playing field. Bellator are the people that get signed off of UFC and get fired and get laid off. They go to Bellator. That's the only choice they have. That's the next or one. That's the next one down. UFC is the one higher. There's no promoter higher than the other. They're only as high as their fighters they have under their banner. Bow. So you can enjoy that one.
I'll tell you this, Rob. If Tyson Fury was to fight Anthony Joshua for Undisputed, that shit would take over any UFC fights, you know? That shit would take over any UFC fight. Not even close. People won't even watch UFC.
Pay-per-view. That would be hard battle pay-per-view because Masvidal stopped the Canelo pay-per-view. So you can't say that either.
What you mean? Undisputed fight? Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Guido, that's that. I'm gonna keep it real.
That
is a good comparison.
Let him know.
Would you watch Fury versus Joshua or Masvidal versus Conor McGregor? That is a harder one, bro.
Depends on what time. If they both happen at 8 o'clock, I'm watching Fury versus AJ.
Same time.
Yeah, I'm watching Fury versus AJ all the time. As a matter of fact, if I could only know the result of one of those fights, I only want to know the result of AJ Fury. Forget even watching it. Even if I just want to know the outcome of it, I just only want to see the one thing. Like UFC is cool, and I've been like listen, I used to love the Gracie line, right? I used to love how they came into the thing. Old time UFC guy. However, UFC, as I said, is an organization. This sport is actually MMA. So if you want to compare the UFC to Top Rank, then maybe you're closer to making an apples to apples comparison. But instead of comparing but UFC compared to the entire sport of boxing, there's no way that the UFC is coming anywhere near the popularity, the numbers, anything. They're just not compared. It's not.
Who did more numbers? Masvidal versus Nate or Canelo versus what's that with that German dude he knocked out, whatever his name is.
You mean Kovalev?
Yo,
hey, I'm gonna pose a better question. Hold on. I'm gonna pose a better question to you, Rob. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna pose, bro. I'm gonna pose a better question to you, Rob. Rob,
can we show the fight?
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I'm gonna pose a better question to you, Rob. Are you on a boxing channel or a UFC channel?
No. The thing is that I'm on a boxing channel and I love it. But the thing is,
what are you talking about? Boxing, bro. What are you talking about? You're on a boxing channel talking about UFC. Where's your UFC channel? Let me subscribe to that. Go ahead and plug it. Drop it in the subscription. Give me a link. Give me a link to that UFC channel. Where is it at?
Rob, I don't know what you here for. I really don't understand why you promoting MMA instead of
that you can come on here and talk about everything that has to do with combat because this is a combat sport channel, not a boxing channel. It's Punch Drunk Boxing, but he talks about everything. Talks about Jesus Christ, Lord is our Savior for one. We'll stop right there real quick, and then we're gonna come around. We're gonna talk about boxing. He does talk about UFC. He talks about Manny Pacquiao being the greatest of all times. He talks about our Filipinos out there, the greatest fans of all times. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hit that like, drop those subscriptions. It's like, listen, I know what channel I'm on. You're just, man, you just can't keep up.
No, actually, I dropped. What was the super chat from like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? What was the super chat, bro? You left. You were eating sopa. You never came back to drop the super chat, bro. Come on,
Glenn. If I can make a point about what you were just saying when it came to the UFC, the MMA channels, there used to be a lot of them, but you know what? Dana White shut down their access because he didn't like stories that were critical of the UFC or of him. Right, so that's why you don't actually see UFC channels anymore. There used to be robust communities. There used to be robust communities of wrestlers, of MMAs, of all kinds of channels, but they're all gone. Bro, why can't you control yourself? What you put on the dragon skull cap, and now you just got to talk. Bro, let me finish. Nobody's interrupting you. Nobody's interrupting you. Nobody's interrupting you. And nobody's interrupting you. Though. Can you just stop with the disrespectful stuff, man? Like we're all grown as hell. We're all grown as hell.
Come on, yo. Everybody at one time, or I'm just gonna start.
So Punch Drunk,
I'm saying,
Rob, let finish because it's directing, so you can listen, you could time in, and then everybody take their turn.
Right. Like I was saying, there used to be robust communities. There used to be robust communities of wrestling fans, of MMA fans, of all that stuff. And just how you see Seconds Out used to get interviews with boxers, or Fight Hype, or Fight Hub, or Boxing Social, or the Boxing Voice, or all of these channels that still have access and give us fans back behind the scenes access to the sport. All those things got taken away because the guy at UFC actually felt like the entire sport was all about him.
Okay, so now that he's done, Punch Drunk, I got a question for you. Who, now that we're talking about boxing, UFC, we talk about Jesus, ghosts, extraterrestrial, we talk about anything on this channel.
Captain Orange.
That's what we do. So I got a question for you. He said it's like, oh, it was this, it was that, it was all about the fighters that these promoters have. Who got more valuable fighters under the banner? I say Dana White got more valuable fighters under the banner than any promoter put together.
How come he couldn't get $2 million for Mighty Mouse to fight one of the biggest fights? $2 million scrapped.
You're talking about money that's made towards fighting. They're not going to make that money. Remember, boxing is 100 years old. They're not going to make that money yet. But the way that boxing is going, trust me, boxing is about to start making that UFC money. UFC is about to make that boxing money because time flips upon it.
How many boxers? How many UFC fighters are trying to box versus how many boxers are trying to go to UFC?
But you got to understand that UFC right now is the only sport that's online. And right now, and COVID-19 is going to last for how long? Right now, this is the push that UFC needs. And this is the push that UFC is getting. And they got the card coming up on Saturday. Dude, you're telling me no football, no basketball, no whatever sport. Dude, this is a crazy time in history that we're living through. And UFC is putting up those cards, nigga. Don't you get it? This is the time change. This is the time warp win of combat sports. And right now, if boxing don't start boxing, they're going to start getting boxed out of the scene because UFC is taking all the light.
Look, boxing ain't going nowhere. We got the biggest fan base.
That it's going anywhere.
You know that. But you know that. You know that too.
Boxing.
We got the biggest
but
fan
the thing
base.
Is, right? The UFC is
we got the biggest fan base, yes or no? Answer my question. We got the biggest fan base.
But you got no, you gotta like my hat first.
But see or no?
Who got the biggest fan base right now?
It was boxing.
On YouTube.
Got the biggest fan base.
On YouTube. Listen. Very simple. On YouTube, who got more views? The UFC channels or the boxing channels? What are the boxing channels talking about? The same
the boxers get more views than the MMA fighters.
If you can look at it, that haven't happened, that won't happen. That's what boxing channels are talking about. You know what UFC channels are talking about?
Which ones? What's
going on?
I barely don't see no MMA.
I don't know.
Talking about it right now. We're
doing. Let's speak facts. You're talking like randomized. Like let's hear facts.
I think what Rob is trying to say is, let's say the UFC channel is talking about. They're actually talking about an event. They're talking about a fight. They break it down fights in which we as a boxing is coming and desperately trying to come out with content because nothing is happening in the sport of boxing.
But my man. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Punch. My stance is I follow your boxing channel to watch boxing content, right? Yeah. And I try to give Rob always a stance on what he got to say, but he never sticking to the point. So he keeps saying smash the like button, send a super chat. Please send a super chat, and I will respond with the immediate super chat with equaling what you send. If you will do that, because I want to hear that your heart actually is in a place that loves Punch Drunk Boxing, like you always tell us that you do. So I want to know that you love my brother Punch the same way I love him and support him every day. So please do that.
Well, people, I'm gonna say people support me in different ways.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay, what's the say you so funny?
People, I don't. People support me in different ways. You know, so
yeah,
all right.
Put it like this: I love boxing, and right now, listen. I know this is the boxing channel, and everybody's here for boxing. I understand these things, but the thing is that the conversation will conversate to its own ways. It starts to vary, like putting a stone in between a river. It starts to parry, and it starts to drift into different directions. But this is what makes the channel so beautiful: is that it can go any direction. And the thing is that I get an erection from just thinking that it's like that's how random the conversation can be. No homo, of course. No homo. Like, if you're gay, you listen. If you like that, hey, that's all on you. It's 220 Sodom and Gomorrah time. Yo, so put it like this. It doesn't even matter. Yo, in Punch Drunk Boxing, we talk about boxing, and I'm all about boxing. I know so much about boxing, you'll be blown away. But the thing is, it's like the conversations and the topics got into a certain category that it's like I need to express my heart. I need to flick my purple ears because it's like, wait a second. It's like, no, wait. Because
we need to start off on the right topics, though, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you know, you keep drifting.
What do you need from me? What do you want from me? I'm going to give it to you. What do you need?
Well, but I would like for you to start off with the topic of conversation that's on the fucking link.
All right,
that would be preferable every single time you join the conversation, because that's usually what we're talking about. What we're usually talking about is what the topic of conversation is, and you just jump in, and you know you think you're funny, and I get that, blah blah blah. Okay, Rob is a comedian. He's got his little purple ears. Puff the Magic Dragon. You know, I get it. I get the whole thing there. Yeah, I get it, man. Do your thing. That's your little persona that you want to reflect here. That's fine. I'm not even judging that. What I'm trying to say is, what is your point of view about the topic of conversation?
You know what I'm saying, Juan Martinez? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. They ain't giving us what we want. When it comes to boxing, let's talk boxing. They're saying that Glovegate. They're saying Canelo versus Triple G. They're saying we're gonna get Shevchenko versus Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez.
Are we getting it though?
Father, Lopez is on this channel. If you're watching, chime in with us, because we're very excited to listen to your point of view of your son fighting Vasily Lomachenko. Very excited just for us to get another interview with you. And put it like this. Everything is being held back. Like they're holding everything back. It's like we're gonna get Pacquiao versus this person. We're gonna get Errol Spence versus that. We're not gonna get nothing. Nobody's gonna take risks because nobody's making money. It's as simple as that. None of these promoters are going to get the money that they want. They're not going to risk a fighter, and they're going to make the low income in order to risk their best talent. We're not going to see Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence in a low budget fight with no audience, where it's like, I got to pay him this much. I got to pay them that much. I got to negotiate with them, cross cancel each other. And we got to make sure that we come to an agreement. They're not going to do that. We're probably not going to see a real boxing match till like late next year, other than Tyson Fury and Wilder, but he's going to beat the shit out of Wilder again. They're going to be all types of LDBC conspiracies. And if you guys don't like it, it's too bad for those LDBCs, because you guys are pushing fake news. You guys are, yo, call me Donald Trump, because you guys are pushing fake news, CNN. Yo, keep being CNN, all right? So you guys want to get views. You guys trying to keep up your channel. You don't got no real jobs. That's all good. I got a real job. I don't need to do this for a living. Put it like this. I don't need to lie to the people. We're going to talk about combat sports. We're going to talk about boxing. Then we're going to talk about the truth. No, the dude got his shit kicked out of him. He's going to get beat up again. And I got Tyson Fury winning against Anthony Joshua by knockout by like 6th round. And after that, we can call Tyson Fury one of the greatest of all times, top 5 in my list. Easy. Heavyweight.
So I actually have a statement.
I just want to say one thing real fast, Glenn. In one division, there are more world ranked fighters than all of the combatants in the entire mixed martial arts world. Like, forget UFC, combine all of them. In one division, there's more world-ranked fighters. So when you're talking about this stuff, when you're making these comparisons about guys who are fighting each other,
Name me one in a different division that we don't know.
Bro, can you please control your mouth? You just went on a ramble, and now I can't even get 30 seconds without you interrupting. What is your problem?
Go ahead. Don't be sensitive. Go ahead.
No, don't tell me what to be. Stop fucking talking.
Go ahead. Don't cry. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna cry, but please respect yourself and also respect me. Like, goddamn, dude, like no one's interrupting while you go on and on about absolutely nothing. So I'd actually like to at least bring some facts to the conversation that you're saying, not just you bloviating the whole time. So great. So now here's what I'm saying. So if you take a look at a single division that has 2,000 world ranked fighters, how are you going to actually make this a comparison about how people are making fights and when they're making fights and all this thing when you're comparing it to an organization that has maybe 200 combatants total across every single one of their weight classes?
I will recommend you. Put it like this. How many motherfuckers that you're talking about do people know their names compared to UFC fighters, nigga? Name me 10 fighters off the top of your head of all these divisions, and I'll bet you I'll name UFC fighters off the top of my head. Don't name basic ones. Name me ones that nobody knows. Go ahead. Don't Google it either. I know you're Googling. Don't play me, baby. I
don't know who you're talking to. You're dropping N-bombs. That's not me. My name is Smoke. I mean, if you want me to drop it, then address me by my name.
Listen, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm descendant.
I don't care who you are. My name is Get the Smoke. That's what it is. That's what it is. If you want me to respond to you, then call me by my name.
Moving on. Yo, Glenn, I was listening to what you were saying. You made a good point. Continue with that.
No, actually, I'm listening to Smoke right now because you wasn't making any fucking points at all.
All right, so that's fine. That's fine. Anyways, Guido Peon.
What you want to tell me?
You're dictating, bro. Smoke is talking. Let Smoke talk. What the fuck? What the
fuck? It's him. It's all him. It's back to whatever Randy wants to do.
That's fine. You guys can team up on me and make it look all good. Doesn't matter. People are here to see me, not you guys. You guys are here all the time. I'm not here all the time. Guido, you're not here all the time. I never seen you. I want to hear you chime in.
I'm here more than you. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah,
you loose in the head, bro. Take that shit off.
Yeah. No,
you bugging out. Ya tú estás viviendo loco con esa vaina, loco. Saca esa vaina, loco. Ya.
Esa es la vaina, nigga. Esa es la vaina.
Está pasado, maní, porque ya, mira, con el pelo.
Está callado, no me gusta eso, brother, porque tú estás callado, porque yo te hablo, tú tienes que hablar.
Let's time in on what.
Vamos a hablar como un hombre.
Let's time in about the boxing. Then what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder? What's gonna happen next? What you think?
Yo, you know what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is Black Lives Matter. That's what's gonna happen. That's all I gotta say.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this dude makes no fucking sense, bro. And I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, but I want to talk now. I want to talk right now, bro. This dude be talking a lot of shit. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go ahead, and you need to shut the fuck up, bro. Okay?
Yo, we got black and brown, everybody.
What's good?
So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that this dude be coming in, and he's still interrupting, bro. But you're not gonna make me lose focus because you're an idiot, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're an idiot. You're an idiot. So shut the fuck up. Let me talk. Take your soap out, suck that shit up your nose, whatever you do with that. But I'm talking right now, all right? And so what I'm trying to say is that your UFC shit, your argument has already been debunked in this conversation. We were talking about who is professional and who is a prize fighter. Can you stick to a fucking conversation with your fucking drunk ass Magic the Dragon outfit, bro? Can you stick to a fucking conversation, bro?
Hold on.
Is Canelo professional or prize fighter?
No. Well, it's
hold on, guys, because y'all taking over right now. Hold on, let me ask a question. Yo, what's good, Black and Brown?
What's up, Punch?
What's good, brother? Talk to me. What you feel? What you feel about the landscape of things? What we talking about? What you want to add on to this?
Well, you can't even compare the two, especially Rob just saying to name 10 guys. Rob, I can name 10 guys under the age of 22 you can't even compete with these names. Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney,
Yeah,
Shakur
they're basic
Stevenson,
names.
David Benavidez. Those ain't basic names. Those are all young.
That's
Those
the
are
only
all
names,
names. No, bro, I can name 10. I was going to keep going, but you interrupted me. I can name up to 12 guys, all under the age of 25, who can be the face of boxing. And every name that you got in UFC are all – no, they could be. All your names are all over 31.
They're not going to make the fights that need them to be
They're all over 31. All your names are all over 31. The lifespan of a UFC fighter.
Fighters that you were talking about.
Hold on, Rob.
The lifespan of a UFC fighter is at the most 9 or 8 fights. UFC fighters are treated like racehorses. They're treated like fighting dogs. No, that is not wrong. What UFC fighter has lasted longer than 3 or 4 or 5 years? Which one? None of them.
Are you ready?
None of them will last. None of them will last. All your fighters are all over 31 years old. And now look, I gave you names. Hold on, Rob. I gave you names all under the age of 25, and I can keep going. Beck the Bully, Tank Davis, David Benavidez, Israel Madrigal. The list goes on. And that's not even getting into the 30-year-olds. That's not even getting into Canelo, AJ,
Monster. You forgot Monster.
That's not even getting into the big names of boxing. I can just say in the youth.
UFC more pay-per-views, baby.
Exactly. UFC.
Who's selling more pay-per-views, baby? Let's talk about numbers.
Rob, stop talking about that one night.
Pay-per-views. We will kill you on pay-per-views. What are you talking about?
Rob, all you talk about is that one night that boxing had to take the back seat. Boxing took the back seat one night. That was one night that boxing took the back seat. And you keep talking about it over and over again.
That was a big night.
It was not a big night. It was not a big night. Canelo, that was not a big night. It was a big night for UFC. It was a big night for UFC. It wasn't a big night for boxing. It was so what? It was a regular fucking fight for him.
No,
it was not a regular fight for him.
It's Canelo,
bro. Come on, bro. That was a regular fight. It was not promoted.
Yeah, I even think that if Mayweather was fighting, he would have got stopped.
It was not a huge. It depends on who Floyd was fighting. It was not a huge promotional fight. They didn't push that fight.
He wasn't gonna beat.
Jorge Masvidal and Nate Diaz are two huge names in the UFC. Of course, they took the back seat that one night, Rob. So when you want to compare UFC and boxing, stop bringing up that one night. Bring up more than that.
What super fight do you have in your mind that can be made today? And then I'll think of a super fight for UFC that can be made today, and that will outdo your boxing numbers.
Hell no.
And I love boxing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to go against boxing because Punch Drunk, me and him talk like every, probably 1 or 2 times every other week on email. My personal email, my job email. I talk to him and it's like, I love boxing. And it's like, listen, this is what it's all about. Everybody communicating, everybody getting in touch, speaking their thoughts, because he's trying to push a whole different level of a channel. And I am asking you, now this is the question to you, what super fight that we can make today that would actually make, that would beat any UFC bout pay-per-view on the same night that I can make that will actually be made?
Okay, can I go first? And I'll give you 4.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Let me go first. Teofimo versus Loma. That's 1. Okay, then I'll give you another one.
All right, no.
Crawford versus Earl
so
Spence.
let me tell you one that will knock that out. Very, very easily. Very easily knock that one out of the park. I think a fight between Masvidal and Nate Diaz rematch.
No. I disagree.
Yes,
I disagree on that.
Yes. You know why? Because Masvidal would be the champion. And remember, they stopped the Canelo fight. Teofimo Lopez,
there you go again.
These are only for hardcore fans know these names. They're not fucking like balling names. No, they're not like top of the line. They're not a Manny Pacquiao. They're not a Adrian Broner. If you're watching Adrian Broner, chime in, get the link, send the email. Adrian Broner, you might be watching. Adrian Broner versus Manny Pacquiao, like, come on, dude. Nate Diaz versus Masvidal. If Nate Diaz versus Masvidal killed Canelo's fight and postponed it to 1:00 a.m., dude, Nate Diaz versus Masvidal 2 will canceled that shit out. If it canceled that Canelo fight, who will argue with me? Facts.
If Canelo fights a top fighter, he would destroy that. I'm just saying, Canelo fights a top fighter in pay-per-view.
Chime in on that.
Listen, if you could actually have an audience, Spence Pacquiao is bigger than every fight the UFC can make in any kind of combination.
No,
as a matter of fact, they could have John Jones Cormier rematch. They could actually have an undercard of Conor and Akhmedov. Who else? You can bring back down the beat. You can bring Chris Cyborg. You can bring Chris Cyborg and Brandon Nunez back. You could actually even make the Mighty Mouse. Who was that blonde kid that got into the fight with I can't remember his name now. I guess he's actually suspended. Right. But let's say he could fight. You could have all that on the same card, and Manny Pacquiao, Errol Spence at Cowboy Stadium would murder that card.
All right, but you weren't paying attention. I was talking about fights that can be made.
Right. The issue with the UFC is they're fighting. The issue is UFC is fighting in a closet. Exactly. Boxing doesn't have big fights. That's why it's a stupid ass premise. It's a ridiculous premise that you're making. Just because UFC is so small that they can have big fights with no crowds, that actually tells you where UFC is in relation to boxing. You can't even get big fights in boxing in this climate. That's because of how big boxing is.
Fighters a lot less than boxers are paid, so therefore they have more funds than actually boxing. So come on, you got to really think about the mathematics.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Will Conor McGregor fight with no fans?
No, Conor McGregor is not going to fight. My personal opinion, Conor McGregor is not going to fight to this whole Usman Masvidal. I don't think that we'll see a Conor McGregor fight till 2021 because he wants to see how this. Conor is going to go for this third belt. He'll be the first one in history. A Masvidal versus Conor McGregor. Yo, mother flower. Yo, I'll put Pacquiao versus Mayweather 2 against that shit because I know it's going to be huge.
That's not a good comparison.
Nah.
That's horrible.
No, what I'm saying because I'm saying
it's absolutely ridiculous.
Ever in history, but continue, Punch Drunk.
No, because Smoke has a legitimate argument here about that boxing can't get the biggest fight because of the audience is not there. But now that Conor McGregor smelled the boxing money, Conor McGregor won't fight in the UFC with no fans there either.
Conor McGregor is gonna get a boxing title. Do you know that he's already talking to?
No, but I'm saying in the UFC, would Conor McGregor fight in the UFC without any fans?
No, they're not going to let that happen. Like I said, it's politics, it's government, it's Illuminati. It's all about money. If I can't,
if he never went to boxing, if he never went to boxing, because now when he went to boxing, now he smelled a whole different type of money. If he never gained that money, he probably would do what Jorge Masvidal is doing. But now because of the money that now he generates, and he know he could generate.
Now the issue is UFC is so shitty that the fights that they can put on now are considered big fights, and they're saying like, "Hey, that's a big fight," as if boxing would be embarrassed if they got the numbers that if they actually. Bro, can you put yourself on mute? Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Don't cry.
Anyway, boxing would be embarrassed if they had their fights described as big fights with the numbers that the UFC is doing. These are not big fights in comparison to boxing. These are big fights for the UFC because they have a completely different metric on what is a big fight.
Including the records, because their records are like in boxing, we talk about this all the time. You get one loss and all of a sudden like you a piece of shit because you got one loss. When in reality, you only got one loss. You know what I'm saying?
You lose your stock and you lose everything. I love that. This is what it is with Punch Drunk. When he gets on the mic, I hate when you drive and take videos because it's like that's mad dangerous. It takes you a split second. That's very dangerous. I'm glad he started parking and started he stopped that because you got a family. You got to be careful with all that. You know what I'm saying? You don't be driving and taking videos. Park, dude. Park. Forget about all that. Like, it's not that serious. Like, your life is not worth our lives. Like, dude, you got a family, you got your own life. This is just a separate platform for you to get away. Other than that, listen, put it like this.
Rob,
Good looking now.
Yo,
Rob,
listen, it's all love. It's all love, baby. Yeah, I don't put
Rob,
on the hat for nothing. I put on the hat because it's like this is what the platform got.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Rob. Can you name one super fight in the UFC with two fighters under the age of 25? A super fight, because boxing has numerous super fights lined up with these young boxers.
But they won't happen right now, and they won't.
No,
be
it doesn't matter.
By the time that we see them.
Okay, can you name one super fight in the UFC with two fighters under the age of 25?
All right, I'm going to tell you my point before I tell you
the question.
My two. Before we even see them at 25, we're not going to see them at 25. So you can't say, oh, name me these ones at 25 that will fight. They're not even going to fight at 25, at least.
Ryan Garcia will fight Devin Haney before they turn 25. Teofimo will fight Devin Haney before they turn 25.
Yeah, and when in boxing lately has that happened, when people fight each other that young?
We're talking about the new generation, though. We're talking about the new generation.
I'll name you your fight, but name me one fight that's happened where two people that are coming up.
We're talking about the potential. We're talking about the potential.
Yeah, no, listen. Name me one fight that's going to happen while they're on the uprising and people are going to take risks.
I was more interested in hearing if you had a potential fight.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he's talking about two fighters, two young fighters.
Two young fighters that will fight when they're 25 years old. That will happen. No doubt about it. We can all agree. Peon, GTS, Glenn, Black and Brown. Yo, a fight that we know going to happen when they're under 25. Come on.
Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia.
That's not going to happen. You know
Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia will happen before they turn 25.
No, I don't believe that. I disagree.
Come on,
I can't
man.
give you an answer because I disagree.
You just
so answer my original question then.
Answer
the original question, Rob. You don't even know no UFC fighters under the age of 25.
I need you to answer your own question.
Rob, you don't even know no UFC fighters under the age of 25, Rob.
Because all the ones that are under 25 are still on the come up in the undercards. They're actually in the prelims. And the prelims actually are the fights that are getting made. And actually the person that's fighting Max Holloway, he was in the prelims. You know what I'm saying?
So you're basically
Max Holloway old as hell.
You're basically
this idea that boxer.
You got to understand, it's like no matter where you
you're basically killing your own argument, though. You're basically, hey, Punch. He's killing his own argument because what he's saying is UFC has no future. UFC has no future.
Fight each other before they're 25, bro. That's not going to happen.
He can't even name them.
I would just like to.
He can't even name fighters.
You're trying to put me against the wall. Listen, I get your game. All right, I'm shutting it down.
No, I think Black and Brown pretty much put you against the wall and actually defeated you right there, brother.
One bats in matching that under 25. One fight.
Whatever, man. UFC is lame, and whatever. UFC fans can keep jocking boxing, but it's not gonna work. And to get back to boxing, to get back to this idea that boxers all of a sudden once they lose an O, that they have no careers. Check out Manny Pacquiao. Check out Adrian Broner. Check out Mikey Garcia. Check out Jamel Charlo. And why can't you put yourself on mute? Do you think that people can hear you when you're talking over me? Why don't you respect the people who are listening if you can't respect yourself? Man. So anyway, like I was saying, there's plenty. Look at Sergey Kovalev. Look at there's plenty of examples. There's plenty of examples of guys who take L's in boxing and still enjoy the biggest paydays of their career, and also bigger paydays than any UFC guy ever even imagined in UFC. UFC guys, in order to get paid, have to leave the UFC in order to do it.
Mayweather took L's.
Nah, he ain't took
Mayweather took L's.
He ain't took no L's.
Castillo.
Actually, UFC is the place where you take L's and your career starts winding down. Look at Ben Henderson. Look at Anthony Davis. Look at Anthony Pettis. Look at Anthony Pettis. Anthony Pettis was the biggest star they had. He took one loss. He ain't never been the same. Ben Henderson, Uriah Faber. UFC is where you take a loss and your career starts going downhill.
No, because you got to look at St. Pierre. St. Pierre. What happened with St. Pierre?
Yeah. What happened? Exactly what happened. He left early. No, bro, he did not come back. He came back and fought one time.
He got knocked out.
He had a 5-year career.
He did. Don't tell lies. Don't be like those other, racist boxing channels.
I understand with a few losses, but the type of losses that Nate Diaz and Masvidal have, it wouldn't work for boxing. We're not going to respect Tyson Fury with 13 losses.
No, you can't say that because Manny Pacquiao took the nastiest knockout I ever seen in boxing history.
No, but I'm saying, but he lost. But
Derek Chisora is seen as a better fighter.
He lost.
He got 9 losses.
He lost to Marquez. It's not like he lost to a guy that's not a future Hall of Fame that was ranked number 3 for the past 3 years.
You gotta look at the losses and how they lost.
Yeah, but he got knocked out by a guy we don't know. He got knocked out of a whole division.
All right. We could look at Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao got a loyal fan base. It don't matter how many times he lost. He has a loyal fan base.
Pacquiao got a whole country behind him.
Yeah, he got a country. Manny Pacquiao support.
Punch-drunk boxing.
Manny Pacquiao support is not normal.
All my Filipinos love you guys.
Pascal got losses. Yeah, Pascal got losses. Badu Jack got losses. Daniel Jacobs got losses. Like guys have Sergey Shevchenko got losses. Like this whole idea about the gotta go. Like it is really just it is a narrative that's left over from the Mayweather era. But it actually doesn't. It doesn't actually apply. Wow. It doesn't. It only applies to the guy who is trying to make Mayweather money. But you can have a great career in boxing and actually make way more money still than the most highest paid fighter in the UFC. And still have losses on your career.
I'm not saying that it can't have a career. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm cool with the boxers losing. That's me. But the fans, mass fans do turn on them. They do lose stock.
I see you guys is coming.
They do got
but you can build your stock back up. And that's what happened with Pacquiao. Yes, he took a loss, and then he went on a tear. Right, and I'm telling you, he lost to a Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn is not a Hall of Famer. Jeff Horn can't even fight, but still, he was able to beat up Vince Matisse. He was ready to he beat up Broner, another guy with multiple losses. They had a pay-per-view that was successful, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And he was able to scrap his way back up to where he is actually now an anomaly in boxing. Right? At this stage of his career, he's still on top of the pile.
He touched by God.
I understand what you're trying to say. The thing is, with Manny Pacquiao is different. His fans don't think. Look, his loyal fans, which is a lot of fans, don't think he ever lose. Even if he gets knocked out by Marquez, they say he's a lucky punch. Even if he lose by Mayweather, he didn't lose to Mayweather. Even if he lose to Jeff Horn, it was a robbery. Even if he lose to Brad, it was a robbery.
I get Pacquiao might be different, but I said a bunch of guys.
Hold on. But if Keith Thurman or Earl Spence would lose to Jeff Horn, they would have to start all over.
Right. All right. So I get what you're saying, but Kovalev did not have to start all over after losing to Leader Alvarez, and he is not Manny Pacquiao. And that's my point to you. Adrian Broner did not have to start back over after he lost to Maidana, right? Maidana is not a Hall of Famer. Fine, you want to take Pacquiao out, but boxing is replete with guys with losses who still enjoy huge paydays.
No, all right, that's right. But like this,
they could take a few losses, but they can't take 10 or 13 losses.
Tell that to Derek Chisora. Tell that to Derek Chisora.
These are not the days of
Tell that to Derek Chisora.
These are not the days of Archie Moore.
Tell that to Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora is about to headline a pay-per-view coming up. That dude is
Alexander the Great himself. The person that dominated 90% of the planet.
I'm talking about knock the hell out. I'm talking about knock the hell out by a guy who also hasn't done anything in the sport.
90% of the planet. Alexander the Great says it doesn't matter if you take losses. It matters how you recover from these losses. Alexander the Great.
On the original video we're talking about in reference to.
Look at my shaking grin.
I'm talking about in America, really. Not in the UK. We understand that the UK fans are different from American fans. Very different from Mexicans supporting Canelo Alvarez, Mexicans supporting the Mexican fighters. In America, you lose couple fights and you're basically done. The only reason why people want to see Adrian Broner is because people like the way he promotes. It's not because people are happy to see Adrian Broner come and have a fight. Is that promote. That's it.
Listen, Adrian Broner,
but I cannot see Adrian Broner having 10, 13 losses and he's still an attraction.
Hey, Punch, a lot of those losses you're talking about, those guys that have all those losses that you're talking about, those losses have followed their career in MMA. They don't take all those losses in UFC. You take 2 or 3 losses in UFC, you're done, brother. You're done. Now, you have your 2 or 3 exceptions.
Why Masvidal so? I mean, everybody want to see Masvidal.
You know what? You know why? Because he's real. That's what people want. They want to be attracted to somebody that they can relate to, somebody that would say something that they would feel. He speaks out of the soul, like Scarface. When the dude was sitting across and be like, Tony, I like you. You speak out of the heart. Because he speaks out of the soul, and the people are listening to that. Conor McGregor is a big star. You know why? Because he always speaks out of the soul. Manny Pacquiao is the big star because he's always a big star. Mayweather is always hated because he's always being fake, and he's not a star to me. Always selling little 18-year-old girls in strip clubs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, he sold my little girl in an 18-year-old strip club. Yo, Mayweather, I'll blast your brains out, nigga, and all your fucking crew if you sell my little 18-year-old. But that's another subject. Other than that, that's what I'm saying. It's like honor. People are saying honor. It's not about honor.
I understand what Smoke said, friends. Smoke is right in the rest. Respect Kovalev did not start over. But Kovalev only lost 2 times. He only lost, and really, he lost to Andre Ward. He was.
I know. Kovalev is at the end of his career. I disagree.
He lost to Alvarez, and then he beat his. I mean, he got his loss right back.
Okay, what about Pascal? What about Pascal?
It's not that Kovalev lost and then lost again and then one loss.
He's at the end of his career.
Have 12, 13 losses, and people gonna be like, you know what? I can't wait to see Kovalev. In boxing, it don't work like that. We know that. We got to be real with that part.
Right, because boxing has a way more inventory. UFC has to recycle those guys. You guys are acting like UFC. You guys are acting like UFC has the amount of talent and the amount of inventory that boxing has, but UFC doesn't. They don't have anywhere near. Bro, can you please zip it while I'm talking? Bro, zip it while I'm talking. You can make your point, and I don't interrupt you, not once. Yeah, like at this point, 100% of the time I'm talking, you are interrupting. What is your issue?
Go ahead, Small.
He was making a great point.
Thank you. The inventory that UFC has means that they must recycle their fighters. That is what is going on. That because you have 13 losses, of course they're going to gloss that over because they don't have anybody to replace that fighter with 13 fighters. But when you have a division that has 2,000 combatants in it, if you lose a couple times, it's next man up.
Wow. I'm so blown away by you. Like, I never even knew. Yo, put it like this.
This is not me. I just want to clarify. This is not me dissing the fighters. I don't care if a boxer loses 6, 7.
No, listen, you got water in your microphone because you sound weird right now.
I'm going by the reference from the fans.
Your microphone sound distorted. Punch Drunk, your microphone sound distorted. Blow in your microphone. I think you got like saliva or something in there.
Yo, chill, man. He's good. Nah, you good, bro.
No, it sounds distorted to me.
I'm good.
Nah, you good, bro. You good. Keep talking.
So, what I was saying was that to clarify it, I'm not going at the boxers. I don't care if a boxer loses their fights. It's just the what I was saying in reference to my video was the culture of boxing is becoming that it's not even that you lose one fight. It's become that if you lose one round, a guy could get chin checked one time, and that's it. He's exposed. That's it. We don't even see him beating the other fight. And I'm gonna give you an example. And yes, I always go back to the Keith Thurman because yes, Keith Thurman. I like Keith Thurman.
One of the greatest of all times.
So yes, when he Josecito Lopez, people don't think about that he beat Josecito Lopez in rounds. They say that Josecito Lopez rocked him in that one round, that he never went down, but he got rocked. And that's what all the people was talking about. That happens in boxing. It don't happen like in UFC.
Josecito Lopez, if you're watching, you got to chime in. Send the email, the link, drop the link right over here. I know the father might be watching.
That's what I mean.
The issue with Thurman though is more about his inactivity and then where he was versus where he came back, and that's really what it is about Keith Thurman. Like he had a moment where the world was at his feet, and then he went off and did whatever he did outside of the ring, and by the time he came back, the moment had kind of passed him. But he could have captured the moment with a brilliant performance against Josecito Lopez, but instead it was a little bit pedestrian, and he also got buzzed. So like Keith Thurman, Keith Thurman at that point, Keith Thurman wasn't.
I need to stop. Like I need to be like,
bro. My voice. I know. I get it. That you feel like you need to talk when I'm talking, but let me finish. Keith Thurman had squandered a lot of his goodwill, and that's what the issue was. People were ready to. They were ready to cast Keith Thurman as a villain because he's been out of the rings for so long.
But looking out, France. No, I want to say something about that. The thing is, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying in the video, because also it's just not about that. I said it's us to get in tune with the fighters and their journey. See, because for example, right? So Keith Thurman, people saw it as a letdown. I saw Keith Thurman throwing 900 punches, more than he's ever thrown in his career. I saw Keith Thurman throw more jabs more than ever in his career. I saw Keith Thurman
hit Manny Pacquiao with the most right hands directly down the middle than Manny Pacquiao ever got.
Hold on, Rob. I saw Keith Thurman knock down Josecito Lopez in the second round. See, but nobody talks about that because they don't care about that. And I was just making Keith Thurman as an example, because then we could talk about Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia. Errol Spence beat him in every round. But what do they say about Errol Spence? Oh, he didn't knock him out. I was one of those guys too, but I'm just saying that's the sport of boxing. Oh, he couldn't knock him down. He threw everything in the kitchen sink, 1,000 punches, and he couldn't get the smaller guy down. We even with great wins, we don't give the credit in the boxing world. That's what I'm saying. The only time that we really
if I may real quick, brothers, hold on.
The only reason we give credit is when it's a bloodbath and one guy's go down, one guy go, and it doesn't matter if the wins and losses. That's why people like Rashawn Porter. It's not because he wins, it's because he fights and put it out there, and he actually fights and don't box. The reason why in UFC they might like these fighters losing is because they actually just fighting. You know, that's why they like Joanna and Zhang.
They give exciting fights, right.
Yeah, so it's an exciting fight. People don't care about the wins and losses. People don't care if Manny Pacquiao or Morales won that fight. They don't care about Ward or Gotti because it was just a bloodbath. That's what I'm saying. Boxing, the fans are too fickle. They don't care if they just.
We want greatness. Punch.
We want to see a war.
And UFC just wants excitement.
I don't want to see a chess match.
We want greatness, and the UFC just wants excitement. They're in the moment, and we want greatness.
We want classics.
Long-term greatness. We want to see longevity. We want to see greatness over a whole decade, not just 2 years, not just 2 or 3 fights. That's what the difference is. UFC in the moment. They just want exciting fights in the moment.
So if I may, guys, hold on, one second, man.
Glenn is taking the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I've been trying for it. Like I came into the live saying I got a headache. I don't really want to deal with this too much, right?
Then drink some water. You're probably dehydrated.
You know what I mean? No. You know,
let him talk.
Yeah, for real. Like, come on, bro. Like, you know. So, but this is the whole thing. The whole thing is that we were having an educated conversation and went sideways. So whatever, you know what I mean? So what I'm assessing basically off of the conversation is that based on the topic of why we're here tonight, so the UFC has prize fighters and no professional fighters, and then the boxing community has professional and prize fighters. Is that what I'm getting basically?
What you're getting is that they have all the fighters, but they're not making the fights. That's I
think I posed a pretty fucking simple question. I
posed a better conversation.
No, I don't think you did, bro. Especially with a purple hat, bro. Bro, you always try to talk shit. I shut you down so many times, bro. I don't understand why you keep trying to talk over me, bro. If I want to talk with a fucking headache or not, bro, I'll fucking shut you down, bro. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead whether you fucking say so or not, bro. You need to shut the fuck up sometimes, bro. Because you know you a fucking hoe, though. You a fucking hoe. You need to shut the fuck up sometimes, bro. It's not about being sensitive. It's about fucking showing respect. It's about showing respect.
Go ahead.
Hey, now I'm gonna be fucking human. It's fucking about respect.
Continue.
Okay, wherever the fuck you grew up at, it's about respect. If you didn't grow up knowing that, maybe you're a fucking retard solo kid that grew up with your fucking parents that were 50 years older than you and fucking put you in a fucking room and then you fucking thought you learned psychology or something. I don't know what the fuck your problem is, but you need to get off your own dick. Okay, get off of Punch's dick too. We're talking boxing. So I asked you a simple fucking question. Do you have a simple answer or do you need to go back and forth? Do you need to go back and forth, bro? Because you're always acting like a hoe, bro. Just talk your fucking shit when we're asking a simple question. Everybody can agree to disagree or get in a conversation here except you. You think you're funny, but you're fucking not, bro. You're stupid.
Put it like this.
Okay.
So the way that I see it, to piggyback on what you were saying, I'm sorry to take all your shine, and it was a great.
You're not taking no shine, bro. You need to get off my
amazing.
dick, bro. You need to get off of everybody's dick. You're not taking nobody's shine. You're the fucking
Honestly,
purple dragon ass, bro. You're a fucking retard, bro. You're a retard, bro. Everybody looks at you like a retard. Nobody thinks that it's your shine. Fucking retard. Where's your fucking super chat that we've been waiting for 2 months, bro? Where's your super chat? There is never there. You know why? Because you probably stole the keys to the fucking room to get to the computer.
No problem,
okay,
bro.
you little fucking retard. Bro, you probably there illegally.
I love that.
You need medication, bro.
You get on the chat.
Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck off my dick, bro.
You get posted up.
Okay, we talking boxing. If you're not gonna answer a fucking question and you want to ask everybody a million questions, then that doesn't sound right, does it? It sounds like you're retarded, bro.
Wow, you're fucking it up.
There's mad people talking and people asking you questions, and all you want to do is laugh and try to talk down to people and not answer questions. What's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you?
You sound soft.
What's your problem? You need attention? Is that what it is?
That's what it is. That's what it is. This fucking retard, bro. Get off my dick, bro. Get off everybody's dick, bro. Go get a light.
Hold on, guys. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glenn,
Lisa,
go ahead.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much. Look, we always appreciate contributions to the channel.
Guys, Rob. I normally don't like muting people and stuff like that.
No, I wasn't muted. I don't know what you're talking about. No. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I could talk.
You're about to be muted, motherfucker.
I'm saying
because you guys can't compete. I'm sorry.
Glenn was trying to make.
Don't worry, I have my own channel soon.
The thing is, you know what it is? When everybody's talking, when Rob or anybody's talking, I can't listen to anything. I'm just going to look at the comment box, or I'm just going to press mute. I'm not.
Yeah, that's the people that count. Are the people in the comment box?
Nah, everybody counts, brother. Everybody counts.
No, not to me, because these are the same people that come on the chat. You know who needs to come on? The people in the comment box that never chime in. You guys need to chime in and talk on the channel. Get on the Punch Drunk Boxing. Get on the channel.
Glenn, finish what you were saying. No interruptions, guy. No interruptions.
Yo, all I'm trying to say is that we were having an intellectual conversation. I like what I'm hearing from everybody on the panel, but your man Rob, look, with a silly smile right now, with the Puff that Magic Dragon fucking shit, is over here like talking down to people and shit like that. He got a problem, bro. He got a problem, and we're trying to talk serious boxing. So I'm subscribed to a boxing channel. Do not make me like chime off for this fucking idiot.
Don't cry.
That's word, bro. Because I will, every single time I see this dude, bro, I will chime off your channel.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? That's dead ass, bro.
Because there's probably like 10 people that'll chime in.
That's not fair. Once because
no, it is, bro. Because I fucking follow you all the time, bro. This fucking idiot comes on and doesn't let us talk, bro.
Put it this way.
You're a grown ass man. Grow up.
Hold on. When everybody goes at one another like this, regardless if it's whoever. If somebody just come and time in this channel,
you want the merchandise.
If anybody just time in this channel and see what's going on, they going time out. It's not to keep going. It's just, if y'all want me to mute dudes or y'all want me to do this one.
You want a hat? I'm gonna give you a hat for free.
This one-on-one thing, then I'll do it like that. But not everybody gonna have a different. Everybody gonna have a different perspective, and I'm trying hard to respect that. But everybody gotta talk. Everybody gotta talk. I'm gonna give you.
Rob gotta respect the panel, Punch.
Everybody, I do 7, 5, 8 hours. I'm gonna be here all night. So trust me, everybody.
But we all get along. That's the thing, Punch. We all get along. We don't interrupt each other. You know that. This dude Rob is fucking it up, and he likes it because he wants the attention. Look at him smiling.
I'm just
he wants it. I know he wants. So another Ace Money. Go with Ace Money, bro. Go with Ace Money.
Say nothing.
Just like Ace Money, one intention.
So if everybody's
saying attack,
so everybody's saying the same thing, taking into consideration, they don't like to be cut off. Feel me? So then I just wanted to finish. I want you to finish with your point, so we could just jump right off that. Forget about.
I don't have a point. I just want to listen because
you see
it doesn't matter
what I'm saying. Look, brother. Have a great night, brother. Have a great night, bro.
All right, peace, Glenn. Peace,
Go, Guido. Well, you got one time on anything?
Ah, man. Fíjate, se me olvidó.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. All right, Black and Brown. What do you got?
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know it.
Rob, this ain't your
show.
Shut
the fuck up, all right, my nigga?
Rob, you are not.
You don't know it. You fucked the bio. You fucked everything up. We were having a good conversation. You fucked it up.
Don't cry.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
You sound weak. Don't cry.
Black, what's good?
What's up, Punch? I'm not trying to talk boxing with you guys, man, but Rob is a little bit disrespectful, bro. He's trying to be irritating. He's acting real immature, man. That's why he's running off.
No, not being irritating. I just have my own point of view. I have my own opinion.
Yeah,
and this is why the channel is so great.
Your own opinion is something different from being disrespectful.
No,
and you cutting off
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just speaking my own opinion.
Yes, it is. You're definitely being disrespectful.
How?
Your opinion is different from being disrespectful.
How?
That's two different things. Because you continue to cut people off.
How is my sexiness disrespectful?
See, you're also an idiot. So you're disrespectful.
So how am I being disrespectful? Talk to the people in the chat that love me on here.
Because
everybody said the same thing. Black and Brown, you don't even have to entertain it. You know exactly how he's being disrespectful. Everybody already told him how he's being disrespectful. Whatever, man.
Love me.
And not only that, if we have to tell him how he's being disrespectful, then there's something really wrong going on there. Like he's a grown ass man, but we have to tell him to not talk when other people are talking. And he doesn't get that is disrespectful. But he doesn't get that it's disrespectful, even though everybody already said what the issue is.
Well, what is your problem, Rob? What's going on?
Because I have to, Derek. I have to because it's 3 versus 1.
If he's gonna Guido, don't ask the question of what's good.
It's 3 versus 1, Derek. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but it's 3 versus 1. What am I supposed to do? I have my own point of view, and I'm not gonna agree with everybody. That's how I am. I'm real. If they don't
got to do with interrupting everybody, what do you have to say interrupting that? What did that have to do with interrupting people? What did that have to do with interrupting people? What did that have to do with interrupting people?
Trunk just to be able to.
What did that do with interrupting people? What's that got to do with interrupting people?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's that got to do with interrupting people?
Go ahead, GTS. It's all about your sensitivity.
Yeah, what's that got to do with interrupting people?
Hey, Punch, can I try to change the topic real quick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, look, so I've been watching a lot of Luke Campbell, bro, and this Luke Campbell Ryan Garcia fight, man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be action packed, bro. It's gonna be action packed. Luke Campbell is finally gonna fight somebody his own size. Luke Campbell gets a lot of credit for surviving the Loma fight and surviving the Linares fight, but people don't take into consideration that Luke Campbell is a big dude. He's way bigger than these dudes. So he's surviving the fights, but he's almost surviving because his size is helping him survive. This fight, he's going to fight someone his own size. And Luke Campbell's body work, Luke Campbell's work to the body is, I'm going to say it's a high level. His body work is high level.
Okay.
So I just can't wait for this fight to happen, man.
What you think? What you think is how you say? What you think Ryan Garcia is going to have a problem with?
The body work. Luke Campbell's body work, bro. I love his body work.
And what are the weaknesses that you see from Ryan Garcia?
I disagree.
Weaknesses from Ryan Garcia. He likes to drop his hands when he's delivering a power shot. He likes to drop his hands and his chin. His chin's really out there. And we really haven't seen him fully tested like I think Luke Campbell's going to test him. But at the end of the day, I got Ryan Garcia still winning the fight. But it's going to be his toughest opponent yet. It's going to put him on the mat. And it's going to be a hell of a fight. Luke Campbell ain't no punk.
And speaking of that,
Black and Brown made a good point. I agree with that. I agree with you.
I'm only looking at 2 things with Ryan Garcia. And, of course, at this stage of his career, it's hard to even critique them because we can't really see too many weaknesses, especially when a lot of opponents is tailor-made for them. But I could say this. If it's 2 things that I will go into the fight and I'm like, I want to see if Ryan Garcia could handle this, one thing is going to be his first time on the professional level fighting a southpaw. If I'm wrong, somebody call. If I'm wrong about that, let me know who he fought that was a southpaw. I think he's gonna have a problem with that. Eddie Reynoso, he's had opponents with Canelo Alvarez that he had a game plan for a southpaw, but that was like 5 years ago. The last time they faced a southpaw in Kirkland. So it's too young as a young trainer, young fighter trying to come up with a game plan to fight a southpaw. One thing about Ryan Garcia, fast, hella fast, but I do believe he throws everything at one speed. Reminds me a little bit of Gary Russell Jr. that he's real fast, but throws everything at one speed. And by the time the 9th round comes, the 10th round comes, if you go, into that level, you could see that people start timing this fight, just like Jojo Diaz did in the 11th and 12th round versus Gary Russell Jr. I think if Ryan Garcia needs to, switches his speed, but mix his speed up. I think he's gonna do good versus Luke Campbell. So those are only two things that I'm looking at: his switching the speed and southpaw. If he can manage fighting southpaw.
And punch. I see Ryan Garcia taking him out. As soon as he start letting go his hands, I feel like he could take Luke Campbell out of there by the 3rd, 4th round.
I agree.
I don't think
Luke got a good jab. Let me tell you this. I studied Luke. He doesn't really got a good jab anyway. So Ryan's not gonna respect him.
No, but I could see that. Like, to be honest, I could say technically wise and just experience, we're gonna be like, okay, Luke Campbell, he got experience locked down.
Yeah, he does.
Everything, right? But if Luke Campbell could make it an uglier fight, get on the inside. Have we seen Ryan Garcia fight on the inside?
Right.
Have we seen Luke Campbell be able to brawl on the inside? Like, I don't think that Luke Campbell hits the dance. Like, he's a guy. Shout out to Jalika. I almost said the same thing. Anyway, Luke Campbell gets dropped. He gets dropped a lot. Like, the guy, it's not just Linares, it's not just Loma, it's Mendy, it's Mendez. Like, the guy hits the floor. Like, and the issue with it, sure, he's a southpaw, but Ryan Garcia has been fighting his brother who's a southpaw his whole life. And then also he has a hell of a left hook. And that is also going to be a problem for Luke Campbell. I think Luke Campbell has excellent timing, and I think he can. The thing that's going to be answered for me is not so much can Ryan Garcia outbox or outpoint Luke Campbell. It's whether or not he can take the shot. Because as Black and Brown pointed out, his chin is there for the taking. So even if you're going to take a couple from Ryan, Luke Campbell can still touch that chin, and then we'll see what kind of fighter,
I know. I know, guys. I'm going to talk in a second. I know, guys. I know you guys want me to talk. I'm letting them talk because then I have everybody against me. I know. I can talk? This is what I think is going to happen. I think Luke Campbell is an older man with a lot more experience. And I think the little tricks and little traps that Ryan Garcia is going to try to set for Luke Campbell, that's 32 years old. And Luke Campbell, don't forget, he's been in there. Only battle experience makes a combat soldier. So therefore, if you put a soldier that can hit every single target and he can use every single rocket launcher in practice mode, but he'd never been in the battlefield, you're going to pick the guy that's in the practice mode. I'm going to pick the guy that's been in the battlefield to win this fight. I'm going to pick Luke Campbell to totally dismantle Ryan Garcia for the fact of the reason that battle experience makes a combat soldier, told by Socrates. Holla at your boy.
Luke Campbell got a weak chin. I feel like as soon as Ryan catches him, it's going night-night for him. If Linares could drop him, the reason why Linares couldn't finish him, Linares couldn't finish him is because he don't got that killing instinct.
No, but Ryan Garcia never fought no Linares. He never fought no Vasily Lomachenko, though. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, he's only 21. Yeah, let's be
realistic. He's gonna lose that fight.
He's 21,
but that's fine. He's gonna lose that fight, but that's fine. And when he loses that fight, I'm gonna come back here and be like, like this. I told you he was gonna lose that fight. And you guys are gonna be like, make excuses. No, don't glove game me.
Nah.
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
No excuses.
He's gonna lose the fight.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm confident Ryan's gonna take him out by the 3rd, 4th round. I'm gonna call it right now. I'm telling you.
I'm not making a prediction
We gotta make
yet.
a betting channel, a betting website. We gotta make a betting website so I can bet against these fools, man.
Okay, so I'm not making a prediction
Hold
just yet.
Hold on.
I'm not making a prediction just yet. But if Ryan Garcia is who he's supposed to be, then Luke Campbell should be picking himself off the canvas in a loss.
Yep, I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's not gonna happen.
And if Ryan Garcia is not that, hey, then so be it. No one's gonna get the
A bum almost beat Ryan Garcia 2 fights ago.
A bum did beat Luke Campbell.
No. I understand that, but dude, you know what Ryan Garcia's weakness is being overwhelmed with punches.
Bum?
He can't think
Hold
straight.
on. Who's this
Any
bum that
good
he almost lost 2
boxer?
fights
No,
ago?
because you guys talk. Now it's my turn, and you talk about
Yeah,
rotation.
but you just said something.
Now it's
so
my turn.
I just want to know who you're talking about.
I waited for my rotation. You see, so you gotta give me the rotation. That's how it goes.
Okay, can you just name the guy he almost lost to 2 fights ago? Can you just name that guy as you go?
A nobody, because there's no name. I can care less about his name. But I know about boxing. I know that he got his shit clocked in the 4th round. He got his shit clocked in by some nobody. And Luke Campbell is 32 years old. He's fucking looking for that big paycheck. He's looking for that big title fight. And Ryan Garcia thinks he's going to fucking take him out like he's like a BC fighter. Dude, you guys are smoking some shit that I want some, because you guys got to understand, Luke Campbell's been in there with the elites. Ryan Garcia has not been in there with one elite fighter. So when I come back on here and be like, yo, I told you so, I'm going to see all you guys like this, head wobbing on me, because it's like, yo, I told you guys.
Luke Campbell is a BC fighter. Luke Campbell is a B or C class fighter.
Are you kidding?
And he's lost those fights. Those big fights you're talking about, he's lost those fights.
Hold on. Let him talk. Let Black and Brown talk.
Those fights that you're talking about, he lost those fights, and he only survived those fights because he's so fucking big. He's so much bigger than them dudes. He got his ass.
And what is Ryan Garcia gonna do?
Ryan Garcia is just as big as him, and he's 21. But Ryan Garcia, like Guido said, I got him knocking him out in 7. I got the fight being stopped in the 7th round. Guido got him
this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bet on your channel, and whoever loses the bet, we gotta hit that promotional button. We gotta donate the money. I got 100 that Luke Campbell is gonna beat Ryan. I got 100, and it's gonna go to him. It's gonna go to the channel. You motherfuckers think that you got big balls. I got 100 on Luke Campbell, who got me on that, and I'll fucking listen. I got the email. I got the digits. Yo, listen. What? Yo, when he loses, don't sit here and come with the glove gate. Don't come here like Deontay Wilder shit and be like, oh, he got stacked gloves. No, he got his shit beat in. He's a little kid fighting an elite fighter.
I think not an elite fighter. Stop saying that. Luke Campbell is not elite, bro. Stop saying that.
I think
he fought elites. How is he not elite?
He lost to elites. Who's elite?
Ryan Garcia fought nothing.
Hold on. I think that Ryan Garcia in this fight.
Ryan Garcia's fought.
Hold on. I think both fighters will have to make some type of adjustment. I really don't think it's going to be some.
Who you got?
3rd round. Who I got? I want Ryan Garcia to win.
No, who you got?
I can't make a prediction right now.
No. You have to, because this is punch-drunk boxing.
It's a 50-50 fight to me.
Exactly. You know that I have a good point. I got a good point.
You have a good point, but the Luke Campbell part, I'm looking at people's journey. Now it's good where we could look at their past fights and gauge them off that. But with Ryan Garcia, we can't gauge Ryan Garcia off
because he never fought anybody that is valuable yet.
So that's why I don't time in what Campbell fought this person or lost to this person, because even with fighting these people, he could learn from that. He could learn from fighting Lomachenko. He could learn from fighting Linares. He could prepare for that. Like that's what I was talking about, and going back to the video and reference that we're only saying that he can't beat Ryan Garcia because he lost to Lomachenko and lost these fights. And that's what I mean. That's how we make our prediction with fights. We're not looking at the matchup. We're looking at who Luke Campbell lost to.
For me, I'm looking at the matchup. I'm definitely looking at the matchup. And the issue that I'm saying, because the thing that gets Luke Campbell over is his experience. But while he has experience in these big fights, which is great for composure and preparation and all that stuff, the fact is, and even he gave a good encounter of himself, I think, in both fights. But still, he still got dropped, and he still didn't get the result. So yes, he can add something to all of that, but for me with Luke Campbell, it's not just about those two fights. It's about the Luke Campbell that I've come to expect. So if he's going to do something different, cool. That's why they call boxing theater unexpected, and it's what guy shows up on the night. But looking at it from the outside looking in, yeah, but Ryan Garcia, his experience isn't there. He doesn't have the level of competition, and also he has some technical flaws. But the guy he's going up against also has to me has a ceiling about what he can achieve from if the past is any predictor.
So that's what I rather dial in on each skill set. So Black and Brown was talking about the body work of Luke Campbell. How is Ryan Garcia's skill going to negate the body attack that Luke Campbell could make?
Yeah, so for me, it's not even a body attack; it's the chin. It's the chin and the timing that Luke Campbell has. I think he's going to land something clean on his chin. If it doesn't, if it's not a real fast knockout, I think as it goes on, we're going to see whether or not Ryan Garcia can learn to tuck that chin or can take it on the button. But there's no muscles on your chin, so you can't really develop that. So yeah. I think it's going to be all bad. But maybe Luke Campbell don't hit like that because it's not like he's going in there knocking these guys out. So.
All right, so let's look at the logistics because honestly, it's all about mathematics. Who put Luke Campbell on the canvas, and he's been in there with the best in that weight division, and you're telling me that Ryan Garcia is better than everybody in that weight division to stop a Luke Campbell? Is that what you guys are saying? Because I'll double my money.
I will say it.
Guys that drop Luke Campbell, I think Ryan Garcia would not get dropped by them, and he would beat the crap out of him. Guys that Luke Campbell lost to, I think Ryan Garcia would beat.
All right, so look, everybody online live. All my hey, hello, I'm saying hello. I'm sorry, hello, I'm gonna bet every single person, all you little guys over here. I'll bet $100 on each of you guys, and I'll send it to him, and he will delegate and send it back to the winner because I know that Luke Campbell is gonna win that fight.
Nah,
you guys that confident?
Talking about betting, but you don't drop super chat. What are you talking about?
No, listen, it has to be me versus you because I'm gonna have my own channel soon, so it has to be me versus you.
Rob, I'll bet you $100. Loser pays the punch drunk $100 super chat. That's it, bro. Bet straight up.
I bet you $200 so that I can get 100 and then he can get the super chat.
Nah, how about you need the 100. Let's just give it to Punch.
No,
let's
give it to Punch. I really don't.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Give it a punch.
But Ryan Garcia is not battle tested, and you guys are gonna be like, it's like another Wilder incident. You guys are gonna be so surprised, like, oh my god,
you're gonna be surprised. Ryan Garcia,
it's gonna be another glove gate. It's gonna be another glove gate. That's what's gonna happen.
Also, Rob, but if it's like that, not being battle tested, how would any young fighter beat any champion?
He's not gonna beat any champion because it's the same thing. You're not going to put one of your talents in your banner. You're not going to put him to lose. You're going to put him to win because that's the only way you're going to make money. How are you going to hustle your drugs? The only way you're going to hustle your drugs is by giving people the best drugs to sell. Everything goes down. It trickles down. It's throwing shit against the wall. Everything trickles down. So ultimately, it's like a systematic system that goes under the same banner of understanding. So put it like this. So it's like, why do you think they're gonna throw him under to fight Luke Campbell? Do I think that fight's gonna happen? Probably not. I gotta see it happen because I really don't think that fight's even gonna happen. They say it's gonna happen, but I think it's gonna be cut short because that fight is way too much for Ryan Garcia. So if it gets cut off, I want your money too. I want your money too.
Who wins? So I want to come back around.
I think it's gonna be.
No.
Listen.
Wait. Who wins, Gervonta or Leo Santa Cruz?
I got Gervonta on that one.
But why? He's not battle tested.
No, he is battle tested because he's fought against better fighters than Ryan Garcia.
But what fight did you?
That's what. That don't mean nothing. Still, guys, that's
Leo Santa Cruz is battle tested.
Yeah, but Mayweather was battle tested, but he won fights that he should have never won.
No, but I'm saying you're saying that Ryan.
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying Ryan Garcia won't win. You're bringing up the battle analogy because he's not battle tested. Gervonta Tank Davis is not battle tested, but you got Gervonta Tank Davis.
But at what understanding to your provision?
What's battle tested? That's what I'm saying. So what's the definition of you?
What is battle tested to you? Who should Gervonta Davis test, or who should Gervonta Davis should have fought against that he hasn't fought, that the promoters do not take risk over? You got to understand. We got to think about not the fighter, the promoters. They are the government. They are the ones that we think that we go to vote. We think that we control something. We control nothing. We're just the viewers. We see everything out of our eyes. Our eyeballs are the creations of our own existence. Quantum mechanics only explains that we can only break down our own physical existence through our vibration.
Yeah, bro, I gotta go. Next time, Punch.
Don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't do this no more. Good. Thanks for having me on, Punch. Later, Black and Brown.
I'm getting mad at you because you're interrupting me now. So put it like that. So this is what I'm seeing is that when you start to see things outside of the division of its own peripheral, it's like, look at it. These people are not going to risk their fighters to lose. This is why boxing is sufficient.
But I'm just saying.
They're not making those fights. Ultimately, Punch Drunk Boxing on the channel, they're not making the fights. And this is what's frustrating the boxing community. That's what it is.
But I'm talking about your analogy with that you said that Ryan Garcia would lose to Campbell because
he would lose to Campbell.
So I'm saying
he's too young.
Okay,
he's too young. It's like Canelo versus Mayweather. If you put Canelo versus Mayweather now, dude, he'll beat the shit out of Mayweather. That's a no, hands down. Mayweather doesn't want that number 2 with Canelo.
Are you comparing Luke Campbell to Floyd Mayweather?
Listen. Let's listen to logistics. This is called logistics in college terms. Mayweather would not fight Canelo. Listen, Mayweather won't fight Canelo now, even if he goes down in weight, because he knows that Canelo would beat the fucking shit out of him. Even if he goes down in weight to get a paycheck, he don't want to risk getting his shit kicked in because he fought Canelo when he was a little boy. He wouldn't even fight Canelo right now. He don't even talk about his fucking name out of his mouth because he'll get his shit kicked in. Luke Campbell is going to beat the shit out of Ryan Garcia like Mayweather beat the shit out of Canelo when he was a young kid, because it's all about experience. Experience teaches all. Experience is the ultimate teacher. It's the master of knowledge and wisdom.
All right. This is
all right. Go ahead. I hope you have
Luke Campbell. This motherfucker's comparing.
Go ahead. I'll be that motherfucker. Go ahead.
This shit is crazy.
I know it's crazy.
Luke Campbell to Floyd Mayweather, that's crazy.
Luke Campbell's not even an elite fighter.
Go ahead.
Are you coming with this bullshit? Come on, man.
Also, hey, you bring up Tank Davis, right? So you say Tank Davis has a little bit more experience than Ryan Garcia, right? What fights did he gain his experience in? The Fonseca fight? The Gamboa fight? Which one? The Pedraza fight?
As much fights as Mayweather did after he became.
We're not even talking about Mayweather no more.
Money Mayweather.
Stay with this.
It's all about money. It's all about money.
Rob, all over the place.
Rob, stay with this.
All over the place.
Stay with this subject.
Punch. My point is, Tank got experience, right? Tank got experience. Tank got experience, right? He went 9 or 12 rounds with Fonseca. He got experience. Ryan Garcia knocked out Fonseca in a minute and 30 seconds. So some of the same guys who were saying, "Oh, Tank's battle tested and he got experience." Hey, bro, you can't take it from Ryan Garcia because he knocked him out in the first round. He's knocking these fools out in the first round, and we can't discredit for him for that. We can't ignore that. We have to give him credit for knocking these dudes out in the first round.
Style make fights, yes or no?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if he knocked him out. It doesn't matter that he knocked out Ricky Hatton in the 3rd round. Pacquiao, in the world of the eyes, Mayweather schooled Pacquiao, even though he excessively held when he should have get points taken off because he excessively held, but he didn't get points taken off. It's the most held boxing match ever in history. That's a whole nother video for Punch Drunk Boxing. I'm just saying it doesn't matter if he fought that person or this person. I'm saying it's all about money. This is what boxing's become. Money. This is why we're not getting the fights that we want. Money. The promoters are the ones that are making the real money. These fighters are making the little bit of money. No, listen.
Yo, wow, what you drinking?
Yo, Dragon Leg. I got you, baby. Teramana, yo, The Rock, if you're watching this live, you better sponsor this channel. Teramana, sponsor the channel. It's made in Mexico, red soil, Teramana tequila. He's moonshine, but I'm tequila, red soil, no hangover. I'm about to go to work at 5:30 in the morning. Holla at your boy, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's what I'm drinking. Yo, so The Rock, if you out there, if you're watching the live, Teramana is where it's at. Masvidal, you better chime in.
At least
an email.
Happy hour.
We ain't got a lot of money, Masvidal. We ain't got a lot of money, but we talking about you real quick. You know what I'm saying? So put it like this. So go ahead.
What I want to say, that the analogy for me, I don't agree that he's not battle tested. We just got to go by skills. When we breaking down this fight, I'd rather go by skills, not really battle tested, because then any young champion wouldn't be a champion because they're always the guy on the come up. They have to. A lot of young fighters are not battle tested, so we got to go by skills, So,
who'd you have, Teofimo or Comey?
I have Fimo.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point too, bro. I had Teofimo demolishing Comey.
You know why? Because Teofimo is battle tested. Teofimo, if you're watching, chime in. Yo, tell your dad he needs to chime in. Double up.
Before the Comey fight, there's no difference in the resume. There's no difference in the Ryan Garcia resume. The only thing that really separates Teofimo is the Comey fight.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong? Like, am I tripping?
No, you're correct.
And Black,
that's my point. I'm just going by the skill set, and break it down.
My bad, friend. It's the same thing that happened to Teofimo. People were saying, even including Andrew Ward and Timothy Bradley, they were all criticizing him. Oh, he's not ready. He's not ready for the Comey fight. He needs to improve. He needs to get his hands up. And look what happened.
Yo, let me piggyback off that.
What round?
I knew he was gonna wash Comey.
Speaking of Timothy Bradley,
a lot of fans.
This is why I think Manny Pacquiao would beat Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford, because I think Timothy Bradley is one of the baddest black fighters that Manny Pacquiao ever fought.
I don't think
you be killing the vibe, Rob. You be killing.
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter.
Awkward.
It doesn't matter. I have to shut the vibe down to bring it back up. Timothy Bradley would beat Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford in my eyes.
Hey, yo, Punch.
He was a bad dude.
Send this dude a hat, bro. This dude needs a Punch Drunk hat ASAP. He probably wants one that you wore already.
You don't get tired of wearing that?
No, I got my own hat.
Send him a sweaty one.
Like 80, 90 degrees in New York.
You see, they like it. They like it. They love the hat.
How about the light?
Yeah. It's
acting like a fool kid.
Yo, listen, I'm sorry that you're a scientist, France, Antu. You're like the star right now. You should chime in. You should chime in, France. Chime in. Chime in.
Yo, what y'all think?
Look, I wish we. Oh, go ahead, Punch.
No,
go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just gonna fuck with Rob. You go ahead. Let's talk some boxing.
Yeah, everybody wants to talk to me. Like, no, I'm not the star. I look like the star though.
I said earlier that I don't think that coronavirus actually affected boxing. What we seen right now is what we was gonna.
I disagree.
I mean, with money,
it set it back. Well, I will tell you this: that boxing was off to an amazing start, and the schedule they had scheduled for us was just It was on fire. And look, this ain't directed at Rob. This is just how I feel personally.
You just attack Rob. It doesn't matter.
Nah, Rob. This ain't even about.
Don't worry. When I have my own channel, I won't even be here no more. Don't worry.
All right, cool. Hurry up and start that. Hey, boxing was gonna destroy UFC this year.
I know you'll be
boxing was gonna destroy UFC this year. The schedule they had already set in stone, and the fights that weren't set yet. Oh man, bro, boxing was gonna have an amazing year, and so coronavirus set it back a little bit.
But you remember Black and Brown? What I said? I feel like what I said. I said last year, 2019 was the zone. This year was gonna be ESPN, and still it is ESPN, even with the coronavirus on. ESPN is the only one that's making shows. So the fights really that even if it wasn't no coronavirus, it was still going to be ESPN. The fights that was there, I think the only fight that for real is not happening that I thought it was going to happen was Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor.
Right.
Other than that, all the fights that was supposed to happen this year is going to happen.
The boxing world's too greedy. This is why UFC is getting so much momentum.
Yeah, they've been saying that for years, but still, it's not happening.
No, you can see the reality. This is factual now. This is factual.
No, that ain't, bro. Now that's all just.
So name me one big fight this year for boxing. Name me one big fight.
Bro, I asked you a question an hour ago. You still haven't answered. Name me three fighters under the age of 25. Name me three MMA fighters under the age of 25. Name them. You can't do it, bro.
You want to name me three?
Can't do it.
Need three boxing matches that are going to happen in the same time. You can't.
Get out of here. What's up, Punch? What we talking about?
We cross cancel each other. Continue.
I just said that ESPN was going to be the.
Oh, I got a better question, Rob. Who is going to be the next face of boxing after Canelo? Which one of these young guys are going to take over? Who you think?
The way that boxing going, I don't know how boxing's going to go, and I don't know how they're going to create a superstar in these circumstances because this is some weird circumstances, and they can't even build a match. They can't even match up fights when everything is normal. Forget about matching fights when everything is abnormal.
Hey, let me tell you something, Rob. There's a 22-year-old superstar.
Why are you telling me? Tell everybody else.
There's a 22-year-old superstar in the making.
I'm saying?
About to fight.
I see you guys in the chat. You see what I'm saying?
22-year-old superstar in the making. His name is Teofimo Lopez.
Me because I got a point.
22-year-old superstar in the making, Rob. His name is Teofimo Lopez. Look him up. He's about to fight the one of the top 3 pound-for-pound fighters in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't believe that fight's gonna happen until I see it, honestly.
Oh, see, bro, this dude's so negative towards every fight.
It's not.
I don't want to even get positive.
You see, the people in the chat. Look at the chat. Look at the chat.
Talk about UFC.
They know it's like they know that boxing matches for us to get a good boxing match is very rare. It's very rare. We only get great boxing matches once every 5 years lately. And it's getting more lately and more lately every decade because it's being more political and more political. It's being more politics and more politics. It's like I said, man, it's like you guys were talking about, are they stars? Are they performers? Whatever the theme was, it doesn't matter. Let's talk about the promotion.
Yep. I think you're.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
That's you.
Hey, Jay. The dude Jay Wooter in your chat. Hey, Jay Wooter, you keep talking about Sean O'Malley. Like, bro, if that's the UFC's future, then I don't know, bro. Like, he's cool. He got rainbow colored hair. He's all right. But Sean O'Malley, that's your future? Come on, bro. You can't compete. It can't compete with names like Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson. It can't even compete, bro.
Yo,
not even close.
What do y'all think about? What Errol Spence needs to do?
Oh, I got a great opinion on Errol Spence. You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think if he can't get any more unifications, right? If he can't get an undisputed shot, he's already unified. Whose echo is it? Do I got the echo? Who got the echo?
I don't know.
Oh, you got all right. Well, Earl Spence, if he's having problems getting the unification, he's already unified, but he's having problems getting the undisputed fight, right?
Yeah, that's
so he can't get those fights. If he can't get those fights for me, I'm cool with him moving up to 154 and becoming a champion at 154. I've been saying that for the last few months. I think he's good enough to do it. Like same thing like Get the Smoke says about Ryan Garcia. If he is what they say he is, then he should be able to move up to 54, because this is also my opinion that I've been saying for a long time. In my opinion, 54 is a mediocre division, and Earl Spence is prime set up to go into 154 and take out some of them champions.
Yeah, I don't think that he was going to fight anybody this year anyway. I think he was going to. He already got an involuntary bout from the WBC. He's not going to get an IBF. He's not going to fight his mandatory. They just said that Lipinette and the Earl Spence real mandatory has to fight for the interim title. So that's the IBF again, not for Earl Spence, like they did with the Carlos Ocampo and the Ugas. I think they love Earl Spence representing them as the IBF. He's not gonna get, so I don't know if he's gonna get the Danny Silva Garcia fight. I think that
we're not gonna get any fight. Don't you get it?
We're not gonna see any big fights this year. We're not gonna see nothing,
bro.
Except
they're only gonna lie.
Except for Lomachenko and
Timothy Lopez, unless somebody comes out with coronavirus. Listen, I only believe it till even with this George Masvidal fight with Usman, unless I get to Saturday with all the politics involved, I don't believe it till they're both in the ring going on. So all the nonsense talking that we're doing, honestly, any promoter can pull a rabbit out of the hat out of nowhere like they always been doing, because a promoter survives off their talent. Yeah, they don't survive
with
off of throwing their fighters into dying dens.
Punch.
You're not listen. If you have a fighter, you're gonna throw him in to lose.
Hold on.
If you have a fighter, no, hold on. Before you interrupt me, if you have a fighter, are you gonna throw him in there to lose? Yes or no?
If I don't throw my fighter in to lose, I will have confidence.
Of course, there you go. That's how promoters are thinking. That's it, plain and simple. That's how the money game works.
What you was gonna say, Black?
Hey, if we use Rob's logic, there's nothing to talk about. We'll just shut the live down because no fight's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, what are we gonna talk about, Rob?
No, with boxing, nothing's gonna happen, but it's fun to talk about it.
No, I think
it's fun to talk about.
I think there's fights.
It's fun to talk about fantasy because fantasy is better than fiction.
I think we're gonna see big fights, but only two big fights, and that's the Lomachenko. That's the Lomachenko, and that's the Teofimo, and that's Wilder and Fury. That's the only two big fights.
Wilder's gonna get beat up.
And I see they'll probably just put all their money into just those two fights.
Yo, who do you got on that Wilder and Tyson, Mr. Punch Drunk Moonshine?
Wilder and my heart, I still want to give Wilder
of course, because you got to be biased. You know, you got to be biased. But you know, he's gonna get beat up.
No, I'm not. I'm just. I want to see. If we're talking technically wise, then it's Fury. That's
he's gonna beat the shit out of the dude.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying what I want to see. I want to see Wilder win, but I see Fury winning technically.
How? And how many rounds?
12 rounds. I don't see him doing what he did last time.
Yeah, I see Fury winning in less rounds than the second match, because the first match, remember, Tyson Fury was way out of shape. He was coming out of depression off cocaine. He was not even focused. He was not even focused. He was coming off a suicidal level.
He was
400 pounds in the first fight. He was 400 pounds. He lost a lot of weight in order to fight Wilder. Come on. Don't. He said that
was he himself said that was his team said that was a lie, that he used.
All right, no, but I have factual things. I'll email it to you. He was like overweight. he really was doing cocaine and doing a lot of drugs. That was the first fight, and they still went 12 rounds. Second fight, Wilder got his shit kicked in. Yo, listen, third fight, I don't see Wilder getting out of the third round. That's what I say.
I see it going.
I put money on that. While I put Punch Drunk. I put money against you right now on the show right now. I put money against you. 300 bow, bro.
I don't bet on boxing. Boxing is corrupt.
I'm not a gambler.
Yeah, no. I agree with you. That's very smart. Very smart, my friend. Touche.
Hey, we don't never spoke on Earl Spence.
Hey, but I wanna highlight you something real quick. Why? What you think about the Spanish Americans upcoming in the United States? These new young guys. What you think about? Like the female Lopez, Ryan Garcia.
I mean, you gotta
Virgil Ortiz.
All right, listen. Put it like this. This is what I think. If you want my opinion,
Virgil.
Look. Wait, watch the ball first. Wait, watch the ball first. Watch the ball first. Let me throw it on my shoulder real quick. This is what I think. You gotta understand that all of this shit is politics, and we're not gonna get. Fury was overweight in the first fight, but weighed more in the rematch. It doesn't matter. It's heavyweight, so I don't know what he's talking about. Because all right, tell me that. It doesn't matter. Honestly, Deontay Wilder shouldn't be fighting in that weight class. He can barely make 215, and he makes 230 trying. He shouldn't be a heavyweight. He should be a light heavyweight. So, boom, I killed that. Bow, facts. I killed that one.
To the topic.
Listen. So, anyways, go back to your question. Say that again.
He forgot.
I gotta say it again. Damn. But I was saying
because I'm reading people's comments because it's all about the people. It's not about you guys that are always on.
Oh, hold on.
Homies, I gotta wake up 45 at work. Yo, peace out, man. Yo. It's been a pleasure. Raider from LA Boxing. Peace out, man. It's a pleasure. Juan Martinez, Smoke. Stop making excuse. Wilder got whooped. Yo, hey, that's what I'm saying. Yo, people are backing me up over here. You know what I'm saying? Juan Martinez, yo, weigh it up.
Get back in, Smoke. Get back in.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Can we trade?
You gonna get my topic or what?
Yeah, no. So your question was what? Your question was what?
Oh man, again, that's the third time. What I'm saying to you, what you think about the Spanish Americans? You know how we always
the Spanish. Listen. This is what I think about boxing in general. It doesn't matter if you're black, white,
we're not
American,
about
Indian.
That.
Listen, the Spanish Americans. Listen. There's a lot of Spanish American fighters, but listen. This is what you got to understand. You're like so focused, like your Rubik's Cube focus is like this small. My focus is this big, like everything that you see on my screen.
Okay.
All right, so check it out. You wanted my answer, and I'm gonna give it to you. So your view is like this small. All right, my view is as wide as how you see me in the screen with no hands. So put it like this: it's like everybody is destined for certain dynasties, and everybody's certain for certain like destinations of talent. But the thing is that we're probably not even going to get to see this talent because these fights will never get made and these people will never talk. And we're only in contradictions of our own self because we're only speaking unfactual point of view that are not really existing.
We're not talking about that. We're only
asking you
talking about
American Latino fighters on the come up.
Oh my God, yo!
It doesn't. Listen, this is what I think about that. It doesn't mean nothing if the fights are not getting made.
You're just being negative, bro. Every topic we talk about,
if the fights are not getting made, Punch Drunk, then it doesn't matter. That's what I think.
It does matter. Well, it doesn't
matter if the fights are not getting made. We're not going to see pure talent get extorted.
He has no opinion.
Black. What you was gonna ask before? What Guido asked Rob? You said something about Spence.
Remember Guido never. I don't think Guido ever, gave his opinion on Earl Spence. I think it was just me and you. And then I think the subject got changed, or maybe I didn't hear him.
No, I can stay with the Spence stuff. I can talk.
It's up to you.
Yeah. So I do believe that Earl Spence is gonna take I don't think it's gonna be a unification bout. Not no unification bouts, no time soon, not even in early 21. Maybe we'll see a Bud Crawford and him probably 22. In my opinion, I don't even think 21 is going to be possible.
Hey, so guys, don't you think because he's already, has come out publicly and stated how it's hard for him to make that weight, it's hard for him to make 147. Don't you think already he's 31? He's already a unified champion at 47. Don't you think it's just time to move up, to move up and conquer another weight division?
Look, I wanted Errol Spence to move up just to fight Cotto for his finale fight. And
this thing is like Cotto. Cotto's retired. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about when Golden Boy won it, when Cotto was winning the fight Errol Spence. And Errol Spence picked to fight Lamont Peterson. He didn't want to stop.
Cotto would have beat the shit out of Errol Spence, bro.
I don't know about that, but
Cotto gave Mayweather the best fight of his career. What are you gonna say? I don't know about that. Are you kidding me?
Different times, bro. It was gonna be different.
No, it doesn't matter about different times. Cotto gave Mayweather the best fight of his career.
Cotto,
yes
the fight
or
that
no?
Punch is
Let me see it in the comment box right down over here.
Cotto would have been his last fight.
No. Listen, I don't care who beat Cotto. Did Cotto give Mayweather the best fight of his career? Yes or no? Let me see it in the comment box.
Cotto also gave Canelo one of the best fights.
No, forget it. No, I got that one split. They should have had a rematch, but it's not going to happen.
It was a great fight.
What I'm saying is that he had a chance to become a world champion 154 right after his title right after the fight with Carlos Ocampo. He had a chance to become a 2-division world title. Now, I do believe a bunch of dudes in the welterweight division should move up. I think Keith Thurman can be fighting 147. I don't think Sean Porter, yes, he can make the weight, but Sean Porter, his power doesn't transition down to 147 right about now. He came in as a professional 168, I believe, 160, 168. I think that they all should go to 154, and the guys in 154 maybe should be moving, or they could stay there. I think Hurd should be in 160. I think it will be way more interesting in 154 if these guys move up. Maybe they don't want to move up because they don't want to use the 10-ounce blood.
It doesn't matter how interesting it is, man.
Punch. Those are great points, Punch. I agree. I think it's time for everybody to move up. It's time that Jamal Charlo moves up to 68. Then the 54s, Jermell moves up to 60. I think it's time they all start moving because here comes Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. They're coming up. Yep. And then here comes Teofimo right behind him. Then behind him, here comes Shakur Stevenson. So it's time, bro. It's time for everybody to start moving up and making moves.
Yeah, and those fights in 154 would actually even be easier because Heyman got 154 on lock. He got 147 on lock. So
you're right. So
it will be easier for these guys, but I think that they're in love with the 8-ounce gloves. We could actually see a good 147-pound division without them. We could see Jose Ramirez. We could see Virgil Ortiz. We could see the emerge of Boots Ennis. We could see Bud Crawford could still stay in 147.
Yeah, so sexy though.
And I think there's a couple fighters that could fight in 147 and 154. Like Daniel Garcia, he could do both. Bud Crawford probably could do both, but I think that we'll see more fights in 147 once we see guys moving up, like Jose Ramirez and Bud Crawford could happen. What else? What could happen? Virgil Ortiz.
We're talking about all speculations. We're not talking about what's going to happen.
That's what we do.
We're talking about
Rob.
Speculations. And this is what I'm saying.
That's what we do.
This is what I'm talking about. Let's speak about what can happen. Let's stop speaking about what we want happen. And this is why the boxing world is angry.
That's interesting.
We're angry because we're not getting what we want.
You know what can happen?
No one's angry. No one's angry.
You know what can happen is that these guys could move up. That is realistic. They can move up. It's the one thing. Do they want to move up? But they can't.
That's not going to happen because it's not about them. It's about their promoters. Their promoters control everything.
Oh, Jose Ramirez is moving up. Jose Ramirez
control everything. And it's like, this is what I'm saying to everybody since the beginning. It's like, we can talk about the fighters. No, Forget about the fighter state of mind. Let's talk from a promoter state of mind. Let's elevate.
Yeah,
let's escalate. We gotta understand it. It's like, yo, that's my fighter. Let's not talk from the fighter's point of view of what they want. No, it's what I want for my fighter, and this is the problem.
Okay, so let me as a promoter, as promoting, which PBC is not a promotion, but let's look at them as that. Okay, so what's better for PBC? Jermell Charlo versus Errol Spence or Jermell Charlo versus Rosario?
Jermell Charlo versus Rosario, because there's no fans yet, and this COVID-19 is killing the numbers.
No, it wouldn't be good because that's cross.
It doesn't matter about what you think is good. It matters about numbers and money.
That's Samson.
Everything is financial.
No, that's Samson promotion.
No, that I disagree with that. It's all about financials.
No,
your company can't grow without financials.
Rob, you just said about promoters. So I'm naming you that fight is even harder to make because Rosario don't need to fight Charlo. He's a unified champion. He's not mandated to fight Charlo. He fights him if he wants to fight him. But it's a bigger fight for the promoter as PBC as a brand for a
and
Charlo.
You can't make big money unless two good fighters clash, because that's how boxing goes. It's two great fighters hit each other and they clash, and there's no money made. You can make a little bit of money when he fighting tomato cans, but I'm telling you, it's like at the end of the day, no matter how much they duck, bob, weave, and they play the boxing game on the game, it's like if they're fighting like tomato cans left and right, people are like, oh yeah. Look at Terrence Crawford. They're calling him the pound for pound king. It's like, oh, he's pound for pound the best. It's like, nigga, I don't even know one fighter that he is one elite fighter he fought. I got Keith Thurman as the baddest welterweight right now. He gave Manny Pacquiao one of the baddest fights in his career. Even though he's at the end of his career, I don't give a fuck. He gave Manny Pacquiao the most right hands down the middle that Marquez gave him one shot when, conspiracy with steroids. We're not going to go there. But he gave him like 1,000 right hands down the middle. He started taking the fight towards the end. And that split decision, I thought that we're going to rob Manny Pacquiao. I really did. At the end of the day, like your videos say, nobody has competed at the level of Keith Thurman. Nobody can argue with me with that because Keith Thurman has fought them all in that division. And the people that he hasn't fought are the people that those promoters are just hiding them away because Keith Thurman always prevailed, and he almost prevailed even against a legend, Manny Pacquiao. Keith Thurman is no joke, bro. Keith Thurman is a strong dude. Keith Thurman, if you're watching this, you can chime in. You got the email right there. Chime in if you want. I'm just saying, Keith Thurman has honor. I have a lot of respect for that man.
Keith Thurman has had a really good career, but also Keith Thurman in his own mind, he might be done. Like, you want to be on here cheerleading for Keith Thurman, that's fine. But Keith Thurman might be done, bro. Keith Thurman might not be
no more. I don't see Thurman coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, bro. All due respect to Keith Thurman, we love Keith Thurman, but out of his own mouth, he
contemplates pussy whoop. He ain't coming back.
Thurman makes more money than any fighter you can think of off the top of your head. Yes or no?
Exactly. He's made more money, so why would he come back?
He already did it.
He doesn't have the same hunger like he had before.
I live in Florida. I live in Florida.
So let me ask a question. We feel like
I already made it. This is what Keith Thurman told me. He said, I already made it. I don't care what people say about me. I already made it.
We know that Keith Thurman might not. But Keith Thurman might not have the same hunger, right? We see it.
Mm-hmm.
Do they say the same thing about Errol Spence having the same hunger? Or did he lose the hunger? Why does Errol Spence get to keep this hunger?
Retard after his accident.
But Keith Thurman, he lose the hunger. Yeah, Errol Spence is a retard. That he believes them. He haven't taken it serious in his last.
Errol Spence is done, bro. He's done. His next fight, he's done.
Errol Spence, he's losing it.
He's finished, bro. Errol Spence is finished.
Errol Spence catches a lot of heat. Punch. He catches a lot of heat for
you think he catches
his.
More heat than
Keith Thurman is calling out Errol Spence because he knows.
I think right now he
is the shit out of Errol Spence.
Look, 2 years ago when Keith Thurman took his break from boxing, right? He was catching a lot of heat for that, right? I think Errol Spence is catching the same heat that Keith Thurman was catching 2 years ago. Errol Spence is catching that same heat right now.
But you see, Black, how and that's my point. That's how people talk in the sport of boxing. You said Keith Thurman took a break, but people don't say Keith Thurman had surgery and was injured and was on the shelf. It's easy to say Keith Thurman got married. Guido said he got pussy whipped. He's not hungry. But
Mayweather ducked him.
Hold on. But nobody wants to mention that he's injured and has surgery, and that's the reason why he was out.
That's true. That part is true.
Hey, you don't want to talk about Mayweather ducking Keith Thurman. That's a different conversation.
But
Putch, when I say they took a break, I say the same thing about Errol Spence. Like Errol Spence isn't taking a break. He got into a horrible car accident. So same thing with Errol Spence. Like just because I say this guy took a break, I don't get into details about what the break consists of or why he took the break. At the end of the day, he's still taking a break, So, and I think he's catching heat. I think Errol Spence is catching heat the same way.
But it's a different analogy. See, this is like, let's say Errol Spence. We already know he was in a car crash, but Errol Spence in the interview said it himself before the car crash. He was already losing himself mentally.
He did.
But nobody writes him off for what he said. They're only writing him off for what happened in this car accident. But he said himself before the car
accident is finished.
He was losing himself. But why do fans critique him by the things that he says?
And before the car crash, he was partying almost every day. I used to be like, damn, you're a fighter.
Let's just picture this. Let's just picture Errol Spence.
Every day that can affect you.
I think both of these guys should get the same type of. Oh, this guy's not hungry. That Errol Spence not hungry. Keith Thurman is not hungry.
Errol Spence himself. Put it like this. Put it like this.
Hold on, Rob. Errol Spence is not the same. Keith Thurman is not the same. Keith Thurman don't have the same power he used to have. Errol Spence don't got the same power he used to have. We saw that during the Mikey Garcia fight. The same, and I want to see the consistency. They should both. The fans should be both on Keith Thurman and Errol Spence, saying, these guys ain't hungry no more. Both of these guys are what you call are weight bullies. Both of these guys are weight bullies.
I agree. I think they do. My opinion, I think they do catch the same amount.
I disagree.
My opinion.
I disagree.
I don't think so. Or maybe is this. Maybe is that Keith Thurman don't got a bunch of channels that he's a poster boy of, and Errol Spence is a poster boy of a lot of boxing major channels.
There you go. Yep.
That's the point.
Right,
yeah,
that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a great.
Errol Spence got a lot of fanboys.
Keith Thurman doesn't get the same
support
like Errol Spence, and that's a great point. What you said,
Yeah.
They don't look at it like they one of their own.
Himself is battle tested. He's fought the best, the elites.
Oh,
Errol Spence has fought who? Who has he fought? Keith Thurman has fought the best. He is the last unified champion. You think that Terrence Crawford is calling out Keith Thurman, Errol Spence? He said he wants to fight Keith Thurman. But are these fights going to happen? They're not going to happen. I think Keith Thurman will beat the shit out of all these dudes. You know why? Because even though Keith Thurman is mad goofy looking, Keith Thurman, I love you. And if you're watching, chime in. Even though he got a lisp and he's mad goofy and all that, Keith Thurman, when he gets in there with Danny Garcia, he's got in there. He throws hands. He's a man. He goes in there.
Okay, so my question to you guys, is.
So it's like Errol Spence is going to stop.
Keith Thurman still boxing?
I don't think so. If Manny Pacquiao couldn't stop a Keith Thurman, I got Keith Thurman beating any other welterweight right now other than Manny Pacquiao.
Is he still active? Is my question to you guys.
I can see.
Is anybody still active? Is that my question?
What?
Is anybody still active? That's my answer to the guy over here.
Everyone's still
fighting
active. Next week.
Nobody's
what you
fighting.
mean? Jamal Herring fights next week. Herring fights next week.
Nobody cares.
Virgil Ortiz fights on the 24th.
But nobody cares.
You asked me who's fighting. I just told you who's fighting.
I understand that, but nobody cares. You know why? Because
they're not. What the fuck you talking about? I care.
They're not fights that the casuals
somebody he always say nobody cares.
I know the fight.
Brooks was the number one.
Nobody cares. Nobody knows who Brooks is. You know why? Because promotion is shut down.
Brooks wasn't the number one welterweight after he got beaten by Triple G and left. And with that fight,
Van Dover 3.
Everybody know about that fight and the preparation that Brooks had to go through just to get to 147 and fight Errol Spence, which was a great fight. It was a great fight.
Everything is all systematically.
See, in my analogy, I'm not about giving extra credit. I think people go too much by potential. And I'm not talking about the young fight. I'm talking about the proven fighters, the prime guys. People give extra credit. So people may say, why you be on some? The only reason why I time in on Errol Spence is because people don't keep it consistent when it goes with Keith Thurman. So when I don't hear fair shake on Keith Thurman, but yet praise Errol Spence for what Keith Thurman already done.
Tomato cans.
Like if Errol Spence, great fight with Sean Porter. Great fight. He beat Sean Porter.
They need to run that back.
Became unified. You know what? Keith Thurman beat Sean Porter 4 years ago. You're not Keith
Thurman almost beat Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, got you.
Put him on.
Yeah, we was talking about this the other day too.
Oh shit. Yeah, nigga, I don't think I'm gonna go to work tomorrow. If I do, I'm gonna be zombie mode.
Go ahead.
Hey, Punch, I work. Hey, Punch, I work with a crazy Errol Spence fan. So all day, bro, he's just talking shit about Keith Thurman, and I have to play the role like, hey, bro, but your boy's taking a break too right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you're bashing Keith Thurman, but your boy hasn't fought in almost a year.
I feel you. I'm
having the argument all day.
Here's the thing. The reason why Spence doesn't get the same heat as Keith Thurman is because Spence wasn't out of the sport for 2 years. Period. That's it. That is the reason why Keith Thurman gets the heat, because he was out of the sport for 2 years. As soon as Spence is out of the sport for 2 years and he comes back and doesn't look like Spence against guys who we would think he shouldn't struggle against, then you'll see the same heat that Thurman got directed towards Spence. But Spence is coming off a fight of the year candidate in a car accident. It hasn't even been a year yet.
But Smoke, that's why I came up with the video, because what you just said about Keith Thurman, he got heat because he was out for 2 years. Why would any athlete get heat for being injured and having surgery? No,
there's a thing. Right? I don't know if you remember the old days where Vitaly Klitschko, my man, was held together by spit and a prayer. He was always injured. He was Mr. Champion Emeritus. Why didn't they just make Keith Thurman a champion emeritus, and then we would have had the good feelings? The issue was my man was injured. He was going to come back. He was scheduled to fight. He was going to come back. He played too many games with his comeback, and he was gone for too long. And then when he came back, he didn't look like the same guy. That is why Keith Thurman gets the heat, and why Spence doesn't. Because Spence doesn't. Because that set of circumstances doesn't apply to Errol Spence.
But thank you. That's why I did the video, because you said he was playing games. That's what I mean. That people don't respect fighters. They don't care. They don't care if they get injured. Keith Thurman came back and he busted his hands trying to come back. You don't say it like that. You say that he plays games.
Yes, because everybody else is sorry, bro. I don't know if you're done. Are you done?
People play games like that. They may play outside, but why am I gonna get heat if I'm trying to come back and I get injured? It seems like when a person gets injured, is and he's playing games. I'm trying to be fair and be like, nah, he got injured. That's it.
Great. So he can be injured, but injured for 2 years. At a certain point, you go, okay, I'm injured. I don't know what's going on. Let me be a champion emeritus and let me get my act together because I don't know what's going on. If Spence did the same thing, but we got injured, said he's going to come back, didn't come back, went off, got married, lived his life, didn't seem like he was going to come back until he was ready to come back, then you would see Spence getting that heat. But that hasn't happened to Spence. What Spence did was did nothing less but give us a Fight of the Year candidate, and then got into a car accident, and then COVID happened. None of this stuff, like you can put the car crash on Spence, and that's fine. That's fine that Spence had the car crash. But the issue is all of these events are less than 12 months away. They're less than 12 months. We're not talking about 24, 26, 28 months of this. We're talking about maybe 9 months.
But Smoke, you gave me facts about Earl Spence about having a car crash, and you gave me feelings about Keith Thurman. Why?
No, I didn't. I gave you facts. I said he was out of the sport. That's not a feeling. That's a fact.
Why him getting married has to do with this whole analogy?
Because people were waiting for the guy to come back. That is why. Because people were waiting for him to come back and defend the title. I got it. Here's what I'm saying to you.
And the guy tried to come back, and the guy tried to come back. He got injured. The guy tried to come back, and he vacated the belt. He got vacated the belt. It's a reason why Earl Spence had a unification bout. It's because he vacated the belt. Then he's
after how long, Punch? You keep glossing over the fact that it's my feeling. It is not my feeling.
I'm sorry, GTS.
It is not my feeling.
It is not always be right. I'm sorry, bro.
Smoke, I got you right here. Hear me out.
Smoke, you're not gonna always be right, bro. I'm sorry.
Hear me out. When you gave the analogy of Earl Spence and Keith Thurman when you came in, you mentioned the car crash, yet you did not mention what Earl Spence was saying before the car crash about him. You did not downplay Earl Spence. You're downplaying Keith Thurman, even just by saying that he was getting heat and he went out there and got married, and insinuating that because he got married and got a woman that he lost the heart and he's just in love and F boxing. That's your analogy.
No, I didn't insinuate that. So let me be clear then. If that's the impression you got, let me be clear. Let me be clear. And if you can get Rob out of my ear, I can actually make a point and actually enjoy the panel, or else I'm just gonna cut again. Like for real. So let me be clear. Errol Spence may have been saying that he was going through whatever mental thing before the fight, but in fact, he gave us a fight, which was one of the best fights of the year. So regardless of what was going on in his head or in his heart or with his hunger, what he actually did was produce in the ring. How that is different than Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman could be injured. Maybe he's injured, maybe he's not. Who the hell knows?
That's my point.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Because we aren't in his body. All we have is his word on it. All we have is Keith Thurman. Let me finish. None of us are boxers. None of us are doctors. We don't know what that dude was going through. All we have is his word. So if you want to take his word for it, that he was injured and couldn't fight, that's fine. I'm not hating the guy for being injured. What I'm saying that the reason why he got the heat that he got was because people were actually looking forward to the guy fighting, and he did it for years. So for you to point Errol Spence with that same brush when Errol Spence gave us a Fight of the Year candidate in 2019 and we're only in 2020. Why in the hell people weren't giving Keith Thurman a bunch of heat 9 months after he stopped fighting? They didn't give him a heat a year after he stopped fighting. It was 2 years before he vacated. It was okay. So you're trying to tell me right now that the reason why Keith Thurman got heat was because after 9 months he didn't come back. That's not what was happening. What was happening was
how about people didn't give Mayweather heat because he didn't fight Keith Thurman. Floyd Mayweather didn't fight Keith Thurman. He was the top contender. And who did he fight?
But this one.
Come on.
Mayweather had the decency to give up the belt. Mayweather had the decency to give up the belt.
Mayweather is known to be the biggest pussy in boxing history because he catches people in their weakness.
Hold on. This is again you've proven my point on why you said that we're going by his word and we don't know if he was injured or not. See, right away, when you're talking about Keith Thurman, you're already devaluing. You're almost saying like, yeah, whatever what he was saying was, yeah, we don't know if he was injured or not. Yes, the man has surgery. Everybody know the man has surgery. There's not, does he?
Okay, Devin Haney had surgery. People get surgery. They're not out for 2 years. Some guys are, some guys aren't. We don't know. But the point is, Errol Spence, we saw Errol Spence car flip. So we can understand what's going on with Errol Spence. We can go, yeah, we saw his car flip. And when it comes to Keith Thurman, we got to take a doctor's note.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna go by what Earl. I'm not gonna care about what the car accident, because Errol Spence said in his first interview that he's ready to fight anybody. So I don't want to see Errol Spence fight a tune-up. I don't want to see Earl. I want to see Errol Spence fight Bud Crawford.
That's fine. Bud Crawford don't want to do that, though. Bud Crawford doesn't want to do that. That's fine, but Bud Crawford don't want to do that.
Yes,
Bud Crawford.
Accident. It was horrible, but you know what? All you had was your teeth knocked out. You said nothing scathed you. You barely had a scratch. Okay, so nothing really happened. The WBC didn't take the weld. They didn't put you on recess. Don't give him a voluntary bow. He said he's okay. He says, "Oh, I want to swim in the shark." Then put him and swim with the sharks then.
Right. The issue is that Terrence Bud Crawford said if they offered the fight, he wouldn't take it because everyone is going to discount the win if he wins. So it takes two to tango, and that's the point. Errol Spence is saying, "Yeah, nothing happened to me. I'm going to get in the ring and I'm going to fight." And as soon as the boxing comes back, we're expecting that guy to fight. That is not if Errol Spence doesn't fight, if he's like, "Oh no, I'm not ready and I'm still injured," people will give him a pass because of the car accident for a while. But there will come a point when they stop giving him a pass, just like they stopped giving Keith Thurman a pass.
But what was the pass that they gave Keith Thurman?
The fact that he was injured.
I wanted to time in when I was shaking my head when you said that the people didn't hate Keith Thurman after 9 months and stuff like that. When Charlo and Lubin fought, I was in Barclays Center. They booed the shit out of Keith Thurman.
Maybe they don't like Keith Thurman because he put a boring ass performance on national TV. Maybe they just don't like the dude.
Another point, I noticed the brothers don't support Keith Thurman because he's half white. That's another thing I noticed.
The thing that has to do, it's not even about that. That has to do with there is a community that has a lot of followers and subscribers. Their poster boy is two guys that we know. It's Errol Spence and it's Wilder. Because I assure you, if the poster boy was Keith and Tom Thurman, which they was supporting Keith and Tom Thurman before Errol Spence, we wouldn't even be discussing this.
Bro, it's a power rankings. If Errol Spence starts acting like Keith Thurman, then he's going to get the same respect from those channels that Keith Thurman got.
But how is Keith Thurman acting?
Dude,
he didn't fight for 2 years, yo. What are you missing? If Errol Spence stopped fighting for 2 years, if Errol Spence does not fight for 2 years, you will see those same channels jump off the bandwagon the same way they jumped off Keith Thurman's bandwagon.
All right. When Andre Ward and Mikey Garcia barely fought for 2 years, did they get any hate? Did they say that? What they said about these guys?
Did Andre Ward get hate? First off, Andre Ward was completely out of the sport and didn't have a belt. He wasn't holding any belts hostage. He wasn't holding up his division. He was literally just out of the sport. Keith Thurman was still the actor.
Promotional issues, and they don't talk about him being a diva like they do with Ryan Garcia. They don't do it
because it's not the same.
They don't do it with Mikey Garcia. All I'm saying is, keep it consistent with every
bro. They're not the same thing. If it was the same thing, if Andre Ward said, "I am not fighting because the money isn't right," then that would be a different thing. Instead, what it was that the guys that he signed with died, and his son tried to inherit the contract. And Andre Ward was like, "I didn't sign with you. I'm not trying to fight with you." That was a completely different issue than what Ryan Garcia's got going on. You are just painting these guys with you're just painting these guys with a brush as if the circumstances are the same. They're not.
Why is this dude talking?
We don't really know the ins and outs of the negotiation with Golden Boy and Ryan Garcia. We assume.
This guy's talking nonsense.
No. What I'm saying is, listen, Ryan Garcia said Ryan Garcia came out and said he was happy with his contract. And then he came out and said, I'm not happy with the money. And then he came out and said, I'm ready to fight Luke Campbell. The issue is all of these twists and turns for Ryan Garcia are in front of our face so we can, okay, Rob, like for real, Punch, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. And this dude is actually making it really tough to have a mature exchange about these ideas. So if you want to
let him talk, Rob.
Right. So, like I was saying, if Ryan Garcia and Andre Ward had the same issues, then we could be talking about the same thing. But Andre Ward had already done the Super Six. He had already achieved in the sport, and he did not sit on the belts. These are significant difference. These are significant differences between what Ryan Garcia's got going on and also what Keith Thurman's got going on.
Smoke. This is not about. I don't want to bash or take credit out of any.
No, we're talking about consistency. We're talking about the same energy. I get it. I get what the point is. I'm just telling you. I know it's not about bashing.
No.
I know it's not about bashing. I'm just saying the reason why they don't get the same energy is because it's not the same situation.
No. It's not even about the same energy because a person don't even got to give Keith Thurman any energy for being out because he was injured and has surgery.
That happens. You know what happens? Guys become emeritus. They give up the belt.
They give him heat. They give him heat because they have a storyline that says he's ducking and he's ducking for 2 years and he's avoiding Earl Spence. They're not worried about that he was out injury and stuff like that. That's the storyline.
Okay. And I'm not going to argue that there's a segment of fans that felt that way. But that's not what every fan felt. Some fans felt that way. Others fans felt like if you're not going to fight, give up the belts. Being emeritus, and like he was when he gave up the WBC, he was still emeritus. He just didn't take that fight. Instead, he took the fight that he took.
Okay.
This dude has the most stupidest point of view I ever heard on your channel.
He gave up.
You have the most stupidest point of view on this channel, and the people down here, you have the most dumbest. You always have like this own perspective of the most stupidest point of view because you have a stupid point of view without no fact, no scientific thing behind it, no mathematical thing.
Bro, Punch, you see, you let this dude keep rambling, bro, and he's talking shit, bro.
But I'm gonna let you talk. The one that sounds the dumbest, bro. Because
this is Glenn. This is not Get the Smoke. This is Glenn Avery, not Get the Smoke. This is Glenn Avery. Not Get the Smoke, and what I'm trying to tell you is that you always sound fucking retarded.
I get muted.
Because you sound retarded, bro. You keep talking shit about people, bro. You keep talking shit about people, bro. Come on, man. Relax your fucking ass, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know he's drunk, but fuck it, bro. He looks retarded, bro. He keeps talking shit about people. He's talking about Get the Smoke sounds like the dumbest. Bro, actually, the dude is very educated, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like he wouldn't be here on a regular basis, fucking talking. Like, you know what I mean? Like you know, you look stupid because you make yourself look stupid. Nobody's making you look stupid. You make yourself look stupid, bro.
Just stay in.
Come on, man.
Forget about it.
Come on, bro. You lucky you not on fucking in Harlem, bro.
It's all gonna be good.
Back in the days, bro, they would have taken you out with the hook, bro. They would have taken you out in Harlem with the hook, bro. Get the fuck off stage, bro.
Glenn, let's just
it's just that it's annoying, bro. Like I got a fucking headache dealing with this dude, bro. I left the channel, I come back, I'm fucking sitting in the background for like fucking 15 minutes, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Finish.
But yo, Punch, if you get mad at me, then imagine how the fucking crowd feels listening to this fucking dumbass for fucking 2 hours, bro.
They love me. They love me.
Is that look? If let's say y'all mad at Rob, but then when y'all
no, it's not about being mad. It's that he's disrespectful and fucking not talking facts, bro. It's not about being mad, bro. It's about actual facts that he's being annoying, bro.
Now Glenn, you hear me?
You're being heard. Let's talk about what me and Smoke was talking about. Jump on that. But then if you're gonna go straight and talk about Rob, then it stays on the problem you have.
But that's the thing is, as soon as I start talking, he starts talking. Like every single person that starts talking, he starts talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's saying it right now. He's interrupting me right now. You see what I'm saying? Man, you know what? Yo, have a great night, brother. Have a great night, brother. Yo, fuck this shit, bro. Fucking old little bitch ass nigga.
You're boring. Nobody wants boringness. We want to be entertained. you're boring. Shut the fuck up. Move on.
Go ahead. Now, we're not talking about.
I'm tired of this whole shit.
Rob.
I'm tired of this whole bullshit. Chill out, man. Yo no sé que tú tienes un perico ahí allá abajo, loco. Suelta el perico, maní. Deja la baña, loco.
Yo, we're gonna talk boxing or what? Go
Suelta el perico, mi hermano. Suelta el perico. Tú estás como un loco ahí, loco. Pues tú estás como un hombre,
la gente está a mí.
Tú no puedes ir a hablar, loco. Mira.
Relax, man.
No, loco, ya está bueno, loco.
No, damn.
Yo, DTS, continue.
Tú estás pasado. Tú no sabes portar como un hombre, loco. ¿Qué? Loco. Deja la baña.
Well, anyway, Smoke, what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, but but the thing that I do get irritated about is the storyline that they put behind Keith Thurman. Not never, but I rarely hear, yo, this guy he was injured, surgery, whatever. Yes, he dropped the belt. He kept one belt, the super title, the one that he could keep. He don't need to lose that belt anyway. Why do he need to vacate?
You know, guys get heat when they don't. All right, it's one thing. It's really one thing if you are holding the belt and not fighting versus you take yourself out because you're injured. And what I'm saying to you is that there was an avenue for him to take, for him to not fight and rehab. Instead, he didn't do that, and we just waited for a guy forever. At a certain point, just like if you're waiting for anybody who won't hurry the fuck up, you lose patience. And people lost patience with the dude. That's really all it is. That Errol Spence does not have this wealth of goodwill that he can act however he wants for years at end, and guys are just gonna keep riding with him.
No, but what I'm saying was that, it ain't even past a year, and they was already booing. They was already booing because the narrative already got taken over by the channels that have a lot of followers, is that he's ducking Errol Spence. It's nothing that would have happened unless if Keith Thurman fights Errol Spence next. That's it. Because what happened was Errol Spence adopted Floyd Mayweather's fans in that sense of Keith Thurman wanted to fight Floyd Mayweather. Then the Floyd Mayweather and Keith Thurman was going back and forth, and Floyd Mayweather implemented Errol Spence into the mix of Keith Thurman. So then while Keith Thurman is fighting other guys, Floyd Mayweather, who has a large fan base as well, is saying, why are you ducking Errol Spence?
That's a good point.
So the hate already came even before he got injured. That's why he got booed during the Lubin and Charlo fight that a year didn't even pass. That was September. I think I don't know if something wrong with the audio.
Man, this dude, man, y'all about to hop out.
Clear. I'm saying hi to all my people saying hi to me.
Yo estoy por un payaso, yo me voy aquí, oíste.
Yeah, y'all let, you know what I'm saying? Smoke.
Yeah, we're the stars anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yo. Yo, I can't hear you, Smoke. I can't hear you, Smoke.
Yo, Smoke. I can't hear. Oh, shit. You got cut off. Yo, it's me and Punch Drunk. This is Rob. This is Moonshine. This is what we're doing. This is what's going on. Yo, Punch Drunk, let's talk about what's going on Saturday. George Masvidal versus... Hold on, GTS. Don't interrupt because I didn't interrupt you.
No, hold on. I want to because I asked him a question.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So about your overall point about the fickleness of fans, right? I'm with you, right? Fans don't give guys a fair shake, but also there's a thing about only being as good as your last fight, right? Yeah. Like take a Vitaly versus Chris Bird. He was beating the shit out of Chris Bird, but then he hurt himself in the fight. And even right then and there, all the commentary started talking about how Vitaly was a big, like he was messing the fighter, messing something else. They went through all of these. They completely slated Vitaly Klitschko starting that night, and he didn't fight for a while. Even for his last fight versus when he retired was like years, right? The issue is what have you done for fans lately? And also, when can we expect for you to redeem the sour taste you left in their mouth? So if you're gonna put up a stinker like he did and then exit for 2.5 years, now I'm not saying that the Floyd Mayweather crowd turned against Keith or whatever the hell else happened for some boxing fans. But what I'm saying to you is Keith Thurman still could have come back after 9 months and getting booed and all that stuff if he had fought. But 2.5 years later, not actually giving up the belts and let other guys fight for it, people got tired of hearing Keith Thurman.
He was out for 1 year and 10 months. Not 2 years and a half. 1 year and 10 months.
Is he done? Like, does he have anything to entertain everybody? Like, he's making it boring. Does he have anything to entertain?
I can't hear you, Smoke. There's something wrong with your audio.
Smoke, just cut off because you're boring. Yeah, good.
I don't want to talk about that.
All right, it's me and you.
Not UFC. I don't really know too much about that.
All right. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're talking boxing right now. So listen, this is what it is. George Masvidal.
Yeah, but I don't follow UFC like that.
Yeah, that's fine, but I do. So this is what's going on.
I'm not talking about that, Rob. I don't want to talk about.
We're talking about boxing right now. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about the fight that's happening. This is what's happening. Hopefully, we got Vasily Lomachenko versus Teofimo Lopez. And if you're watching, his father's watching, get your son on the channel because we need the views. We need the attention. Teofimo Lopez, you were on here. The father, he was on here one time. If you're on here watching, come have your son just for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. That would be great for the channel. This is all we want, because we're trying to really expose the boxing nation because it's really a government. It's conspiracies, it's politics. We want to take boxing out of politics and put it back in the hands of the people. And I don't even care if it takes my life to devote. And I know that Teofimo Lopez's father, he was on here for an interview, and he knows he's mad real. Yo, I love you. I love that interview. Yo, if you're watching, and I know you might be watching, who knows? Yo, chime in, hit the email. Yo, get on the channel because your promotion is essential, especially at this time.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Yeah, they gotta come up. Yo, Smoke.
Yeah.
I don't think we spoke about
Seth Miller.
We spoke about the
banker.
What do you feel about? Did we speak about it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we spoke about it this channel. What do you feel about?
A lot of moonshine. That's a lot of moonshine, man.
What do you feel about the Fury and Deontay Wilder? What do you feel about the story? Not the story, but the allegations. What do you feel about the allegations?
It's black on
the
black
allegations. All right. So moving your hand around the glove or manipulating the padding within the glove, like, while I think it's dirty, and you can call it a cheat, but I just think it's dirty fighting, like hitting on a break or hitting low or something like that. You got to deal with that in a fight. I don't think that really is anything other than you need to figure out a way to make adjustments. If he actually had a loaded glove, I think that's a criminal act. I don't know that there's any way that they're going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, or even more likely than not, whether or not his glove was loaded, right? But we all know about horsehair gloves and their propensity to move around during the course of a fight, right? So to me, that's not really anything that's worth really discussing whether it happened or whether it doesn't happen, because we see it happening in other fights that aren't Tyson Fury. That's really it.
To be fair, I want you to check out. I put this clip. I know Rob saw it because I sent it to Rob. I want you to check out the clip with Wilder and Brazil, and I want you to tell me, what do you think Deontay Wilder is doing with his glove? Whenever you get the chance.
I don't know, bro.
Like I said, for me, it's
black on black crime, man. That's what
for me, it's about whether it's a dirty tactic, not whether or not. Like, to me, Tyson Fury is a dirty fighter, I don't know that he's a cheat. I mean, actually, I do know he's a cheat because he failed the drug test. But that's a different thing. Whether or not he actually cheated in that fight and had something illegal in his glove, that is that for me. You're gonna have to show that happened. And moving padding around and moving your hand in the glove doesn't equal you had a loaded glove. Yeah. Like whether or not they can show that he had whether or not somebody put something in his drink, if he can show that, fine, knock yourself out. For me, I don't know. Hey, that's more about that even if it happened, it would be more like, damn, that's fucked up that happened to you. You need to get your get back. And maybe somebody needs to be prosecuted if you can find out who did it and how. But otherwise, I don't really give it that. Like for real, when it comes down to it, Wilder needs to get his get back in the ring, not like in the court of public opinion. Not about whether or not we as fans believe one thing or another.
I think Wilder needs to get back.
Hold on, Punch. I don't mean to interrupt. Yo, Smoke, I got a question for you. If Wilder gets back in the ring with Tyson Fury and then he gets his shit clocked in yet again, what are you going to say?
It depends on what happened to the fight. I'm going to say what happened in the fight because that's how I wrote. Because you asked me a question. Do you want to hear my answer? Are you going to answer for me? So let me finish my answer and then you can respond. Here's my thing. Here's my deal. Here's really what it is for me. I wanted to see Lennox Lewis fight both Klitschko brothers because of those dudes to me were the best guys, and I wanted to see them all fight multiple times to have it be settled. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Fury and Wilder. Same thing with Fury and AJ. I want to see these guys fight multiple times. If Fury turns out to be the better guy, then that's just what it is. That's what I wanted to see happen, to see who is the better guy. I'm not trying to see these fights to prove that Wilder's the best. I want to see who's the best, and that happens in the fight. Not me predetermining the fight, and not any of that stuff.
What are you gonna say? That's my question to you.
I'm gonna say what happened in the fight because that's what I say about every fight.
This is what I know what's gonna happen in the fight because I see history and I know how history goes because everything goes within mathematics. It doesn't matter how you're built. It doesn't matter what you've done. It doesn't matter how many wins or how many losses. It's mathematically, systematically, everything goes with physics. If you know physics and quantum mechanics, everything breaks down with its own analysis. And I'll tell you this, when Wilder loses their third fight, the whole LDBC is going to be exploding. All these channels are going to be exploding. And you know who I'm talking about because you guys are probably watching over here. Punch. Why are you guys on Punch Drunk Boxing? Because you guys have nothing better to talk about. But welcome. Anyways, this is what I got to say to them. You know what I'm saying? Is that you got to understand this. Wilder will lose the third time. And it's going to be even worse. And then when he gets his shit clocked in, that's what's going to happen by the white man. And he's going to get his shit clocked in by this European white man, conqueror, whatever the fuck you want to think about it. He's going to get his shit clocked in. And it's going to be sooner, faster, and easier. There's not going to be no excuse. Forget about the glove lay. It's just going to show that when you get to certain levels, there's certain levels to this game. And very potential people with initial understanding of the fight game say that there's certain levels to this game. It's like you can only make it so far. And congratulations to Deontay Wilder. If you're watching, hey, chime in. Congratulations to you. You made enough money to support your family. You made enough money to make a career. You made enough money, more money than I would ever make ever in my life. Yo, God bless you. God bless your entire family. Yo, God bless you to death. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to combat skills, you know, I'm not race baiting. If I was race baiting, I would say Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? So put it like this. It's like at the end of the day, it's like the dude got his shit clocked in, and then people are making all these excuses. All these other channels are making all these excuses, and these channels are probably watching right now because they're not live the way that Punch Drunk Boxing, a.k.a. Manny Pacquiao, the greatest of all time, a.k.a. the Philippines. We love our Filipino fans. Right. We want you to hit the subscribe button. I'm just saying. I want
I want to see. This is what I want to see from this fight. I know Tyson Fury got the better skills. I want to see Deontay Wilder win the fight.
No, you don't. You're just saying
that. I
I
want to see Deontay Wilder win the fight.
Listen,
the only person that I want to see him win the fight because the only person that could achieve greatness that night will be Deontay Wilder.
No, listen, I don't care about greatness. Listen, Deontay Wilder,
he doesn't get the respect that he deserves.
He was never a good fighter. Listen, he fought mediocre fighters. He had that 1-2, and if you watch that fight between him and
Tyson Fury can't be that good either.
No. Tyson Fury used the 1-2 on Deontay Wilder. Watch the fight again.
But if you can't fight, wait. But if Wilder can't fight, then Fury ain't beat nobody. So I'm not giving credit. If that's the analogy of a lot of people that Deontay Wilder can't fight.
No, I never said that he never beat nobody. He's a champion. But the thing is, you got to look at this. There's a champion, but there's greats. There's a separation. There's these separations of levels. Like I can say it's like I play Call of Duty. Let's say Quantum Mechanics with a number 1 dash in the middle. I play Call of Duty. And it's like you can think that you're fucking quick at the gun, like and you use like an Uzi, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't play aggressively. I play patiently. I use angles. I know where you're coming from. I cut angles. Everything is all perception of understanding. And this is what I'm saying. Wilder did great for himself. I'm not saying he did bad because
but if Wilder's so bad, why did Tyson Fury has to change his?
No, I never say he was bad. I say he did so great for himself.
No. I'm saying about people say that he can't fight. He's not a good boxer.
No, the thing is that I'm not saying that he can't fight, but I can understand what you're saying. Look, listen, this is the way I see it. Tyson Fury is a superior boxer. Wilder is just the epiphany is that you don't need that much talent to get to a certain level in boxing nowadays. That's just my explanation. You don't need all that much talent. All you need to know is timing and need to know to guide that blow. Now, if you put a Wilder versus Tyson, man, that's a whole different age where people were thrown in the ring and there's no fucking Floyd Mayweather fucking jab, fucking grab. Floyd Mayweather, one of the most grabbing boxers ever in history. He should have had deducted points in that Manny Pacquiao fight. That's a whole nother video other than that. But there's no. People were dogs back in the 80s. They were dogs. They used to fight in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s.
So people are not dogs. People are not dogs now.
Over Frazier was smashed by Foreman twice and beat Ali, which Foreman. But hold on. Let me answer that question.
Hold on. Let me talk. You can answer that. I'm gonna put it back up. But that's exactly why I did the video. I did the video because of the same analogy again, is that guys in the past were fighters and guys today are not fighters.
They're not fighters.
But they are fighters. They are
fighters, but they're controlled by their promoters.
I think, look, the Earl Spence and Porter was a battle. You think that was a boxing
match? Fight. It needs to happen again.
They was fighting.
It need to happen again. That was a battle.
It had a lot of grit.
I had that split.
Nonito Donaire. That was
I know Nui won that fight. But I want to see that Filipino dude versus Inoue. That fight.
Sergey Derevchenko versus Triple G. That was fighting. That was a scrap.
No, Derevchenko beat Triple G. He beat him.
But what I'm saying is they was fighting. They was fighting.
Politics.
These guys are warriors today too.
That's why boxing is going down, my nigga.
Nah,
see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you got guys comparing all-time great Hall of Famers to their Call of Duty playing, to them playing Call of Duty, then that's why we have what we have. We have guys who think that them playing video games is somehow analogous to a fighter getting into the ring and fighting at the highest levels of the sport, right? And and everybody is not, you know, I've been watching boxing over 40 years, right? Everybody's not like that. Everybody's not in my place. Not only have I been watching boxing forever, but one of my, you know, my brother from another was on the 92 Olympic team. He trained greats. So I'm close to guys who are behind the sport that let me see how the sport works. So it's not just about me, you know, fanboying the champions getting to the ring and fighting each other. I can understand and I can respect what a fighter brings to a fight. And I'm trying to see that, right? So if that's not what you're trying to do, if all you know is 5 fighters and you just want to see those guys mix it up in the next fight, then yeah, you're gonna have this kind of attitude like boxing sucks because I'm not getting what I want. But boxing is not that. You might think it's that, but it ain't that.
I agree with you. And that's why I did the video, because I feel like all these fighters should be. I said the most exciting fight this year, which I said was going to be probably fight of the year. Yeah, the biggest fight for me is Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez.
That's not going to happen, bro.
For me, the number one fight that was going to be fight of the year was going to be Regis Prograis and Maurice Hooker. I think that fight was going to be like.
But it doesn't matter. It's society. It matters to hardcore.
That fight would have been.
It doesn't matter to society. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Punch Drunk. It matters to us, but it doesn't matter to regular people.
But I don't care about regular people. We don't care about the regular people. We care
listen, that's great. But if it doesn't go down in history, it never existed. How about that, bitch? How about that one?
It depends on if people are.
If it doesn't go down in history, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go on in the history that people don't look at, right?
But that fight wouldn't.
It does matter. It does matter.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, that's what archaeology is about. It's about adding to our knowledge base through research and scholarship, right? We don't know everything all the time. That life is a process of discovery, both of the here and now, but also our understanding of the past and what's already happened.
Yeah,
that's fine. I get muted. That's fine.
No, because you're talking and then I can't hear nothing. I don't know. I can't hear nothing on my end. You know
but the thing is that he's talking nonsense and I'm talking the truth. That's the difference.
Nah, he's not speaking. He's not. Come on, stop. It's not about this discussion. It's not about telling somebody that they don't know nothing or try to like you know, what's the word?
The bird. The bird is the word.
Intelligence. This is not what it is. I don't even want to have that type of time. It's not even that type of time. You know.
All right. So this is what I gotta understand. In my moment of understanding of clarity, within my clarity of disparity of everything that I can say within my own variety of words, my vocabulary breaks down within varieties of things that trickle down. My understanding can only tell me only certain things of my understanding. And this is how pure the things that I say. And you know what? I wasn't going to make a channel, but I think I should make a channel. I think I should.
Everybody should make a channel. You guys
no, it's not everybody. But I'm on a different level. And you know what? I understood this, and it's something my wife told me. It's like you're spending so much time on their channel, and it's like everybody really wants to talk to you. Everybody wants to message you. Everybody wants to listen.
Come on, Rob, man, talk boxing, bro. You gonna tune people out?
And I'm talking boxing, and I'm talking deep boxing, and I'm talking boxing knowledge. But the thing is that we're talking boxing, but these fights are never gonna happen. They're not gonna happen this year. So we're talking nonsense.
No, we're talking. So we're talking what can happen next year. Then I'm all for it. I'm all for what's
gonna happen now.
I could talk about what happened next year. It's just like if you're about to get married and stuff.
So you're just that maybe will happen.
Well, maybe it does. Maybe it don't. Hey, you want to talk about Jorge Masvidal fight, but yet you said that what about if somebody had coronavirus in fight week? So
because
why
we never know.
So why talk about the Masvidal fight?
The what if?
So what we're gonna talk about then? Then there's nothing to talk about.
We gotta talk about fantasy, and this is what we're in. And this is what I wanted to explain, but everybody was against me saying, "Oh, I don't care. I don't know what he's talking about." Everything is all about fantasy. It's not about the fighter. Fuck the fighter. It's all about the promoter. It's all about what they want. Are they going to take the risk? Everything is about risk. You know what your next video needs to be? Are the promoters ready to take the risk in this situation? That's the title.
Good. I'll probably do a video about that. And no, they're not willing to take the risk with the biggest fights. No.
Yeah, listen. In this situation, of course not. Because you're not gonna get the financial. You're not gonna.
Okay, so great question. Then I got a great question, guys. So, do you think if we see a fight like Wilder and Fury, and know that the money, that all the money might not be there, or let's say a Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, or let's say Earl Spence in a cross promotion with Bud Crawford, do you think so they could have enough money? It's better off not to have an undercard?
There's no such thing as enough money. These are pure tools of capitalism. It's you maximize your return on investment. Period. Dot. There is no such thing as enough.
My white boy.
It's every single penny that you can make. That's what these fights are about. And you're talking about losing out on eight-figure revenue streams when you don't have fights like this with an audience.
Nah, he's wrong.
No, what I'm saying, I don't know if I understand.
I don't know what the fuck he's
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't understand the answer.
Oh no! I'm saying that these guys are trying to maximize the return on every single event. You cannot have these big fights and not have a crowd because that is an 8-figure revenue stream. They're looking at tens of millions of dollars from these gates. You can't just go, yeah, it's enough for the TV contract or it's enough for pay-per-view.
No,
these guys.
Okay. So no, what do you think about? Let's say they're talking about the Deontay Wilder Fury fight that they're gonna have they're gonna have a live gate, but not it's gonna be what they was talking about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people. Or that I think that's cap. Yeah. So should they have a undercard? Because they need to pay the undercard as well. Should they have the undercard and save that money and just have the main event? What do you think?
I'm saying kick it back to 2021 if you have to make all these kinds of concessions, because I mean either that or just don't have it on pay-per-view at all. Like don't root around in my pockets with a discount broadcast, because I'm not trying to pay for a discount broadcast, right? I want to see the fight, but you can put that on free TV and have sponsors pay for it.
Okay.
What fight? What good fight does anybody want to pay for right now?
If all you're talking about is the network's money, all you're talking about is the network's budget, and all you're talking about is the network, where you just said Wilder Fury, right? That was the fight that he did.
Does anybody want to pay for? Why the Fury 3? People are just gonna pay for a white dude beating up a black dude. That's all we're gonna see. That's the truth. That's reality. So other than that ass beating that's going to come, and after it comes, I already said it. My channel will be already lit by that time. I'm just saying, it's like after that, it's like, what
I don't even give a damn about what the hell you talking about. I'm paying for the fight. If they actually do a real fight, if they actually do a real promotion, I'm going to pay for it. I don't care about no white guy beating a black guy or none of the hell you talking about. I'm actually tuning in to see what happens during the fight.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish, please.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm buying the fight. So, if it's a normal broadcast, I am going to pay for the pay-per-view. I am not going to pay for a discounted fight. Fine. I do not care whether or not. Okay, Amber, do you want me to go or do you want to interrupt? I do not care that it's a white guy versus a black guy. That is not what I'm tuning in to watch. Period. Dot. But I'm also not trying to pay extra. I'm not trying to pay for a big fight that doesn't have a big fight atmosphere. That like what I'm seeing from both UFC and Top Rank is what is it? It sensitizes me to how much I love the sport, but it also it limits it shows me the limits to which I'll go to support it, right? So in this era of streaming, if that's what you want to do, if you want to put on fights with no fans and COVID because you need to make the fight now, you're gonna find a lot of streams. And I can't, like, I'm a Wilder fan, but I'm also a fan of my of value for my dollar.
I keep it honest. This was going on right here will make me pay pay-per-view for a fight like Javier Fortuna versus Linares. I'll pay a pay-per-view just because I'll pay for that. That's just me though. I'll pay for that. If they're gonna charge, I'll pay for that.
Yeah, see, and that's for me that the issue is the fact that promoters keep asking me to pay for their shit.
Yeah. So I mean, you're a Wilder fan? You say you're Wilder.
Yep.
So you're going for, you want him to win. You're going for him to win. I
mean, listen. I like Fury also. It's for me. I like Fury also. So it's not really a either or. Like I rock with Wilder more. Like Wilder does not fail drug tests. Wilder does not have the air of cheating over thing. Great. Cool. I got it. Guys get beat up. It's boxing. I don't mind a guy getting beat up. That doesn't mean that I won't support him because he got beat up. It's all good. That's what happens. That's not faith no hazard. But I do pay. It's not like I only pay for like Wilder fan. Like I'm not a big Canelo fan or a big Triple G fan, but I paid for that fight. I don't dislike either one of them. I'm just not like I don't speak Spanish. I don't speak whatever. I don't speak Kazakhstani, like whatever
I got Wilder beating Fury.
No, you're not. You're just saying that shit because it keeps you safe and your family safe. Shut the fuck up. You're talking shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't want all that backlash. But listen, you know who I got? I got the white man beating the shit out of Wilder. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like that.
I
don't like that talk. I don't like race baiting on my. That's for the other channels. I don't like that white black.
Yeah, and I'm not even race baiting. I'm just telling the truth. Listen, when Wilder loses again to Tyson Fury, for all my European people overseas, I'm gonna make my channel Beat Mako Osiris soon. Listen, Wilder's gonna lose. He's gonna get his shit clocked in. I'm Puerto Rican. I could talk about whites or blacks. It doesn't even matter. Listen, I'm gonna even tell you. It's like when Tyson Fury clocks this dude's shit in again. It's like I said it. I called it. He's gonna get beat up again, and I'm gonna want to see. Yo, Dante Boxer Nation, this is the channel. Yo, we're ready to battle. All your stupid little contradictive channels where you're limited 2,000 or 200,000 subscribers. Yo, we're reaching 1 million soon. That's what we're doing. I'll be that drunk fool. Thank you, Franz. You being the center of attention. You keep going. He might be a super chat. Thank you for your super chat over there. Don't worry. I'll make my own channel. You guys won't even see me anymore. But let me tell you this. When Tyson Fury beat the shit out of Wilder.
You trying to say that you wouldn't support me, Rob?
Yeah, I'm gonna support you always, nigga. We're gonna have a duet, man. We're gonna have a duet, yo. We're gonna be a duo, bro. This is gonna be a duo channel. We're gonna take over the boxing community, but we're gonna take over the combat community. That's what I'm talking about. Boxing, UFC. We're gonna take over the YouTube community. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm setting up to be. It's like you're boxing, I'm UFC, but we're combat. It's all about combat sports. And if you're willing,
let me ask you a question. What was the fight? I think it was a couple of weeks ago that was postponed or it was canceled because of the coronavirus, or a trainer got coronavirus. Which fight was that?
Burns versus
Pedraza got pushed back.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
So do you think? So yeah, talking about that. So do you think they were willing to take a risk? Let's say a Fury and Deontay Wilder.
They're not gonna take no risk. That fight is not gonna happen, bro.
And things are still, it's still not a full gate. We're still not open fully. Are they willing to take that risk, all that promotion, and then let's say Deontay Wilder's trainer got coronavirus, or vice versa, Fury trainer, and will they postpone the fight?
They did a $16 million gate on that rematch.
Report, right? Smart enough to just wait for it and let everything open up.
That is because exactly. People are racist. You're talking about. You're looking at $16 million loss.
Are racist. That's why.
For what? Why would anyone go Black like, hey, let me do it. Let me do it right now.
Black and people are more racist than white people. $16 million. That's why. That's why.
Go ahead. Smoke?
Yeah, like I said, there's nothing that is so urgent about this fight that they're going to lose out on $16 million plus.
Okay. So we're all in the same. Well, not on the same. I still think that fight is going to happen. The Loma and Teofimo, but I don't even think
I don't know about that.
It's going to happen this year.
That's what I'm saying. If Teofimo and Loma is getting pushed back for COVID, what do you think that says for every other fight? Those are two lightweights. We're not talking about one of the most lucrative fights in boxing. That is not what Teofimo and
boxing is
Loma
dead.
Represent. They don't represent the most lucrative fight in boxing, or even the third or fourth most lucrative fight in boxing. It represents a highly anticipated fight that the fans want to see.
So what are going to see? So big fights don't happen. What are fights that could keep
boxing is dead, dying?
That could keep the boxing fans, like I do. Who could Teofimo Lopez fight?
Nobody.
Well, I mean, if they're talking about doing their Loma or a mandatory and move up, then yeah, it's somebody at 140. It's probably Devin Haney at 140 or something like that. Fight a mandatory. Teofimo fighting a mandatory is
nobody cares about that.
Yeah, that's not going to do nothing.
Yeah, I don't think Timo even got a
mandatory. That's not a pay-per-view seller. I'm sorry.
That's
for free
to rank in the IBF. So he don't even got a mandatory.
Give me a big fight. Give me the biggest fight.
That's what they said they're going to do. They said they're going to fight.
You know what the biggest fight is? Manny Pacquiao against whoever.
Yeah, this tournament is happening. I like
Punch. The tournament's still happening. I don't know. Seth Bueller, you were on here earlier. I remember you. I don't know if this tournament is happening. I think they're talking a lot of shit to hype up the whole division because boxing is fucking boring right now. And that's just my point of view. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen, Seth.
The thing about Luke Campbell is not that big a draw, and neither is Ryan Garcia, and neither is Javier Fortuna, and neither is Jorge Linares. So I can see
Ryan Garcia got a lot of followers. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What you think about Kell Brook calling out Keith Thurman?
I think Kell Brook is he should have a fight at 147 before anybody believes
that fight's not going to happen.
He said, Keith Thurman, I see you.
That's not going to happen. Keith Thurman got a lot to lose, nothing to gain.
I mean, I think that's a good fight.
That's a good fight, but it doesn't matter how good it looks to us. It matters how much financial business it makes to them. How much risk are they willing to take in order for that paycheck? You got to understand it from a financial point of view, not from a boxing fan point of view. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're looking at two fighters which fans do respect. And
people don't really respect Kell Brook. He's all right. He's nothing amazing. I see Keith Thurman running through him, but nobody's gonna buy that pay-per-view.
It's not. I don't see it as a pay-per-view.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So there's no point of me fighting you if we're not going to sell pay-per-views. I'm only going to fight people that are going to sell pay-per-views. That's why Keith Thurman is calling out Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, because he knows that's where the money's at. Because you know why? He just fought one of the greatest of all times, Manny Pacquiao.
Where is the money coming from then?
The money's coming from us. We support the fighters. We support the promotion. We are the mouth for the talk society. We are the social network. We are the network connected.
Where is the money coming from? Do you know where the money comes from? How they get paid?
Yo, do you know how much money the promoters have? They're billionaires. The promoters are billionaires. But the thing is,
go ahead.
Yeah, right now the money is coming from the networks because there's no fans.
No, it's not.
And that's gonna keep happening.
Shit, bro.
How about the sponsors?
I'm not gonna let that shit ride on my channel. You're lying.
Right. So here's the thing. When I say the networks, right? When I say that, with the only two networks that actually have actually Showtime also, but ESPN and Fox.
You're wrong. You're lying.
They're run by advertisers, and their revenue stream is from advertising dollars, and it's also from their stock.
No, the money comes from us,
right? The stock.
It's plain and simple.
So that's where those guys' revenues come from. But even
so I don't know what you're talking about.
The COVID has actually affected advertising
and
TV. Cross-platform, right? So even the sweeps week, all the new pilot week.
How many people got the Showtime app on their phone?
All of that stuff got postponed because of COVID, and you see
how many people got the ESPN app in their phone? People are watching UFC.
Yo, I can't do it. I'm trying.
Rob, let Smoke answer. So then
people are watching UFC now.
I could time into you. Let Smoke finish, and then you can answer your take.
Yeah, just network this industry wide. The networks have pretty much shut down because of COVID, and they can't even have like your pilot week where you have all the advertisers come into the studio and there's this big spread and they show you all the new upcoming shows and you bid, you buy your ad time. They're not even doing those right now. They had a remote upper option. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the industry jargon. I'm just saying that the bulk of the money for sports comes from advertisers.
Yeah, I've been on one fight. Like I said before, I don't name no names because they never said. They told me they don't want to, not to say their business out here, so I won't say it. But I've been in the situation and I've seen a check. And I've seen the people the name that does supply the check. And yes, it's the networks that actually cut that check. But I have a good idea of how Heyman runs his business. And that's why I've been so not critical of him because to be honest, the business side, Heyman is that guy. He's that guy. And he gets his money outside of boxing. And that's how he gets those type of checks. So when it comes to fans, though, I love if boxing was more of an open book. It'll be fun, and people will be actually smarter in this game. So I don't know, guys. We love the chat. Thanks, man. Thanks, friends. Nah, friends, man. I like to give everybody, a chance, man. I don't expect everybody to sound the same. I do expect people to respect each other, but just watching, and it's so hard to. I don't want to cut people off, but eventually, I gotta do that.
Hey, man, if you're a fan of the Drunken Ramble, then that's your guy right there.
It's not about that. I don't expect everybody to be the same. Everybody gonna be different. And that's just me, I tried going to Walmart to buy something. They wouldn't let me because I didn't have a mask. I tried going to a dollar store next door to buy one. They wouldn't let me because I didn't have a mask. That man was hurt. Yeah, man. So, yo, we got to do we got to do an episode, Smoke. It has to be what you want to call it. We can't call it what this dude Barnes and Jackson calls it. We need an episode, an all smoke episode.
Oh, yeah. We got to figure out. You got punch drunk, and then you got smoke. There's something about There's some kind of combination in there that I think we can can work.
You think so?
Yeah, man. But the drinking and smoking, that goes together, man. We adults here. We grown.
Yeah, man. Yep.
What's your weapon of choice?
My weapon of choices, man, is moonshine, man. Moonshine. I really never had. I don't like mixing drinks, but I think once in a blue moon you get bored drinking the same thing. Like I got bored drinking the upstate moonshine. I hate that they just got the same old stuff here. I love the caramel moonshine. I love that one.
I remember they used to have like the Everclear you get in Jersey. So you have to pop over to Jersey and get it. But yeah, that overproof stuff, I leave it to you.
Oh, Seth, but what happened to the collab? I'm still waiting on it. I mean, we communicated, and it's up to him. It's up to him now. He's cool. He's cool. I'm just waiting on them. People doing their thing on their channel, whatever. I don't know their approach to their content like that. Maybe they're not ready. Whenever anybody's ready, man, I'm all for collabing. I'm all about educating and having people that can educate me as well about the sport of boxing and educate others. I'm all about learning at the same time. This is a 100+ year sport. I don't know everything. I'm not gonna know everything, and it's hard. That's why it's good as people to bring it into others' attention about the sport of boxing. So, yeah, man. I haven't even done my latest episode on the Smelling Salt podcast. What do you think about the title, Smoke? You think that's a good title?
What was the title?
My podcast, The Smelling Salt.
Smelling Salt. Well, I mean, smelling salt works if you're knocked out, but that assumes that everybody's knocked out to begin with. But it's not bad. It's not bad. You need the salt, but they don't really. Do they even use that anymore? I think they'll just let you, because I think if you try to force somebody awake like that, you might injure them further.
You gotta hide it now, something like that. I forgot when was the last time I saw it happen. I think people in football use it more now, just to hype themselves up. They use it in football.
Oh, that not knocked out. They're awake, and then they put like, what is it, ammonium? It's like some kind of overproof ammonia, right?
Yeah.
It's a cool name, but that's some rough stuff. That's some old school right there.
Yeah, man.
That's, Three Stooges.
Yep. Damn, I'm gonna time in probably like in 10 minutes. I wanted to talk about something on the outro. Let me see. Should go politics? Nah. Any other fight? Nah. I'm a casual in UFC, so I'm gonna watch the Masvidal fight, but I'm more of a casual. Like, I enjoy it. It's not like I'm doing live commentary and counting the punches and stuff like that. I get bored with the ground and pound game.
Yeah, like they don't, right. So when they changed the those kind of fights, like jiu-jitsu fights, they're cool if there's no time limit. You can't really just have it 5 minutes and let a dude grapple in 5 minutes. Like, you have to let that play out till there's a winner or a loser. But they don't let you do that. Like, I liked MMA when it was actually different arts competing against each other, not this new hybrid form that it depends on your mastery and your proficiency in this new hybrid thing. It hasn't just caught on for me yet.
Yeah.
It's too much like boxing without it being enough like boxing.
Man. So, was any news in them other channels? Any new news going on with the Deontay Wilder thing?
New news? I don't know about new news. I was on an LDBC stream that was about Ring IQ, the best Ring IQ fighters in the world. So they broke down Charlie Burley and Henry Armstrong, Sweet Pea. It just kept going on and on. Juan Ma, it was fantastic. Loved it. But yeah, none of that is new, right? It's just interesting. It's just chopping it up. There's no,
earlier. It's right now. It's like we're just searching for content.
so I watched the fights, right? So I mean, I watched the cards. I watched every card that's come back since boxing returned, and the main event was kind of no good, but the co-main was all right. I mean, it had moments. It's boxing's gonna limp along, but I think all sports are gonna do that.
Yeah, he said, where do you think Michael Conlan's career is headed? Punch. I think his career is moving slow, in my opinion. I don't think he's gotten stronger. I thought he would have been more. I think he would have been more. I think he would have been like aligned himself with Shakur Stevenson and probably have some type of title, but I don't even think he's even close to that. I'm not sure, man. I thought highly of Michael Conlan coming out of the Olympics. I thought highly of Josh Kelly. I thought highly of I think that fight with Ray Robinson and Josh Kelly actually was a letdown to me. Who else? I don't think highly of Spencer either. Those are the young fighters I don't really think. I don't know. I like Michael Conlan. I like Josh Kelly. But I don't think I really never was a fan of Spencer. I don't think he's special at all. What you think about Spencer?
He has moments. I'm not convinced. Not convinced. I like, he's kind of entertaining. He's like Boots to me. Like he's Boots, I think, is more talented and more crafty, but still there's more questions that I need to see answered. But also at the same time, I think they're works in progress. So I'm not trying to throw them into the deep end to get these questions answered. I'm fine with them developing on their own timeline, but I'm just not.
Do you think that Boots will probably get a better chance to get a crack at a world title if he does campaign in the 154 as well as 147? Not to stay in 147. I just don't see anybody even giving him a chance in the top 10. I don't think nobody's willing to take that risk.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna take the risk, it is definitely a risk reward. But it's more like who the hell is Boots, and also what organization is he with? Like Boots is fighting. He doesn't really have his business part together, and really he's fighting on Showtime.
Yeah.
It's just Boots is not part of the equation.
He's not with Heyman.
No, he's not with Heyman. He had a management issue. He's got promoter issues. He's in between things. He's just his business isn't worked out. So, getting him a championship fight with like no real representation, that's going to be hard. You could get if Crawford fought Boots, what's in it for Crawford? For real. Mm-hmm. What's in it for anybody to fight Boots Ennis?
I think he should fight. Probably he should sign like a 2-3 fight deal with a major promotion. It don't have to be a long deal. It could be a 2-3 fight deal. Either Golden Boy or Top Rank, and then right there people can really start talking about Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis taking over the welterweight division in futures to come. I really want to see how it is if Manny Pacquiao does retire and then that WBA lane opens up. I really want to see. I really want to see where the WBA goes if Manny Pacquiao retires.
Yeah, you got Ugas up there. I guess it's with Ugas and Abel Ramos and then they should put away the super champion belt and use it for they had a rule for that belt. People should just become super champions. They're supposed to have 5 defenses and then become a super champion. Man, I don't envy these sanctioning bodies. I really don't. Like, but you got guys, popping dirty, guys getting injured, guys taking, and then you have TV contracts. Like, I think everybody, there's plenty of blame to spread around for why boxing looks the way it does. But the two oldest sanctioning bodies also have the most belts, and I don't think that's an accident.
Yeah. Who could be the trailblazer? Who could really change the game? Like let's say when we're talking about the NBA and we were talking about I was talking about the lockdown years ago with my peoples, and I'm like, yo, there's a lockdown. These NBA players are running high school gyms, college gym, is selling out. Why do they need the NBA? Like they could start something right now. If so, I translate it to boxing. If Ryan Garcia feels that he got the numbers, he gets the number because of social media, why you just don't do a fight in a social media platform on YouTube and go live, make your own event, and boom, start from scratch, just like independent wrestling.
Because there's no guy around his weight class that has the same kind of social media following, right? So he would wind up being stuck as a social media guy fighting a real boxer that doesn't have a following. And also, Ryan Garcia has had this following forever, and it hasn't translated to butts and seats for his fights. I think it has to do with who his followers are and what the sport of boxing is. If you have one of these teeny bopper channels and you get into a beef with another teeny bopper channel and you happen to be a fighter also, then I think you got some gold there with Ryan Garcia. But there's just not another guy like him.
I want to see Ryan Garcia got a lot of numbers. I want to see, I mean, in terms of followers and social media, but I want to see the demographics. I don't think they ever said his demographic, because if his demographic is just a bunch of kids, that's the reason why there's no butts in the. I mean, there's butts in the seats, but it doesn't translate.
Right, but not commensurate with how popular he is on social media. That's what I'm saying. Like, the dude got 6 million fans, and he's not fighting in bigger crowds, and he's not A-side, and then you got to wonder, what is that 6 million? How do you actually monetize those 6 million fans? What are they about? And from his own words, and I'm not saying that he wasn't spinning those words to make us feel some kind of way, but his rationale for not taking 200K was that he's making more money outside of boxing. So that, I think, also informs who those people are that's actually following him. They're not actual boxing fans. They're following him doing something else other than boxing.
He's a prize fighter or professional.
I mean, they're all prize fighters, right? So but I think he's professional also. I think he has, fighters have a lot more freedom than they've ever had. And that's partially because of Al Heyman, but that's also partially because of the amount of competition. There's so much competition now that guys can go, well, if you don't give me what I want, I'll go to some other promotional or do some other kind of thing. So this guy has options within the sport, but he also has options outside of the sport. And there's very few, I can't think of a guy who could make more money outside of the sport, but decided to box anyway.
True. Shout out to Keyshawn Davis again. He hit me up earlier. He's willing to come to do a live interview. So that's gonna be a good one. You know anything about the kid?
No, I heard you extolling his virtues on BoxRec, like his BoxRec representation. But yeah, man.
When I told you, Smoke, I said, man, we're trying to find content here, sir.
No, man. Listen, the fights, it's limping back. It's a new normal. We don't even know what it's gonna look like. You're talking about NBA. I don't know, man. It just for me, it's about trends in boxing, and it's not really about these moments in time. We've had truncated seasons of every kind of sport, and the sport survived. We've had lockouts, we've had any number of things. Boxing and the entire world being on hiatus, that's just what it is.
I think we're gonna survive in boxing. I think every sport is gonna survive. I mean, but I want to start paying attention more into the amateur circuit too, especially the elites. The guys that go to the finals a lot, quarterfinals and stuff like that, because those are going to be the future of boxing. And
yeah, man, the amateurs are good, smokers are good, and you see guys, and then you see why people play the money game and not the respect and legacy game and all that stuff. Once you go to enough of those fights and you see the families of these guys and what kind of conditions that they're competing in, you understand why they're like, nah, man, I'm not taking a bullshit fight for 200K. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and that's also is good to understand the journey. Meaning, even with the amateurs, it's like when they say in the professional level, oh, these guys ain't fighting nobody. Yo, these guys fought a lot, And especially now, this generation that's coming up and not fighting with a headgear, they're going to feel like they've been in a lot of fights now, you know? So by the time they hit the professional level, yeah, they're going to be thinking about their pockets. Yeah, they're going to come in and it seems like everybody is fully hungry and they want legacy and they want to become undisputed. And then they get to that level that they could do it. It's almost like what Timothy Bradley said like 5 years ago. He said, I don't want to fight for no 4 belts. I gotta fight. I gotta pay for 4 sanctioning fees. I don't want to be no undisputed. I just want 1 belt. That's good for me. And I'm like, yo, I hated that he said that, but then like it's true.
Yeah, man. Like people want it both ways. People bitch about how many belts. They bitch about the sanctioning bodies, and then they want to see the undisputed champion. Like which one is it? They bitch about how it's corrupt and how the rankings are bought, and then they say this guy is best because he's number 1. Like, people are just schizophrenic with their understanding of the sport and what it is they want. It doesn't make sense. Like if you understand that a champion and title defenses gets you into the Hall of Fame, and if you understand that, you know, fighting the right fights gets you a bunch of money, then all the stuff that fans are talking about with unifications and legacy and all this stuff, all the pressure that fans try to put on making the fights they want when they want them, you just understand it. It's not worth it. Like even if you got all those fights after the fights happened, then what? Like if you got Keith Thurman, if we got Tank and Ryan Garcia, now who are those guys going to fight after? If he fought every single guy right now, like he fought all 4 fights that you want to see. Then what is he supposed to do? The dude's 24 years old. He's got 10 more years of fight. He's got 10 more years of boxing, but we've already seen every fight we want him to see. So now
10 more years of boxing, it's 10 more years of making money. We got to.
But is he going to make money? Because everybody's already seen the fights that they want to see him fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you, but at the end of the day, we also fans, man. It feels like we're becoming we're becoming like managers now. We're not fans anymore.
Bro, listen. There is so. As a long watching fan, it breaks my heart to see what happened to Roger Mayweather. It breaks my heart to see Gerald McClellan. It breaks my heart to see these guys who I rooted for not, you know, being asked out or not having all their marbles or whatever the hell, and they have like nothing to show for it. So, like I said, I can appreciate a good fight, and that's cool. If you can give me something more than a good fight, if you can give me a great fight, phenomenal. If you can give me a great fight that I want to see, cool. If you're going to give me a great fight that I want to see when I want to see it, now, you know, that is a pinnacle of it. But I don't judge the sport based on that.
Yeah, me either. And that's why I also did the video just because of that, you know, also as well. Like I even want to do a part 2 about it. I'm actually gotten good reception of it. People hit me up about that video. Crew de Jorn, she hit me up about the video that I did. Because I chopped it up and I edited it a little bit and I put it on Twitter. J Rock, he gave me props. J Rock also, matter of fact, he hit me up as well. He's wanting to come to live as well. I just want to have a good talking point so he can really be on.
Yeah, but bro, like boxing has always been a business disguised as a sport. It's always been that. So when fans say, I don't want to hear about the business, really what they're saying is I don't want to hear about the sport because they don't understand what the hell's going on. Like, understand what you're watching before you make a bunch of demands on it. Is my thought.
Yep. Yeah, I want to see at that, and when I want to ask him a question about because you was brought up that way as well. I want to ask him a question about correlation the Muslim culture into the boxing culture, because it seems like in Philadelphia, certain parts, you know, that, you know, Muslims and boxing. There's a culture with Muslim and boxing. It seems like in Philly. I'm just looking from the outside, and it just seems like it. And I want to ask some questions about that.
Yeah, I mean, I could see, you know, why that would be, and I could speculate on it, but I'm not from Philly, so.
Yeah, but like, you know, you could read a lot of things in the Quran or the Bible, or I mean, is it good to make profit off harming another man? Like these are like certain questions, right?
Yes, right. So my brother, who is still in the nation, that's what he gets on me about. He's like, how from a moral perspective can you look at being entertained by a guy, how you entertained by violence, basically is the whole deal, right? And yeah, we go back and forth about it. And there's pros and cons. I get where you're saying, if you're trying to live in a certain kind of society, then boxing is the antithesis of that thing. If you want to live in a peaceful place, then you don't revel in the harm of somebody else, right? You want them to be their best selves. But at the same time, boxing is
this goes out also to other religion like Christian as well. Like
but the thing is, boxing is older than all that. Actually, boxing predates both Islam and Christianity. So it's cool. It's cool that you like this whole thing, that you got this new way of being. But human beings are human beings, and a fight is a fight. If you can actually, even if it's like two kids fighting, everybody stops what they're doing and watch the fight. And maybe if you're a grown up, you'll come break it up. But if you actually know what you're doing in there too, and you get the craft and the skill, then you're gonna. That's how human beings are wired.
But I think fighting is natural. But I think making profit out of hurting another man is making the profit. That's what it is. So is that godly? If you're a fighter that preaches, whether you're a Muslim, Christian, is it? Are you as a fighter contradicting yourself, the word of scripture or whatever? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I get it. So for me, like I understand that there's also a correlation between Islam and jail and fighting in jail, right? But for me specifically, I prefer the sweet science. I prefer hitting and not getting hit, and I prefer a guy outpointing you. If he can stop you, fine. But I don't need that to happen. But Muhammad Ali pointed out when he tried to have a more humanitarian view of the sport, where he was just trying to win fights, not necessarily hurt the guy.
Yeah,
the fans turned on him. Right. So fans want to see what fans want to see, and and certain fans don't really, casual fans want to see a knockout, and the sport is grown and driven by casual fans.
Yeah. I think professional fighters, see, even you could be highly professional in the ring. You remember that fight that Roy Jones Jr. had, and he's just beating the guy up, and he's looking at the referee like, "Yo, my man, stop the fight already." Oh no, that was Antonio Tarver, I think. But I know Roy Jones had
it was Roy Jones. It was Roy Jones. He said too.
He's looking at the ref like, "You really you want me to just pound this guy?" And then he got mad at the ref like, "Yo." So even that is being a professional fighter, You can see the humane in fighters, even when they knock somebody out and looks like they're not waking up. They'll start celebrating, but they don't celebrate all the way. You can see the humane in fighters as well. I call that professionalism as well.
Yeah, if you take a look at the guys who, did the rules of boxing, the Queensberry rules, those two dudes, one guy who wrote it and then the other guy who paid for the guy to write it. Mm-hmm. These are not Christians or Muslims or anything like that. And not only that, the sport that they were trying to bring some order to chaos to wasn't interested in being moral or ethical or enlightened or spiritual or anything like that. It was just pure combat. It's about, about supremacy and about alpha and all that stuff.
Do you think that UK and America has different type of fan base and moral into being fans of the sport of boxing?
Yeah, just in general, they have just a different social contract altogether. Like we both place celebrities in their own special place, but yes. where they place their celebrities, the amount of energy that people give to those things, like I don't know, we think it's kind of weird over here. Like if you like anybody like that way, if you're a believer or If you rock with anybody to the point where, you know, a member of the Beehive, like any of that stuff, you're kind of weird. Whereas I think that's just normal fandom for them. They go in for their guys. They go in hard.
Yeah. Do you do the salat? Do you pray? Do you still do the you know,
5 times a day and, you know, tithe and all that stuff? Yeah, I'm definitely philanthropic. I meditate.
okay,
But
so
yeah, that whole to the east thing, and yeah, like after
so
fashion.
You don't go to the temple, you still have you still have that type of moral of.
Yeah, I'm not at the mosque. Yeah, I'm not. You know, I was raised in a conservative family. I didn't really like. In order for me to have my own moral compass and act ethically, I don't need to hang around a bunch of people who believe the same thing. You know.
Was good, D. You're like a Dave, like how Dave Chappelle is. Put it that way.
I don't even know how. I wish I was funny like that, dude.
Nah, Dave Chappelle, he be in New York, man. I met him the first time I met Dave Chappelle when they was filming Die Hard 3. He was in the film set. They did it in where I live in my block, and that's why. He's still his wife. He was with his girl at the time was with the Asian chick, and he's still married to the same woman and stuff. But Dave Chappelle, I used to go to Comedy Cellar. You know what that's around West 4. You've been in New York, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I know West 4.
He used to pop up there.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart used to just pop up there out of nowhere. Bill Bellamy, but Dave Chappelle is probably one of the coolest down to earth dudes.
Yeah, no, he made his comeback in the Bay. Like after his show got canceled and he started doing his chops, he came to the Bay to do it. He came to the Bay to do a show, and people just kept paying him, so he just never left. He didn't leave for like a month or something, a month or two. He just kept riffing, and I saw him during that stretch a few times. Like, you know. It's cool. I just don't know what his personal life is like.
Yeah, he explained it before. Like he's Muslim. He's still got he's still Muslim. He's not like orthodox where he's not like, but his sisters are. His sisters are. He's not as much as his sisters. I seen one of his sisters before. And they wear they cover up and they, you know, but he's cool, man. He's cool.
Yeah, no, I you know, if I
smoke, I think I'll be around a lot of cool dudes, man.
Definitely like the comedy coming up. Like, you know, they had a dispensary in LA, so you had the Comedy Store and Laughing Punchline. You had all the comedy clubs. And those guys, Joe Rogan was part of the circuit. You know, Jim Gaffigan, they were all part of the weed circuit. My homeboy Ngayo, and saw him a bunch. Jay London.
Yeah, Dave is he's in another level of funny. His funny, he's just talking. His metaphor, everything that comes back around is like he's a genius as a comedian, man.
Yeah, no, he's completely mastered the craft.
Yeah, he mastered the credit. That's like easy. That's like layups. Him and Chris Rock. Chris Rock is not as funny to me like Dave Chappelle, because Dave Chappelle just got a more of an aura about his comedic ways, but Chris Rock be having them type of punchlines that like, yo,
bro, that bit Dave Chappelle just did about the letter people. And oh my God, dude. Oh man. It's just too much. It's too much.
I think he's the only comedian that can actually on the same set get the left and the right mad at him.
No, my man said, like, I don't know where you guys are going, but one thing I know, I want to ride with you guys.
Yeah. That was the Yo, that one was funny, man. He came back with a good one with that, yo. He did, and that was that. That's that. I think that's the last probably. That's a classic. Yo, I watched that shit like 5-6 times, bro.
Yeah, I like me some. I like Chappelle, but you know, Sebastian Maniscalco also gets a bunch of runs in my house. I like that dude, the Italian guy with the all expressive and animated. Yeah, man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna post with my son one day I was just watching at around 2:00 in the morning. I was watching the Dave Chappelle stand up, and my son just woke up in the middle of the night. He wakes up and he just sits in the couch and he starts cracking up, like if he knows all the jokes. I put it up on Twitter before, and it's funny. You'll be like, yo, what the hell is this 3-year-old? Does he get what this 2-year-old? Does he get what he's saying?
Yeah, man. It you know, I used to, when I was young, I used to rock with the Red Fox tapes and the and the Richard Pryors, and you know, I remember even Eddie Murphy, the Delirious tape, you know, Boogie in Your Butt and all that stuff. Like, you know, yeah, I didn't get the jokes, but it was still funny. Now, I didn't get it like I thought I got it, but it was still funny anyway.
That's why it's good. That's why it's good to go back at those comedy skits. I'm gonna show you. If I can find it. Hold on. This shit is. That little man's funny. Damn, I can't find it.
And seeing guys lose their chops too. Like the guy, and so you know, I was a big Rodney Dangerfield fan, but he kind of lost it towards the end.
Yeah,
you know, George Carlin kept it for decades. I felt like even at his end, he was still good.
Yeah, that's why sometimes let's say I remember when this guy was when he was riding high on Cat Williams. I used to tell my friends, I'd be like, yo, he ain't gonna last. He just got one style. That pimp, when that pimp style leaves and people get tired, that's it. That's his gimmick.
Well, he also it's a different when you take years and years to develop your first thing. Then it's gonna also take years and years to do your second thing, and pretty soon your career is over and you've done a few things, right? And that's basically Cat Williams. That first, whatever Pimp Chronicles it was, he worked on that material for years.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let me show you. I think I found it. Hold on. This my son. Hold on.
Man, come on.
He got the job that only one black man before him had. He was going to host the 80th Oscars. And I don't know what you know about Kevin. I know Kevin Hart is damn near perfect. As close to perfect as anybody I've ever seen. In fact, Kevin is precisely 4 tweets shy of being perfect.
Yo, my son, he finds Dave Chappelle funny.
Yeah, well, that's cute. Yeah, I gotta say that, man. You must have a lot more energy than me. I can't even, like, looking at that little boy made me tired. I can't, like, man, you got years. Yeah, my son's 19. My youngest son's 19. I'm good. Just got my 17-year-old daughter, and then, you know, hey, it's about to be the empty nest.
How they doing? If I can ask, how they doing?
Man, everybody's chilling, man. Everyone, you know. Everyone's blessed, smiling. Just saw him. Yeah, nice.
Good, that's good. Yeah, man. I started all over, man. I got two youngins. My oldest one is 12.
You said you started over, or you started late?
No. I started. Well, my son is 12. He's gonna be 13 this year, and I'm saying that you know my two youngins, they're 10 years apart. So it's like. It's almost like I started all over.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, man, you guys miss all that laughter. Like, it's sweet. You know, that breath is nice. Like, you know, I can tell you're blessed just hanging out with the dude and, you know, getting to experience his personality and seeing his growth. But yeah, I'm gonna leave all that to you. That's a young man's game.
Nah, man, I love being a father, man. That's the best.
My younger brother, who I remember being born 6 years younger than me, he's a grandfather, right? So
wow,
I'm gonna just kick back and let it happen as it happens.
Yeah, you're almost gonna get there any day, right? You say your oldest is 19, right?
No, my oldest is 21. My middle son is 19.
All right, so you're almost there. So then, you got they're 2 years apart. Damn, them college bills.
Yeah, they're all 2 years apart. Yeah, I was getting rationed, man. All my kids are 2 years apart. 2 years, 2 months.
So that was like, college after college after college bills.
Oh, bro, you don't want to see it. Like, you don't get what my kids went to private school from a young age. I've been hit with triple tuition. So, anyway, that's a whole different kind of conversation.
Yeah, my boy, he got his first son went to Trinity, and his daughter now, she got accepted to Michigan, and now his son is a senior, and he's like, he's almost like telling his son, like, I don't think I got enough money left to support you. He's almost telling him, can you just go to a college in New York where he could be like a resident, and it'll be cheaper to don't go out the state. And he's like, save your money. You think you may be spending money now? Man, save your money.
Yeah, my
scholarship, they get full scholarship rise, but still I gotta spend money.
Yeah, it's a family thing for me. Like, it's it's been nice. I've got to say that I really appreciate what my parents did, what my family did, and being able to pass it down is cool. But yeah, I don't think that my kids are. I think both of my sons are probably like at least 10 years away from being in that kind of space. They just,
I think that, and that's another thing I would love to talk about too, man, is people that are, like you have your father, you took care of your kids, the importance of having are you with your wife? Are you together? You raise your kids?
I'm on my second.
Okay.
I've been with my second for 12 years. I was with my wife that the one that I had my children with. We're together. We're married for 10 years, and I've been with basically 2 women for the last 22 years.
Oh man, that's a story. I won't even get into that story.
Hey, Smoke, I've been with one woman for 11 years, so that's half the women and half the time.
I know you, but here's the thing. You guys never fight. Me and my lady, man, we do it up. We fight, we make up, we do all that. We do that. When there's no punch and pull, man. We live in life right there, baby.
You remember when you was arguing, you left the audio on? I was like, oh, did they get it?
Yeah, I heard it, man. And we were sipping that night too. Like, I don't even know what you guys heard. I haven't listened to the stream. All I know is, don't sweat it. That's just how we get down.
I ain't read that live. I'll probably edit that one now and send it to you. You see, baby? You see, you don't have no control? Damn.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what, Smoke, right, though, because we talked about this before behind the scenes. My wife and I, in 11 years, bro, I can count on one hand how many arguments we had.
Yo.
Dead ass. In 11 years.
I can't count how many fights on one hand I had today.
Oh boy. You know what? That's that true love though, because my brother and my cousin and his woman are like that, right? But they inseparable, bro. They fuss and bigger, but they inseparable. And don't try to come like in between them. You know what I mean? If they're sitting there arguing with each other, you try to dip in, because you might be the blunt of it next. You know what I mean? Because they might both turn after you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this. One time in Harlem, I'm just about to go take the train. I'm about to go to work, and these people arguing. Like they came out the club, right? Yo, and this dude just snuffed the chick, his girl. Yo, I'm like, I couldn't see that. I stepped, yo, and I snuffed him. I just couldn't see how he did that, how he did this woman like that. Yo, the chick jumped on me. I'm like, both of y'all motherfucking crazy. Like,
yeah, look, my aunt, back in the day, my aunt had this boyfriend, abusive boyfriend. So me and the fellas caught him out. And I'm talking about we put him in the ICU. He didn't speak to me for fucking 2 months.
Wow.
And this nigga was beating on her. Like, what kind of bullshit is this?
Yo, that shit.
Yeah, I'm not beating on nobody, and I'm not getting beat on. You can forget that one. Like, I can chop it up with you. We can call each other out our names as long as you resolve that within, like, an hour or two. It's all good. But yeah, you're not throwing no hands. It don't go like that. I'm good on that.
And then the next time I seen something like that, I'm on my own business.
Yeah. I don't get into other people's because you don't know, like I said, like my cousin and his wife, it would appear that things are terrible between them. But bro, they have like this deep understanding and love for each other. I guess bickering is just a part of their thing. I can't, like, bro, I'm about being happy. And if you arguing, you're not happy at that moment. You may be happy, but at that moment, both of y'all angry. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I ain't really with a whole bunch of arguing and shit.
Yeah, man. I don't like that arguing shit. I hate that silent war shit. When you have an argument and then I use silence for a whole week.
You don't want to say nothing. They don't want to say nothing. Now, fuck that. Y'all hear how I run my mouth. I like to talk.
Yeah, man.
You don't want to say nothing.
I hate that silent war shit.
Yeah, man. But I mean, like I say, bro, to each his own. People got their own relationships, and my wife and I, we've accepted that if the other does something that bothers us, like bothers the other one.
Yeah.
Or if more or less like this, because spiritually we're the same, and we both believe that, in the power of our minds, no one can really do anything to you. Like, we really believe in that. Outside of the physical, anybody could say anything, they could, do something to try to expose you, as they say, or whatever. But as long as they don't do anything in the physical, like stab you, shoot you, burn you, they can't do anything to you. Yeah. And so my wife and I have that understanding. So if it's something that would arrive that I probably don't appreciate, like, damn, why would she do that? I just go pull away for a second, go downstairs or in the basement, get online, then come back, and it's like, it's no need to discuss it, because whatever the person did, it doesn't affect you. It's only your mind telling you, I'm going to be angry about this. I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be mad, whatever. You decide the reaction that you're going to get with whatever information comes into that brain of yours. You decide how you're going to react to it. So my wife and I just decided not to react to certain things, and we've made that pact, and it works pretty good.
Yeah. It's all about becoming best friends with your significant other and having a bond.
We were best friends before we got together, so that helped.
Yeah, that's important. It sounds cliche. I tell people that. I know it sounds cliche, but your girl, your man got to be your best friend.
Because real quick, Smoke, I was just want to. It's not cliche at all, because so many people don't know each other, and then they engage into a relationship, and then 2 or 3 years later they find out they don't like the person that they engaged with. You understand? But if you become friends and you learn the person before you get into that relationship, then you know who you're getting into a relationship with. So it makes perfect sense, bro. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And then don't you see when people break up and then they're not even friends? Then I feel like they really never had a type of friendship. Like I never understood that. Like I know when you find a new person and they're uncomfortable because you're actually friends with your ex or whatever is uncomfortable. People are immature. But I don't see myself as not being friends with let's say my ex that I loved. How can I just like erase everything?
Yeah, there's only of all of my exes, there's really only one that I lost contact with, and that's because she went off and got married and all that stuff and lived in another country. But yeah, all my exes I'm cool with. I was cool with. They still were friends, all that shit.
How's the friendship or parentship relationship with the mother of your children?
Oh man, it's all good. Like that was the thing, is that we weren't really friends. There's no way that either one of us would have had kids without each other. And that's really what our bond was about that kind of like, married stability kind of thing. It wasn't like our we didn't fight either, but that's also because we had shitty communication, right? We didn't even have the kind of relationship that could sustain a fight. So really we were functionaries for each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Something like my son's mom, I don't never say, like, I used to say this when I was younger, that was a mistake, but I stopped saying that because I love my son, bro. I love my son. So I stopped with the idea that it was a mistake. I will say I would have preferred not to have a child with her.
Okay.
I'd say.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, I don't have that. Like for me, I'm very glad that I had a child with her. I'm very glad that we're able, like, there's been times when, I'm not even gonna get into it, but I would just say that my family's just very close and very tight. That's it. It's not none of that jealousy stuff. We had kids to raise. We didn't have a time for a lot of drama, and we didn't have the kind of relationship that would fall apart because we don't cohabitate. Right? Yeah. Because I went off and did something else. Like, she wasn't trying to have any more kids. I wasn't trying to have any more kids. And she wasn't trying to listen to me talk. I wasn't trying to look at her glower. Like, it's the end of that.
Oh, my son's mom had 3 more kids with 3 different daddies. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I felt what D said about that, because I felt almost the same way. I wish I probably would have had a kid with a different, but I only think like that when it went real south. If it never would have been south, then I probably would have never thought like that. I mean, I got custody of my son, so I don't really care. You feel me?
Me too, bro. When he was 4, I finally got it done when he turned 4, because it took me a year and 7 months. It's so hard to get custody of a child from a mother, even though she's terrible. You understand? And my son's mom was terrible, but the only reason I don't hold any grudges or anything against anyone. Like, I don't hate people. I actually love people. I say it on my live. I love y'all. I think people just hear me say that, but I mean it, right?
Yeah. It's genuine to me when I say it.
I mean it when I say it. So I love people. So I don't hate his mom. The thing is that when I had to get custody of him, because she was just jumping around from place to place, and projects just had him in a bad situation. Along the time for him growing up, she always lied to him, told him I stole her from him, and said all of this bullshit. And so she fucked his head up, bro. You know what I mean? Now he's 20 now, and he understands now. He's in Richmond where she is. But I had to send him there when he was 17 going on 18, because he was so disruptive here, because he wanted to get back there. Yeah. Once he got back there, man, it wasn't even 3 months. He was calling me, Dad, I don't want to come back. I said, no, son. I told you want to be a man once you leave. Yeah. You going. Now he there, he going through hell. I'm getting ready to get him back out here in Ohio. So he's 20 now. It's been almost 3 years. I had to give him that tough love, but I had to let him experience the lies. I could keep telling them, no, she lying, and she could keep, but he held his mom on this pedestal like that's his mom, and I don't blame that. So I had to let him go experience it, because he was disrupting my household. Nah, bro. You get ready to be 18 too. I had to give him the boot.
All that great advice I hear you giving to parents, and about parenting, and talk to your kid and don't hit them and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got that sort of guidance from my wife, right? She was the one who did all the child development classes. She was the Montessori teacher. She was the one who made the sacrifices. and she let me see what it took, right? The effort that you needed to put in order to make this thing go.
Right.
And I don't think it would have been like it wouldn't have been that way with any other person that I was with, because they were all looking at me as like. Anyway, I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm just saying. I'm very happy with who I had children with. I am very happy with who I'm with today. And everybody's happy. And also everybody in the relationship is happy that it turned out the way it did.
Yeah. Well, my daughter's mom is beautiful. You know, I'm married to her, so, and she's a great mother. You know, but again, man, this is life. This is life.
What do you think about Chopstick question? What if your whole family is against you being with your girl?
You need to evaluate the situation. I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make, because it starts with infatuation, and then they end up falling in love with the person. Yeah. But you have to understand something. As much as it may hurt, you don't want to hear it. And most of the time in those situations where the whole family that relationship doesn't work. People need to step back and evaluate the situation, you know, despite the loss, because people are more looking at the loss. Y'all not giving them a chance, but that's because they're so enthralled with their partner. They're so involved with their partner. It's this show my wife watches about women, like murderous women and shit. Oh no, it's called What I'll Do for My Man or some shit like that.
Oh.
Right. And she watches.
I thought you were talking about the movies, the series Snap.
No. Well, that one too. She watches that one too. Like the women that just kind of snap off. But
her husband.
Yeah, but the one I'm talking about it's called For My Man. So they go all out. They allow their men, like these are good women, college, you know, bound, good careers, and then they get involved with these guys, fall in love with them, and let them take them down this dark path. You see what I mean? And so this happens with couples. Like they get so enthralled that they lose themselves within that relationship. So even though your whole environment, the people you trust and love are telling you, hey, this is not the person for you, whether it's a woman or a man, they just don't hear it. They have to experience it. That's why I'm saying, like, life is experiences, bro. We can, you know how the old saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Yep.
You know?
Kids are never a mistake. They are made by a perfect creator. We just have those kids at an imperfect time with a person we don't know. But the
well said, French. Well said.
Yeah, for me, man, it's a little bit different. Like I have brothers. I didn't have sisters, so my mom always wanted a girl. So she has more affinity. She's been surrounded by dudes. We bring a girl home, she's very happy, right? She's like, I get to break up this whole deal. But my current one, right? My parent, they met her from us being arrested, like, right? So, and it was during, you know, we're organizing California, we're, you know, supplying meds to the patients. It was some bullshit, but you know, the level of sophistication that she had at the time, like she was talking to the cops, telling her that we were helping people and, you know, whatever, all this stuff. But cops ain't trying to hear that. That's just more info to get to the judge. So my mom understands this, right? And she was new to a situation that I've been doing already for a decade, right? So she just didn't know how to handle herself in that scene. And so my mom was like, put it in the rear view. But, you know, fast forward 12 years later, my mom loves this chick. Like, forget about it. Like, yeah, she's very happy with all of the people that my brothers brought home. But it's another thing about family. Listen, like me specifically, I'm not there for the good times, so I'm not going to judge the bad times. I'm not there holding no balls. I'm not slapping no asses when you guys are enjoying yourselves. Right. So I don't know how you guys are going to work it out. And I don't want to know. I don't want to be there. So if I'm not there for the good times, I'm certainly not going to be there to judge the bad times.
I got a good question for you gentlemen here. Would you be friends with or have dudes around your circle that are deadbeat dads? Would you be comfortable having a friend or a best friend or your boy, but they're deadbeat dads?
It situational, and with me, I'll explain this. It's situational. If
I asked the question because how can, because you depend on the people around you to be loyal to you or things of that nature. If they can't even be loyal to their own child, how will they be loyal to you as a friend?
Right. And I get that. And here's my thing. If it's a friend, like I got a friend, and I ain't even going to, of course, I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to put him out there. But I got a friend. He's 2 years older than I am. And we've known each other since our early 20s, you know, known him over 20 years. And he's always been, since he's had a child, he's always been a deadbeat. The problem was, we were tight, thick as thieves, did bids together. You know, we had actually been locked up together. We had put in work together. This was my brother like that. Now, when he develops into this deadbeat dad, what do you do at that point? Like, you got love for this guy. You know that you take a bullet for you, right? You know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like you said, but damn, bro, how you gonna treat your kids like that? You kind of in a catch-22. Now, if it's a guy or something that you meet, y'all hang out or something, and then you find out his situations, then you should pull back from that friendship. If it's someone that you've already had a long-lasting friendship with, that's kind of different. I think you should probably try to talk to him, guide him, be an example for him, and that. But if it's somebody that you're just coming up with, no, you shouldn't invite anyone like that into your circle. You shouldn't befriend anyone like that because that's not your ideals. You should be around people of like mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You should. This is where people go wrong. Like, if you're the kind of guy that don't like violence against people, then you shouldn't link up with a group of guys that like to go out and fight all the time.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do it. So, you know, I think if you're affiliated with them, longtime friend or family, it's sort of like you got to deal with that situation, but never invite anyone in that's like that because, bro, that's not you.
Yeah. Let's say I got people in my family and I got my cousins, but they got kids, but it's almost like I'm closer to their kids than their own father.
Yeah. Right. And
then I look at my family members like, I don't even rock with y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's
disgusting, bro.
Yeah.
It is. It's disgusting. And, you know, but again, like, I have to practice what I preach. I don't agree with that. But in this world, we have to understand people live their own lives. They have their own existence. And what they do in their life does not affect your experience unless you allow it to. Yeah. So you have to allow people to be them for the good or the bad, because good or bad is about a perspective. Just because you think something is bad doesn't mean it is bad, because you don't know the whole scope of the situation from the outside looking in. And I'll give you an example. It's like these mothers or fathers that's not present in their children's lives, where you don't know the whole scope of the situation. And you can sit there and say, that motherfucker was never involved in that child's life, whether it be a woman or a man. But peep this scenario. What if the family of the other parent was threatening your life if you ever even came around?
True.
See? Now, you could go to the law, but we know the law can protect you to a certain extent.
Yeah.
If this family is of such, like in the hood, where one side of the family has a bunch of killers, bro, the law ain't gonna, what the fuck? Are you gonna run to the law? Now, for 16 years, this mother has stayed away because of that imminent threat.
Yeah.
But people from the outside looking in will say they're deadbeats.
Mm-hmm.
But you just have to allow people to be them. You be an example of how they should be, but you gotta stop judging. And that's really how I live. You know, again, right or wrong is about perspective. But if you knew that this person's life was being threatened and they stayed away, is that wrong?
Yeah, I gotta say I don't have that experience at all. Just because my my circle is so tight and we're all I'm from an old family, and my friends are from old families. We grew up together. Like our friends are kids. It's just not going to get to that level, right? Even like if a guy turned deadbeat, it's because he's having some serious issues, and we just close together as a community, and we handle that scandal. But that's not been my reality. I don't know anybody that's like that. I don't know any deadbeat moms or dads.
Yeah, man. Again, man, that's why I think that I find it easier to say not get upset with people. Like, I'm catching a ton of flack over El Jefe. I've actually had people unsubscribe over El Jefe, right? But if I was to sit up here and condemn El Jefe the same way that everyone else is condemning El Jefe, then I would be a fucking hypocrite, because I just sat up here and I said what I believe in. So just because El Jefe is running around acting like a damn fool, then how would I treat him differently than anyone else that I treat in life? I'm sitting here telling people you have to allow people to be them and not let it affect you. And I'm proving that with El Jefe. You understand? I'm proving that with El Jefe. And like, again, I always say on the Power of the Mind episodes, we as people, we have to reprogram our mind, bro, because we've been brainwashed on so many levels, whether it's a tribal way of thinking because of the society we grew up in, whether it's a tribal way of thinking because of our home environment. We've grown up being taught things. We have to reprogram our minds, whether we learned it from our parents, whether we learned it from our teachers, friends, whatever, because the facts are 99% of the people in this world are lost to God's true word of why we're really supposed to be here. And the true enlightened ones, and I'm not saying that it's me because we don't know the right way, but the truly enlightened people are going through life experience without the things that we experience. Mm-hmm. And I mean what we call problems or turmoil, or you understand, troubles. They're not going through these things, and they're not going through these things because of this, because of the way they think. People only, ego plays a part in everyone's lives. The ego destroys relationships, destroys everything. People allow their ego to control them. When you get to the point where you can control your ego, life becomes better, because it's your ego that tells you, don't let him talk to you like that. Yeah. But in reality, it doesn't matter. What did I just say before? No one can do anything to you. But your ego says you can't let him get away with that. Yeah. Your ego tells you you got to seek vindication and vengeance. Well, your ego's telling you have to seek vindication and vengeance. But what God says is the energy you put out will be returned. So as soon as you listen to that ego on your shoulder, you know how you got the devil and the angel on your shoulder, the old little. Well, the ego is the devil telling you, nah, go back, do this. But God says the energy you put out will be returned. So understand this. That person that did something wrong to you, God's going to take care of that. That energy will be returned to them. You can justify it as right to yourself by going and get them back. But God's rule is the energy you put out will be returned. So I say, and I prove it with the way I live. Let El Jefe come and call me a bitch and cuss me out, and I'll keep loving him and keep inviting him back. Yeah. Because God says the energy he puts out will be returned to him. Check it out, people. What's going on with El Jefe? He has problems everywhere except with D. Jefferson. And all of those problems is the energy God sent back to him. See, it never affected me. It never affected me at all. Mm-hmm. That's why I can allow El Jefe to keep coming and allow El Jefe to be him. Yeah. It's easy.
Yeah, I'll feel you on that one. That's why I don't even block people. I mean, it doesn't affect me. It actually affects other people that might not like. People might want me to block somebody. They're not comfortable being on the same panel or whatever.
So let's let the elephant out the room, right? You know what I mean? Like when I'm on a chat with you, brother, and when I'm on a chat with everybody else, man, for the most part, we could chop it up, you know, and we can have difference of opinion. It's all good, but nobody's demeaning the other person. Nobody's telling people that they're stupid or idiots, and really clowning like that on anybody else, man. You know what I mean? And so that's why I chopped it off. Like I chimed off twice tonight because of that. I can't deal with Rob, bro. I can't deal with the dude, man, because we were having such an educated, great conversation until he came on, man. Like, you know, and even though I try to sideswipe him most nights, I got the energy for that, man. But you know, I'm trying to revive myself and my family from a coronavirus. I got this big headache in the middle of my head, bro. You know what I'm saying? Behind my eyes, man, and I can't just sit here and just debate nonsense, bro. I'm trying to enjoy. I'm trying to make myself feel better by soothing myself, talking about sports and boxing, what I love. You know what I'm saying? With other great minds that are like literally talking about the same conversation. But then when you got somebody just not even paying attention, man, they're just like looking for ways to disagree instead of ways to understand. You know what I mean? Like that it gets disruptive and it annoys me, bro. You know what I mean? And that's all I gotta say. Like, you know, right now I hear you guys chopping it up. You see everybody's having a peaceful discussion. That wasn't the same case about an hour ago, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Glenn. Look, I'll say this. Because I sit up here and I talk about the power of the mind and how I approach things, but I have to be honest about something too. 44 years old. So at the age of 33, I was like everyone else. And it's taken me 11 years of reprogramming and practice and, you know, as people would say, letting things slide by. It's taken me 11 years of a lot of studying and a lot of practice to get to this point. And it ain't easy. And like I said, it's because of the way we've been programmed. Our family, listen, how many households have we grow into if we grown up? You don't have to fight anybody. And these are what would be considered the good household. You don't have to fight anybody or do nothing, but don't let nobody put their hands on you. You see what I mean? So even with that being said, it's still saying, okay, you may have to engage in violence, right? But there is the actual way that you don't have to engage in violence. Most of the time people do engage in violence, it's the ego. It starts off with words, bro. It generally starts off with words. Somebody called a girl a bitch, somebody called you a bitch. Somebody said something about you don't like. It generally always starts off with words. And when you get to the point where you don't allow that ego to tell you, you got to lash back. You got to say something back. You got to defend your honor. You know what I mean? When you get to that point where that's not important, then it's not an issue anymore. And you can sit up there and you can let people. One time right here on Punch Drunks Live, I was on here with Rob. Rob cut me off about 8 times before I even said something to him. He would cut me off. I would just sit back and laugh. Then about the 8th or 9th time he cut me off, I say, Rob, hey, you keep saying you don't want to cut me off, but you keep cutting me off, bro. And I told him just like that, and I laughed about it. We laughed it off. He apologized, and we kept it moving. But the 8 times that he did cut me off, anybody else probably would have been like, hey, man, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's all about the mindset, because society tells us that someone cutting you off is rude, it's disrespectful, and blah, 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 all the other anecdotes behind it. My mind tells me is he's not doing anything to me.
So
see, here's the thing. Right. So there is a polite exchange, right? So within the rules of a polite society, that's what that is considered a violation, right? And how you take it is how you take it. And I definitely get it. My issue this evening wasn't so much about the interrupting. It was really just about the control. Like, I feel like the guy was just too intoxicated to actually keep his train of thought. And so it's just going all over the place. So I just wanted to finish what I had to say. So then let him talk however much he wants to talk and whatever. I just want to finish what I had to say in the meantime. If it's Punch's channel, if that's the way Punch wants to run it, I'm not going to say nothing about it. I could deal with it as long as I could and for as much as I could, and then when I can't, just gotta bounce. There's no disrespect. I really actually appreciate the fact that you have that you put a premium, you put a value on guys finishing their thought. And so if a guy is disruptive, you kick him backstage, you bring him back, but you just let the guy finish the thought, right? And not everybody's that way, and I'm not suggesting everyone should be that way. Right. It's just that would work better for me than a guy who obviously has, is not able to control himself for whatever reason in that moment, right? Right. That's a fact. Because
go ahead. Let me also respond to what you were saying. So because I completely understand where you're coming from with the manhood aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? People gain that experience throughout life. You want to let people chop it up, like exactly right now. I'll let you finish your point. I was about to talk, and then GTS jumped in, and I was like, you know what? I know he's been trying to speak facts all night too. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but respect, bro. You know what I'm saying? And so that's usually how it is, and it got to a point where it was like I can't speak my mind because every time I'm trying to speak my mind, somebody else is getting made fun of, or I'm being made fun of, and the topic of conversation is never being addressed. So if we're talking boxing, then I want to talk boxing, man. Like let's get to the bottom of what we're talking about. Right. And that's basically what it boiled down to. Trust me, man. I'm a grown man, bro. I got a lot of experience. Again, I respect you. I know you're 44. You know what I'm saying? I'm 40. I'm younger than you, bro. But I got 9 kids. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of experience over here too under my belt. You know what I mean? And I'm a very humble guy, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a very humble guy, man. I don't really try to cut people off or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Speak your piece. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're getting disrespectful, though, then I'm gonna go ham a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way I am. But I really try not to be disrespectful, man. You know what I mean? And so that's where we at right now.
I think you do a terrific job of it, bro. Like, I've never had any issues with you. Not over here, not when you come to my platform. I think you do an excellent job of that. Smoke, I wanted to say, when you gave your example, you started off with the rules of basically engagement, right? And that's what I'm saying. This is the programming that I'm talking about. This is the tribal way of thinking that I'm talking about. Because the rules of engagement that you're talking about, those are the rules of engagement in this society. And other societies, like, remember, Smoke, when Catacor was up on my panel, right? And when Kat is on my panel, I give her the same respect as I give anybody else who's on the panel talking. And that's in this American society in the rules of engagement. But if you say the rules of engagement in the Arabic nation, then a woman getting on that panel, first and foremost, probably won't be likely, but she's always second to speak. And that's perfectly normal in their society. But here, that's disrespectful, rude, inconsiderate. Again, it's all about a tribal way of thinking. These thoughts that we have of disrespect or whatever is implanted into our program. It's our society that tells us, whoever got that ruckus, but that society, our society tells us, hey, that's disrespectful. But like I said, in the Arabic nation, for those women, it's no disrespect. Nobody blinks an eye, and even the women know that they have to be secondary. They know that they have to stand behind, and it's expected. But here, what's expected is that you give that next person the same respect that you have, whether they're a woman or a man. Again, from society to society, things change. When I used to have the kid Justin Jr. on my channel all the time, he was disruptive as hell. But even as a child, I used to give him his same voice. I wouldn't let people cut him off because, again, But in certain society, he's a child. He stays in a child place. To me, he's a human being, and he's involved in this conversation. So give him his just due as well. You understand what I'm saying? Societal beliefs is what we're programmed by, and we have to escape all of that because it is man that have created these beliefs. God didn't create these beliefs. It's just like I said before. God says one thing and one thing simply: the energy you put out will be returned. So if you look at any of these tribal beliefs of what's considered disrespect or not, no matter what society you come from, if you look at any of them concerning what's considered disrespect or not, they contradict God's rule. Because God's rule, the Almighty, not man, says the energy you put out will be returned to you. And the moment that you decide to take vindication or revenge, then as God, the Almighty, I will return that energy to you. So it doesn't fucking matter if the Americans say you've been disrespected and you need to go lash back, because God says otherwise. And when we can reprogram our mind and get those tribal ways of thinking out of our mind and establish the way we think more on the level of why God put us here, then those things don't matter, regardless of what anyone says.
Right. So there's a lot to unpack there. There's ego. There's also a desire, right? So, and then there's another thing. Like if I am talking to you and we're interrupting each other, that is one thing. But if I am talking to somebody else and somebody else is disruptive to the conversation that if Punch asks me a question and I'm answering Punch and somebody is constantly interrupting that kind of thing, so we can't actually have a dialogue, and the actual point is for us to have a dialogue, then it becomes it's not really, so right, we have the social construct, but there's also the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here. And so It just becomes a complete departure from that. And however you deal with it is how you deal with it, right? And that's where, the energy you give out and all that stuff. But my issue really, when it came to just tonight, was if I thought that guy was sober and was doing that, I would have had a different response. I didn't think that he was actually in a position to actually have a cogent conversation. So it was a different thing with a guy who just kept, basically being a drunken distraction. So at a certain point, I was like, okay, fine, let me just finish my thought, and then you can do whatever it is you want. There's other times where he interrupted me. I was just like, okay, fine. I wasn't really so much married to the point, and it was more about having a back and forth with him. So when it was about him and I having a back and forth and he was interrupting me, I didn't have really a problem with it. But when I'm trying to talk to Punch and you're interrupting me, it's like, yo, can you just fall back for a second and let me talk to the guy who posed a question to me?
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, Punch Drunk, I'm not taking a shot at you here, right? So I want to put that out there.
No. I have a feeling what you're about to say, but go ahead.
All right, so here's what I'm going to say about this. I feel like this is just my opinion on it. I feel like in those situations with what you and Glenn are saying, I agree 100%. I agree 100% with you guys. I feel like in those situations, that's where it comes down to the host. And that's why I do what I do. Because like you guys are saying, I'm sitting up here and saying, nothing can affect you. But the example that you just gave, Smoke, okay, that does fuck up the conversation, and it destroys what the host had planned. So me as a host on Speak Your Mind Sports Talk Live Daily, I tell everyone this is about a discussion. We may have difference of opinions, but this is not a debate. And I always keep things from kind of sliding off into that debate. And when they do, as the host, like Smoke said, I'll put them backstage. I don't kick anyone off the panel, but if I'm like, yo, guys, and they keep going, then I kick them both back behind them. I'm like, guys, I want both of y'all to be able to talk, but they can't hear y'all. So one at a time, and then I let them both back in. And then what Smoke and Glenn are talking about right now, that's aside. That doesn't happen. So I think that their responsibility in those situations are on the host, because with El Jefe, he's as disruptive as Rob, right? But what will I do with El Jefe? Click. El Jefe, chill the fuck out, fam. Let everybody else talk, and then I'll click them back in. And what is El Jefe? Silent. So it's up to the host to lay the platform down. People are going, like, okay, you go into, I used to run a tax firm, Jackson Hewitt tax firm. We had 11 offices, 5 spot locations, 5 satellite locations. I ran my whole show. Okay. Here's the thing. I had certain locations, south side of Richmond. South side of Richmond was the ghetto, the hood. Okay. And then I had locations like out in Henrico, which would be, the rural, the suburban area. Okay. Well, strategically, I would put my more professional managers in the ghetto areas, okay? And ones that I knew had a slight issue with professionalism, I would actually put them out in the rural areas. Now, here was the strategy on that. And people was like, well, why would you do that? Because when you have these people that come in and they're unruly and disruptive, then that professional person knows how to bring that situation down without engaging with all, hey, fuck you then. But that ghetto manager will fly off the handle. Now, when you look at the customers out in the suburban area, they're coming into the business with the mentality that this is a business, right? People are only going to respond to what they see. If you come into a business and you're in a ghetto area and the manager there is as ghetto as you are, then you're going to sit in that office and you're going to act ghetto, right? But think about all of these ghetto people that go downtown into a professional office. They conduct themselves as they're supposed to.
Yeah.
So what you allow on your panel is how it's going to be. And that's why I just revamped everything. I just had a live last week and I revamped everything. I said, listen, this is how it's going to be because it has to stop. It has to stop. And we as hosts, I just did a live about this. We hold the most responsibility. If we want things to change on the multiple platforms, then we have the responsibility to change it. And as a host, if you set up a show and you have a specific topic and you want to have a certain type of conversation, but you continue to allow people to be disruptive, then that's the platform that you're creating.
I feel you. I feel you, but also is an understanding about the people that come into your panel. So, for example, if Rob comes in, what are you going to get from Rob?
Respect. You know what I mean? Good content, good comments. That's what you're going to get from Rob.
Now I'm saying, let's say, for example, when Kahlua was here and him and Smoke is going at it. Smoke might be tight. He's like, what the hell is going on? He's disrupting. Kahlua is going black, is going crazy, right?
Right.
But does Kahlua have great point of views when he's debating?
Yeah, he does.
Does Smoke have great point of views when he's debating?
Excellent. Smoke's a beast.
Does Rob, even in his unorthodox way of breaking down something?
I don't know. Rob's crazy as fuck to me. I don't know, but he comes through though. I'll say that.
But you know what I'm saying? So I understand all these different personalities. Yeah, I commute that, but also me knowing the different personality and the people in the panel knowing his personality, then people should maneuver. Just like El Jefe, you know how to maneuver El Jefe.
Right.
So as much as Rob may be a disruptive to certain people, I'm still not being disrupted by Rob.
Right.
So I don't. I understand what Glenn may say about Rob, but right. I'm not feeling it yet to the point where I'm like, I got to get this guy out of here.
Well, real quick, Smoke, real quick. Let me ask you this, Punch. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna let you go, Smoke. I just got a quick question for you. When you start these lives off, right? And you're like me, a lot of that shit don't bother me at all. But when you start these lives off, what is the objective of what you're trying to do? Are you trying to have that confusion and that disruption 3, 5, 6 times a live? where you have to continue to calm it down. When you initially plan that live out, that's not what you're planning. So at some levels, even though while it's going on, what Rob doing doesn't bother you because it doesn't bother me, it does actually bother what you planned on in the beginning. You didn't plan on that confusion during your show.
Yeah.
You never planned on that.
Yeah, I didn't plan on it, but this is the reason why. If in the beginning of the beginning of the live, I went an hour explaining my perspective. By the time I'm getting people in the panel, and sometimes, but I'm just speaking about today, I really got everything out that I really wanted to say, and now it's just everybody time in on that. You know,
help your people out. Help your people out now, because the reason you do that, and I get it. The reason you do that is so that you can get everything out and be heard. You can get your point out, and then you let everybody come in.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as you let a guy like Rob on there, think about your people. Now Smoke can't do what you just did. Now Glenn can't do what you just did. And they're not able to do that because Rob keeps interrupting them. Like when I was on here, you went off stage. But that other night when I was on here with Rob for the second time and he put the purple hat on, you remember I sat up here and even you said something. The dude cut me off 8 fucking times, bro, before I could even get and then after the 8th time, I was like, hey, Rob, man. And I didn't come at him. I smiled and laughed. It's like, you keep saying you apologize, but you keep cutting me off, bro. I can't get my that. You see what I mean? And that's what's frustrating to guys like Smoke and Glenn.
Yeah.
They're not like you and I where that shit don't bother me. It bothers them. So with me is I appreciate Glenn and Smoke coming on my panel too, as much as I appreciate El Jefe and Rob. But I don't want them to be slighted because these guys are out of control. I want them to have the opportunity to speak their mind the way I had the opportunity to speak my mind. But when guys like El Jefe, Rob, DSFG, H Money get on the panel, they don't even have the opportunity to do what I really want them to do, what you really want them to do. You want everybody to be able to get their piece out. Well, with Robs and El Jefes and DSFGs, then they don't get the opportunity to do what we really want them to do. And it's just not cool. And that's why I kick them backstage. I don't kick them off because I actually want them to get their piece out too. But I'll put them backstage for being disruptive, let the other person get their piece off, and then let them come back.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing also is your show on Thursdays is also, related to drink, right? So what he was doing was still within the confines of your show and the culture of your show. So I got it. I mean, I got that part. It's just that I'm not drunk right now. So, so I can keep my stream of consciousness together. I can keep my stream of thought. And if I lose track, I can come back and get it. I'm not just inebriated rambling, right? But it's not that I'm above it. I'm not judging it. I'm just saying I was recognizing mentality. Like I'm not going to be able to actually have a cogent interaction with you as long as there's this drunk guy who wants to make it all about him, regardless of what's going on.
Yeah, I never get drunk, bro. I drink, but I never get drunk. I don't.
Happy hour Thursday.
If I may, I'm slightly tipsy, but I'm not completely drunk, bro. It takes a lot to get me drunk, bro. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, bro, like honestly speaking, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, D. And like I've been trying to say all night, I was really enjoying my conversation with Smoke. We were actually debating a little bit, you know what I'm saying, but not completely. But I know Smoke is an intelligent dude, and I was wanting to see where that went. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't claim to be the historian, but we were speaking on facts that didn't necessarily have to do about his history. You know what I'm saying? It had to do with just about a lot of life points, and I thought it was an interesting topic, and then all of a sudden it went sideways, and then I got a little frustrated because me, I'm recovering from COVID. You know what I'm saying? I got my forehead hurting. You know what I'm saying, from a headache. And then I chimed off once. I came back, tried to give it a second chance. Dude kept doing the same thing. Got frustrated again, left again, and now I'm here the third time. I hear D Jefferson, and and I feel like now it's more of the same kind of tone that we had at the beginning, and that's what I'm talking about. Like we had this tone at the beginning. I wish it would have continued like that. But anyway, I'm like at 3%. I'm about to lose my battery. I love you, brothers. You know what I'm saying? I'll chop it up with y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
All right, bro.
Much love, man. Much love, dog.
Yeah, Glenn. Next time.
Great night, all right?
All right, brother. God bless.
All right.
Hey.
Also, don't let the big words fool you, man. There's actually intelligence behind there. Right, and not only that, but the big words I use are actual words. They're not like systematized. Like
it's like
I always praise Smoke. I always have to. I've always praised Smoke for his vocabulary, right? Because the dude has an extensive vocabulary. He does. I do myself, right? A lot of times when I write, like if I write a long comment to you, Punch, which you've seen before, like in the DM or something, you could tell where my vocabulary is.
Yeah.
But my persona online, which is what draws people to me, is not of such. Like I have the vocabulary, right? Yeah. Which I think, Punch, which you know because you've seen in the things that I've written to you, right? Yeah. But Smoke utilizes his vocabulary. And that's what makes him such an excellent debater as well, because he's over people's heads sometimes when he uses certain words. They don't understand what he means.
Yeah.
But bro, it messes them up, right? It messes them up because in a debate, if you don't understand where someone's coming from, a lot of times you misspeak. And as soon as you misspeak, whoop, you're done. So I love Smoke's vocabulary, bro. And I know that the words he uses, it's not like remember in Living Color, that skit that Damon Wayans used to do when he was in the penitentiary. You know, and the affirmation of the coagulation. You know what I mean? That's not what Smoke does. When Smoke says his words and he utilizes his words, he uses them in the exact context that they're supposed to be used. So I appreciate his vocabulary very much. So.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's character and personality. So it's almost like, I could go live, right? And then people will be like, yo, where's Rob, man? I want Rob to chime in on this one. You see?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
But then they'll be like, yo, take this guy out. They'll be, so who I'm going, if somebody be like, yo, take D out.
Right.
Am I going to take him out because people saying take D out?
No, fuck no. No, you do not. And I'm with you 100%. And I have a fucking example for y'all right now. My man again, Get This Smoke. Let me tell you something. This why me and Get This Smoke is so tight, bro. Like, I don't know how Smoke look at me, but Smoke is my man 20 grand. I say that shit all the time. And this is why Smoke and I so tight. When Smoke first started coming to my live, he was that guy. I swear a lot of you not, Punch, and Smoke will admit, he'll tell you too. He was that guy you're talking about. Man, I used to get DMs all the fucking time. I would be sitting there on the live, and this is when I had a lot less subscribers. So 25, 23 people in my live was exciting. That was great for me. Smoke would jump on that fucking live, and it would go from 25 to 11, just like that. And then I would get DMD, I love you, I love your show, man, but every time you get that guy Smoke up there, I just have to back out.
Yeah.
And this would be my response to them. Well, I understand that, man. Some people just don't like other people, but I value Smoke. I value what he brings to the table, and I understand what you're saying, but man, I'm gonna keep having Smoke on because Smoke part of the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family. And I used to tell them, don't get it twisted when you see me up there and Smoke up there and you hear me, you idiot, and all of that shit. I said, nah, it's not like that. Smoke my man. So I understand where you're coming from. Just come visit me when he's not there.
Yeah.
And this is what I used to tell him, right? Now, we fast forward to now. The Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family loves Smoke. They do. Smoke get all kind of respect in my fucking chat room. Is this right or not, Smoke?
100% correct.
That's just how it went. So you never
and not only that, I want to tell you something. I really, really respect your intellect, and also I feel like that your Speak Your Mind thing that you do in the morning. I feel like that's home. Like even if I don't jump on the panel, I make sure I'm in the chat section chopping it up. and trying to catch it, right? You know, there's a difference between subs and supporters, and I try to find channels that I can support.
Exactly. And that's what I chase. That's what I chase. I don't chase fucking subscribers. Subscribers are worthless. Yeah. They're like a breeze in the wind. They come and go.
Yeah.
Supporters are loyal. They stick with you. Exactly. You say something they don't like, they stick with you. How many times I say shit about Wilder, Smoke don't like, or Smoke say something about Fury or somebody I don't like, but we stick with each other. That's what you chase. You chase supporters. You don't fucking chase subscribers. Subscribers come and go. Any subscriber, as soon as you say something against their fighter, they're out of there.
Yeah.
So I don't chase subscribers. That's why I say the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family. Because we build in a family environment, not just a bunch of people to come there and rag on somebody else. Or nah, bro, this is a family environment.
Yep. That's how I feel. That's I just for example, look at the other day. When was it? No, that matter of fact, it was yesterday when Johnny Boy came on and El Jefe was on, and he's like, yo, I'll time in, but El Jefe can't be there. Cool. Boom. He timed down. Johnny Boy came in. And if it has to be like that with communications, yeah, it's cool. I could do that. It's cool with you. It's cool with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Do that. But I'm not going to be taking people out because somebody's uncomfortable with their style, and it's not bothering me. You know. Now I can understand if somebody is keeps on disrupting and not giving the dude that type of time to answer questions, and yeah, I understand that. You know,
because people say like what Glenn and Smoke was saying, it just gets in the way because it's disruptive. That's why I don't like them up there. That's why I leave when they come, right? So I'll use this for an example. I agree, but ask me this. You may not like El Jefe, you may not like this, that, and the third, but when he comes to my panel now, right now, all of the things y'all say y'all don't like about him, he don't do that on my panel no more. So why would you leave? Because your whole complaint was he's disruptive, he does this, he does. Well, when you're at my Speak Your Mind Sports Talk Live daily, and El Jefe comes up there, all the things you're complaining about doesn't happen. So why would you leave when he's there? It don't happen because I don't allow it to happen. So everything that you're getting frustrated about, you're not experiencing that now. So why would you leave because he's on the panel? Because he's being respectful on my panel. He's allowing other people to talk on my panel. So why would you leave?
Now, true. See, now Smoke, you was on the panel when you also got frustrated with Rob. But be honest, how many people in the panel was like saying, Rob, let me ask you a question. Rob, let me ask you a question. In the midst of them being frustrated with Rob.
Yeah, but the question they wanted to ask was, what the hell is your problem with interrupting people?
Nah, but that wasn't the only question. They were.
Listen, everyone was trying to steer him to actually have the conversation so that we could keep a conversation going. And they're trying to. Everyone tried to do it, right? And they really. I'm not even trying to make this all about Rob, because really, like I said, I don't know if that's the way Rob is, or if that's just because he was sipping tonight. So it is what it is.
Now, of course, you already know he was sipping.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So I was just like, he might have been extra. Maybe that was him, and he was just extra because he was sipping. But my very first my intro to your channel was you and me screaming at each other at the top of our lungs. We're just saying, hold up, let me finish. Right? So then he went right back to screaming, like in a real respectful tone. Oh, hold on a second. So, it's not that I'm here for that kind of action. That's not the issue. The issue really, the issue is, can you stick to the fucking topic? Because I'm not trying to hear the systematic of my dimensions of my mental state. Like I'm not here for that.
Hey, Smoke, you just said something quite interesting. You said the first time your engagement with Punch Drunk was y'all yelling and screaming at each other. Smoke, is this a thing? Because I remember the first time our engagement was us yelling and screaming.
Nah, man. Nah. So the thing was, we was cool. We was cool, but then I ruled against you on something. And then you're like, oh, no, okay. It's like that. If that's how you're going to be, let's get it in. Let's get it in. And yeah, it's been on and cracking, but real respectful, right? And like I said, I'm trying to, man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something like straight up. I've been a subscriber to a channel that comes on at the same time as you since that guy who has like maybe 30,000 subs had fewer than 100, right? But instead, like, I might check in at certain points, just say what's up and all that shit. But I'm at your thing doing your time. I catch his stuff on replay.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate that, dog. Hey, look, I wanted to say something because I just had this thought come in my head, and man, it's a good conversation. I wanted to say something to kind of defend Punch Drunk's perspective, okay? Because this thought just popped in. So Punch was saying, he was talking about Rob and like personalities, and you know, and how some people actually wanted to hear what he was going to say. Now, I wasn't here for that live, but I want to give an example of what he's talking about that will kind of confirm and correlate to what he's saying. Check this out. You take a guy like Johnny Boy. We all know Johnny Boy, right? A lot of people don't like Johnny Boy. A lot of people don't like when he's around. A lot of people don't like when he comes on the panel. They feel like he's racist or whatever. But understand this. This is how personalities work. And even though you may be bothered by it, Johnny Boy has over 8,000 subscribers. Comfortably saying that 8,000 people loves his personality.
Yeah.
Regardless. So, although you may not like it, there are people that likes his personality. And this is why Punch and I decide not to kick anyone off. Because you might not like it, but there's people out there that want to hear him. No matter how wild or off the chain you feel he is, there's somebody else that wants to hear him. Smoke, you're the perfect example. There's a lot of people that didn't want to hear you, but there's a lot of people that wanted to hear you. So I'm not going to kick you off my panel because of 20 people that don't want to hear you, 50 people that don't want to hear you. I have 1,300 subscribers. That means 1,250 people may want to hear you. So I'm going to readjust because of those 50 people? No, you can't operate your channel like that. You got to operate your channel from here, bro.
Guys, come on, man. We come from the crack era, man. We could deal with craziness. I've known more crackheads than like sober people growing up. I could deal with craziness. You know?
Yeah.
That's the way I put it.
I can guarantee y'all this, bro. I can guarantee y'all this. The dude, like I say about El Jefe, the kid's 22. All right. If we're privileged to have El Jefe around us for like the next 3 years or so, I can guarantee this one thing right here. When that kid's like 25, 26, we all going to be sitting here remembering El Jefe is going to be up here with us having a conversation, conducting it properly. And we may sit up here and laugh. Hey, El Jefe, remember you used to run around and blah, 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 blah. And everybody loves him then. Because people don't understand. And it's like I explained on, I think on here the other night. We have all had our experiences. I'm 44, Glenn 40, Smoke older than I am, Punches in his 30s or 40s, whatever, right? We've had our experience. We ain't fucking 22. And now we have gotten here and we know how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. He don't know yet. He really doesn't know yet. And his hippocampus is not even fully developed yet.
Yeah.
Right? So if we're privileged to have him around, when he starts to understand, it'll be a whole different El Jefe. But then he'll be more developed. We have to give him a chance. People expect these kids to be on the level that we're on, but they haven't had a chance to get there yet.
Yeah, I got nephews older than that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey.
I got a 27-year-old nephew that acts the same fucking way he does.
I have a 21-year-old son that doesn't act anything like that, right?
Right.
But, you know, he's also not going to jump on these lives and make it entertaining for us. So,
yeah. My son look at people that they man immature. My 12-year-old son, he be looking at the live. He sometimes timing on the live. And sometimes he'll time in now. He be like, they be cursing too much, Dad.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter, the little one, man, because sometimes I used to like she got bored with it, but she used to come on the live and I would put the comments up and she would read the comments, right? And she told me one day after the live, I shut it down. She's like, "Is it over, Dad?" I said, "Yeah, it's over." She said, "I like to read the comments, but those people cuss too much." I said, "Well, baby, they just like that. You know how my mouth is." She said, "Oh yeah, they just like that."
Why they use the N-word so much? Because it's not in my vocabulary.
Right. Yeah, I need to stop it as well too. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's one of those things, man. Like, you know, where I always tell people, like, man, black people don't own the word nigga. Y'all stop acting like y'all could tell who to say it, when to say it, when they can. It's just it was meant to be a term of endearment. No black person that's in the streets or a hood person that's in the streets, you never hear them say, "What's up, my nigger? What you doing, my nigger?" You never hear that. You always hear them say, "My nigga." So when it's N-I-G-G-A, it was never meant to be derogatory or anything. It was always meant to be a term of endearment. Now people have attached that to the N-I-G-G-E-R and as if it means the same thing, but when they decide it means the same thing. That's how black people are. Like, oh, so it's the same thing when that person says it, but when you say it, it's not. Like, bro, I don't even get in all that. And I don't care who says it or who doesn't.
So this
I am.
Yo, this was a curse in my household. Look.
Yeah.
That was
you can't suck teeth. You can't be sucking your teeth at the house. Nah, that's nah. Come on, man.
Yo, my father would be like, go downstairs and buy a gallon of milk. If I go, that's it.
Yeah,
that was a curse word in my household.
We didn't say dang, shoot, darn, none of that. That was curse word. We couldn't say none of that.
Yeah, and you know, so I had an issue with I think he was addressing me, dropped one of those on me. But the issue that I have with the dude is that I feel like
you sound far away from the phone
and trying to antagonize me into some like racial stuff, and I felt like that's what was happening. Like he said something about, you know, savages running with gazelles and stuff like that. He just, you know, white boy's gonna beat the black guy. So there's a certain point where I'm just like, you know what? I'm not even trying to engage with you. Like he dropping it. Like I'm not.
You breaking up, Smoke?
I'm not doing that. But you don't hear me saying that.
You're breaking up, Smoke.
Smoke, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. But look.
How about now? Yeah. How about now?
Yeah. There you go.
All right. Yeah. I was just saying that. Yeah. Like I just felt like, you know, my man is just OC. I don't know really what his idea, what his worldview is like, but I felt like he was just trying to antagonize me over some racial shit, and it's just like, I don't know, man. I'm too old for that. I'm really just too old for that.
Look.
To be honest, I understood what he was trying to say. I understood what he was trying to say, but I was trying to cut it off. Like, yo, don't be race baiting here. That's the reason why I don't like them other channels. Hold on. The thing what he was trying to say. The thing is, well, we're not live. And he emailed me before, and we talk about the Deontay Wilder and Fury. He's talking on the base of the LDBC channel race baiting, and he's saying, and that's why he was saying it today in the live show. He's saying, you know, it's just about the white guy that's gonna beat the black guy. He was actually being sarcastic to what he was referencing those channels. That's why he wasn't really going at
right. Right. That's the issue. That was the issue, that he was trying to. Whatever his preconceived notion was, he was trying to attribute it to me, because he asked me what my views were, and I told him what my views were, but he still bypassed all of that and tried to stick that on it because he wants to get his ideas about those channels out and also stick me on the thing. And that, like I said, I'm fine with all that. I'm not. If it was just an isolated incident, then I wouldn't be the way that I am. But on Meeting Dude, he was on some savages running with gazelles in the forest, like in the jungles. I'm like, yeah, man. I'm not quite sure what. If I think you're trying to get a rise out of me, but it's really just a juvenile way to interact with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, let me tell you something. Okay, so everybody knows and I utilize this. Punch Drunk utilizes this as well. I love it. Clickbait. Okay? We all know what clickbait is. You basically put a title up. You may not necessarily be talking about or explaining it exactly how the title looks, but you put that title up to get people to come in here to hear what you have to say. Johnny Boy's strategy, and I know this because I've talked to him before, is of such, but he doesn't do it with titles. He does it with words. It's somewhat like clickbait. He says things. Now, is his meaning of a racial connotation? No, but he says it in that way to get you to say, huh? And as soon as you get people to say, huh? Now you got them captivated.
Yeah.
It's a strategy, fam. It's just a strategy.
Yep.
And I truly believe that that's what he's doing. You see what I mean? It gets a rise out of people. The like Smoke said, the objective is to get a rise out of people, but not just you, also the people that agree with you.
Yeah.
And then you get them to listen. It's like Howard Stern said, whether they hate you or whether they love you, they're gonna listen to you to see what you say next.
Yeah, and I get it. Then I'm saying I get the whole shock jock part of it. It's just it's just not sophisticated, man. Is it like I've been around the world, I live life. Like if you're gonna do that, then have some skill with it. But that was just like that was ham-handed, just ridiculousness. Okay, what am I? Sure, they're running with gazelles and they're savages in the jungle. Cool, man. Sure, the white guy's gonna beat the black guy. Okay, whatever, man.
I've done it before. Not so. I don't want to refer as more clickbait because even I'll still talk about whatever the title is.
Yeah, me too.
But I would say something. Let's say
provocative.
No, not prerogative. I will say something like, let's say I want to talk about Manny Pacquiao and his faith, right? Okay, they'll listen up, but I just want to express my faith to y'all. So I will say, right. I want you to gain a relationship with God. But that's really my mission, is just to hit you with that type of. If I would just say, the title would just say, have a personal relationship with God. I'm like, oh, he's going to talk about this stuff. I don't want to talk. I don't want to tune in. So I have to hit you with a title to come in. Look, for example, we're in live right now. We was talking about relationship. I'm actually more into talking about the relationships that we was just talking about, than at the time, than Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko.
Right. See, like, okay. And so, like, here's mine. This is what I did. I
lure them.
Yeah, you lure them. Just like the recent one. So I'll give you guys another example. And it's similar to what Punch Drunk did. So I did it with my Manny Pacquiao. Coincidentally, it was Manny as well. It was, I put breaking, like breaking news. I put breaking in quotation. Manny Pacquiao defeats Terrence Crawford. And the fucking video, as far as my numbers, 1,300. I got like 270 some views. That was excellent for me, right? But here's the thing. The video, I was explaining that I think Crawford wins that fight, but I just explained in the video how Manny Pacquiao could defeat Terrence Crawford. But the title said, breaking, Manny Pacquiao defeats Crawford. So a lot of people gonna come running in there like, what the fuck you mean Manny Pacquiao defeats Crawford? Well, I just explained how he could potentially defeat Crawford. Exactly. But at the end of the day, we got to pick Crawford to win that fight. That's what I said in the video. But the title lured them in.
Exactly. It's just like the last one I did with Deontay Wilder, with the video that he got supposedly knocked down. Lure them in and just tell the people, look, this shit is going out of hands. This content, this community versus this community now is a content war. Is if for example, the LDBC comes into the defense of Wilder, there's going to be another community out there saying no, Deontay Wilder is this and this and that. It's not even becoming boxing. It's just a content war.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact.
And the thing that I like about it is, like I was telling you, D, what do you get recently? Yo, I like your channel because I'm tired about these race baiting channels. I'm tired of the bias, the bias channel. I'm getting subscription because people are tired of these other channels.
Yep.
That's what I'm getting the most.
Yep.
So keep on going with your little content war. You're gonna need credibility. Look, I see it in when Unravel, when Mark is on, you can see it in the comment box. Yo, I like these guys. Oh, look at Punch Drunk, look at D, look at this. They go into these channels knowing that this is unbiased.
Yep. And this is why I always say it, bro. People always hear me say this. And the proof is on my channel. You don't see any videos, none, with somebody's name posted on it. Money Brown TV says this, Punch Drunk says this, Unrivaled says this. You don't see that. You don't see none of my videos saying, this channel says this about this fighter. Let me tell you the truth. No, what I do is I put out my thoughts and my ideas. And then I allow people to come speak their mind on their thoughts and their ideas. I don't give a fuck what none of those other channels say.
Mm-hmm.
I put out the correct content, the truth. People are drawn in to the truth. When they research you, they come to your channel because this is me. I don't say, hey, go subscribe to Punch unless I know Punch is official. So if somebody comes to your channel and you're saying all of this foolery and then they research you and they find out this dude's full of, you know what I mean? They're not coming back. But when they come to my channel and they research what I say, they're coming back. When they come to my channel and they experience the discussion and the way we see, they're coming back. So I never have to go at those other channels or their content. All I have to do is put out my content.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what's up. That's how it is. Let's say I think what? I got Johnny Boy's attention when I went to your channel before. I think you got people's attention when you're live on this channel. And it's like that.
Yeah. That's why I love for, you know, some people are funny with that. Like they'll be running a live or something, and I've experienced this before, and it's really crazy to me, but they'll be running a live. They may have 10,000 subscribers or more, right? And I've found that sometimes they're reluctant to want to bring me onto the panel because they feel like, oh, a lot of people like this guy. I don't want him on the panel because he may take shine from me. Mm-hmm. But they always praise me and, oh, D Jefferson, this D Jefferson. Well, why don't you ever have me on the panel? Bro, you got like 10,000 subscribers. I only got 13. I'm no threat, but I'm not even coming here to be a threat. And at the same time, I ain't saying none of the name, but I always invite you on my panel. Because if you find that I'm a knowledgeable guy, I know my shit, then this is what you should share to your community. I know that Punch Drunk knows what he's talking about. I want him on my panel so my community can hear him.
Yeah.
I know that Smoke knows what he's talking about. Unravel, IBFP. I know these guys know what they're talking about. I'm not going to look at them as a threat. I don't care Punch Drunk has 16,000 subscribers. Oh, he has 16,000. I only have 1,300. No, I'm going to keep him off my panel. I don't want my people going over there. That's fucking stupid.
Yep.
What he has to offer is valuable. So I don't care if he has 100,000 subscribers. I want him on my channel because that content, that information, his insight, that's valuable. That's what I want my people to hear.
Yep.
How would you keep him off your panel?
Yeah, boxing fans on YouTube isn't that big a community. Like basically the same guys are just on every other channel anyway. So if a guy has 30,000 and a guy has 1,300, those 1,300 are part of that 30,000. And at some point, those 30,000 will find you too, if they're actually active and actually interested in in boxing, right? And actually chop it up with other boxing fans. We just recycle the same guys over and over. You know, I see the same personality, same profiles everywhere.
Yep, and we recycle the same story. It's just different deliveries. That's all. Different deliveries. But I stress even when people be like, yo, I stress people that have their own channels because I feel like the community does need real boxing heads. It does need the boxing heads, and also I like channels that also think that's why I always say in my videos, boxing translates to life itself. So yeah, I want to talk about boxing, but also how it translates to life itself. You know, that's why I could talk about God, or we could talk about politics, or we could talk about whatever, and we could. I don't mind it. Some people be like, "Oh, I thought I'm coming into a boxing channel, and I'm gonna leave until you start talking about boxing." Oh, all right. You know,
I like, Blood Boxing. He's an LDBC channel, right? And I like his channel, dog. I do, right? Here's the problem. Well, it's not really a problem, but here's an issue when I go to Blood's channel. I can never chime in. I have to sit there and listen to Blood and be silent because there are so many people in the LDBC community. Bro, they'll chime, even if I say something that agrees with Blood, they delete my comments and all of this shit. So if I ever go to Blood's channel, right, the only thing I can do is just sit there and listen. I can never chime in because they're just going to, oh, that's D Jefferson, he fake. But is Blood fake? Fuck no, Blood is probably, in my opinion, one of the realest LDBC motherfuckers around, bro. Mm. Like, I give nothing but respect to that. But I can't even really participate on this channel because of his subscribers. They'll fucking ask me in a second, man.
Yeah. See, the thing about, so if the LDBC was all people say the LDBC was, I wouldn't be a member of the LDBC. But I think what people's prejudice is keeping them from are guys like Scrapbook Boxing or Curtis Anderson that they've never heard of, which are probably the most knowledgeable guys on YouTube about boxing that don't even wade into any kind of controversies that are going on today, right? They're always just talking about boxing. They're former trainers. They went to Cleats' gym. They follow guys from the amateurs all the way through. Like, these are guys who are boxing heads. They're not narrative heads. They're not into politics. They just are into the sport. But because everyone's LDBC is this, LDBC is that, they'll never find these guys. No, and that's on them. Like, if that's how you want to rock it, if you want to let what could be a valid criticism of the group, if you want to keep that from the individuals that could actually help you out, then that's what you have to. That's the consequences of your actions. But I'm not.
That's on the last live show I asked you. I got who is the LDBC. You point them out, and I could take whoever if I want. Blue, to be honest, I never thought I just heard of him. I didn't really know him too much about him. So somebody asked me, yo, you like Blue Blood? I'm like, yo, even if he was LDBC, I don't know. I only listened to one video of his, and it was about Andy Ruiz. It was nothing about,
Right. See, like blood boxing, right? Here's something like, I'm just gonna piggyback off of what Smoke was saying. How if you stereotype a whole group, then you're missing out. Yeah. If you're really looking for good content, if you're really looking for knowledge on boxing, but you stereotype this group, then you'll never come across, and I'm glad he mentioned Scrapbook because I love him too. You'll never come across Scrapbook or Blood Boxing. You will, if you stereotype a group, you will never have witnessed what I witnessed. I went on to Fanon's channel, and I don't like Fanon. Okay. But I went on to Fanon's channel once because Blood was on there. And I said, oh, this should be interesting. And that's why I clicked on, right? Because Blood was on there. Now it's LDBC. LDBC was all LDBC on the panel. Now, for all of the people that stereotype that group, and I don't mess with the LDBC, they would have never been on this live. And guess what they would have missed? They would have missed Blood Boxing, LDBC, destroyed Fanon and everyone on that panel about Glovegate because he won't with that shit. But the rest of them was, and he destroyed them on it. But for all of these people that say, oh, LDBC is just trash, they would have never experienced Blood Boxing is on your side, you idiot. This LDBC guy is on your side. And you would never know that because you done stereotyped the whole group and you never got a chance to witness that. But I got a chance to witness Blood destroy those guys on that glove cake shit.
Yeah, I went one time to Fanon's channel. One time, the first time in my life. This was
He's a fucking clown.
This was like what, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Cause I saw on Twitter he was trending on I think Tony Bellew. Bellew.
Yeah, Bellew.
Yeah, he was taught. He said something bad. He said he was dissing Fanon, right? So I said, "Yo, what's this guy? Let me go to this guy." And the first when he was live and he was talking, what he said, all these and these stupid right wings and stupid idiot. He was talking about like conservative, right? So then I just wrote right away. I said, "Yo, do you hate conservative people?" And then he goes, and he looks at and he goes, "Conservative? What type of stupid ass question is this?" Blocked. I'm like, yeah, I just asked one question. Do you hate conservative people? The way you that's it. And I'm like, that's it? I'm out of here. Get out of here.
And see, that's the thing. Like, I made a statement the other day, and Smoke kind of didn't, he didn't agree with it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it was about Monty Brown TV, and I was like, traditionally, this is what they do. When you bring a point to the table that they either can't defend or you start burying them in a debate, your voice is gone.
Yeah.
This is how you know they have lost that, because they immediately remove your voice. You don't have a chance to speak anymore because they don't want you to go any further with your validity. And this is what happened to me on Monty Brown. I started destroying him and Tom Ross because this is what I do. I debate. I came in debating 2 and 3 cats at a time, and I started destroying them. It was on there for like 2 or 3 hours. I literally started destroying both of them. Everything they threw at me, I debunked it. Next thing you know, Monty Brown wouldn't let me talk anymore. It was just him and Tom Ross. He kept muting me. I would unmute myself. He mute me again. And I'm like, bro, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. And that's what happens. So just like you with Fanon, Ego, I went on there, happened to him with me. A lot of channels I go on there. As soon as I start digging into their shit, I have a voice no more. Yeah. See, the thing with Fanon is we were cool at one point. I used to go on this channel, all of that. So him and KC and that shit that they do on Sunday, you have to be of a certain age or you can't even get on there. So I told Fanon, I was like, hey, bro, well, I'm 44. I would like to come kick it with you guys one day. And he was like, okay, cool. Ship me your email because I always like to check channels out before I just invite them on the panel. I like to see, I want to see if they know boxing, if they know what they're talking about. So I was like, oh, yeah, sure. Because I know boxing, no doubt. So I shipped him my email and sent him, my channel. So about 2-3 weeks later, I sent him an email back. And I said, so what's up with that Sunday show? It got to the point where Fanon started like wanting me to jump through the hoops. Well, I want you to do this right quick before I get you on the show. I was like, all right, so I did that. A couple of weeks later, I called him. Well, you need to do this right quick. So after that, I sent him an email back. I said, bro, this is simply talking on a panel. I'm not jumping through no fucking hoops to come talk on your panel. I said, fuck it, forget about it, right? Forget about it. Next thing I know, he said one thing slick out the mouth, and it was about Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. So then I started going at him because then I wanted to debate him, right? So Blood Boxing was debating Mr. ILTBA on Blood's channel. And Fanon was in the chat and everything. I said, okay, well, this is my opportunity because he was talking a whole lot of shit. And of course, there was two sides. It was UGC there, it was LDBC there because it was Blood versus ILTBA.
Oh, yeah, I was there. That one, baby.
Yeah, you was there. In that fucking chat for about 30 minutes straight, all I kept doing was challenging Fanon. Every time that motherfucker would put a comment in, I would already have a comment ready. And as soon as he would drop a comment, I would hit send. So the dude would come right after his. That motherfucker didn't even respond to me, bro. I start calling him out on Twitter, everything. He never even responded to me. You know why? Because he did go check my channel out. He knows that I know boxing very well, and he knows that I will fucking destroy his ass.
Yeah.
He never fucking respond. Oh, first, I'm cool. I can come on your panel, all of this. Now, all of a sudden, you didn't even want to respond to me. We never had beef, bro. We never had beef. So why is it all of a sudden you don't want to talk to me now? Because you know you don't want this smoke. I tried to debate that fool. He never answered the call. BFTB, the same thing. Try to debate this fool. They never answered the call. Man, they trash, bro. Both of them trash. They trash.
Well, I gotta say, Fanon, part of my affiliation with him is with the group LDBC is a shared cultural heritage, and when it comes to Fanon, it's a different thing. I think that even though he's from South Side of Chicago, I don't even know if he's been to the West Coast. A lot of his life experiences mirror my own. I also advanced degrees, all that shit. Pops is an attorney. He's an attorney. Like, there's just certain things about the guy that I get, but I could understand that other people don't, right? And if you're looking for a debate, I'm not sure that that's the guy. BFTB seems like it is, but you got to catch that dude when he's really trying to have a debate and not really just being in his back.
I don't mean no harm, but that's bullshit.
No. Listen. I'm saying. Let me just finish.
Hold on. I want to finish the whole thing. Shit is bullshit, fam. It's bullshit.
I got it. Hey, listen. I know that's what I'm saying. If you were to set up a situation where you're gonna come onto the channel and also just have a debate about a topic, I think it's a different experience than showing up and then having a debate. Because and I'm not saying either one of them is not going to go left, right? Because that's part of his thing. He's going to go to 100 because that's what his show is. That's what he does. But the likelihood of that happening is it lessens when it's more structured and it's not just part of his show. Because the other thing I think that you guys are missing is the amount of just straight hate that comes the LDBC's way and the amount of trolls that just come in there to hate specifically. So while you may think it's an innocent and honest question, and it may actually be for the person, for the people who are experiencing it, it may be the 1500th what they think is a troll comment, right? And just the reason why I didn't say anything about the reason why I had an issue with singling out the LDBC when it comes to this block culture is because the reason why I'm not blocked on your channel is because you modded me up. Because I would have been blocked if that wasn't it. Like Jedi, I'm blocked on this channel, and he didn't block me, right? Jedi didn't even know I'm blocked on this channel, and that's just part of the culture. If you say something that people don't like, if Punch had if Punch had mods in his thing, I'm sure I would have been muted already, right? And I'm gonna go you one better, like a really popular LDBC channel, right? I came on to YouTube 3+ years ago under a different profile name, right? But I couldn't use that profile name and actually really just, say what I wanted to say. So I switched profile names to Get This Smoke, right? So under Get This Smoke, I am actually blocked on a channel that I'm a mod on under a different profile because of the way that I thought, right? That's what I'm saying. This whole idea of one group is open-minded and this other group is closed-minded, that's just not the case, especially amongst the community members. All channels have their own culture and their own people, the way that they want it to run, and they're looking for a skunk in the garden party. And especially if you're a mod, some guys never had, some guys don't have power in their life. Some guys want to be also part of the show, but might not be able to express themselves the same way or as well as the guys who jump on the panel, right? So that's how they do their thing. And it may be I'm not gonna air him out, but you have a guy on your a mod on your channel that just out of hand blocks people left and right, people you don't want blocked, right? And that's just the way it goes on channels, especially channels that have mods.
I have one guy, and I know you're talking about, and I'm going to air him out right now. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got one guy, and I know who Smoke talking about, and I'm going to air him out right now. It's Boxing Monster. Okay, this dude will block, kick people off, all of that, right? The thing is this with Boxing Monster, and I've told my whole community this. Boxing Monster has total immunity. The reason I say that is because he is the most loyal supporter. When I started my live, one person in there. One person. It was Boxing Monster. For an hour and 40 minutes, Boxing Monster, right? That's true with Smoke. But Smoke, this whole thing, I get what you're saying about the LDBC. But there's a saying, one bad apple can ruin the bunch. The problem with the LDBC is that the leaders puts out the wrong element. You cannot deny this. The leaders, the main guys put out the wrong element. But then when you talk about what you were saying about BFTB, I have to disagree with all of that totally. That dude is a fucking coward, bro. And if you don't go to that fucking graveyard and you're a valid debater, he will not debate you. He's a fucking coward, fam. And if you go into that fucking graveyard, that's the element that you will get. As soon as you get anywhere close to the body of that nigga, he's kicking you off, and everybody in his chat is going to kick you. Now, the correlation that you made with what happens on my channel is not what goes down with these LDBC channels, because the host will do that bullshit to you. But on my channel, you're back on there. You have a mod. So yeah, the people in the chat may do certain things, but I always correct it. With those LDBC channels, not the whole group, but with the many channels within the group that does this, they don't perform that way. They don't. They're right along with the bullshit of kicking people off for no reason, and they allow that shit, Smoke. And the hosts are the ones. Hold on, no. Let me finish now. And it's the host that allows this nonsense. So when you get that environment, and you know damn well, Smoke, there's plenty of channels like that that's involved with the LDBC. So when you get that environment, it's no excuse for that. It's no trying to defend that. And if it's a group and you're representing a group and the leaders don't put a stop to that, just like I said, channel hosts, we're responsible. It's the leaders of the group that don't put a stop to that. Then it makes the whole group get that perception. That's the problem with having a gang or a clique or a cult. The people within that represents the unit.
Yeah, the issue though is not that. The issue is people's perception that there's leaders. Like that is the first wrong notion. Like the leaders that, like who are these leaders that you're talking about? It's an asymmetrical organization.
Smoke, I will tell you who the leaders are. The leaders are also built on perception. You cannot sit there and have 500,000 and 600,000, 200,000 and 300,000 subscribers, and you're at a group and you have the foolishness. Well, when you talk about Dante and Ego and 78, these guys with the most subscribers in the group, they are a part of this foolishness, fam. So whether they're actual leaders or not, and you know that, the perception, the same perception you're talking about, this is what's going to be perceived, bro.
I know, but you can't do anything.
Regardless of how it actually is, Smoke, they have to put the right image out there so people understand. We don't have to be a part of that fucking group to understand. They should not allow that image to be put out there. They should not allow that image to be portrayed. But they do. Not only do they allow it to be portrayed, they personify it, fam.
See, that's the issue. The issue is because people have a particular perspective, that perspective becomes LDBC. Dante's Nation and Ego are not LDBC. That's my point about perception. That's my point about the perception. Like what people outside perceive the group to be, that is on them. That the group can do whatever the group does, and people can perceive it the way they perceive it. But it is not incumbent on us to make sure that you have the right perception of the group. Either join the group, find out for yourself, or don't. And like really, the group is not predicated on whether or not people understand what its objectives and its goals are. That's not what it's about.
Smoke, I understand that, Smoke, but that's bullshit though. You can't be, listen, you understand and you said it yourself. It's a lot of trash LDBC channels out there, bro, that is totally against what they're supposed to stand for. Now you have already acknowledged that. So if this is a group, hold on now. If this is a group and you're supposed to be standing for something, then you should not allow that element, fam. And then as a group, you shouldn't even think that people are going to join you if they come across that foolishness, fam. Why should they come across that foolishness but still give the group a try? That's bullshit, son. They shouldn't give no group a try. And this is what first impressions are a lasting one. And if you have a group and you stand for something, then the whole group should stand for that. It shouldn't be just some inside info that this is what the group really stands for. If the group really stands for that, then that's the image that should be portrayed, not an opposite image with the expectation that people should join and find out that it's not really like that. That's bullshit. That is bullshit, man.
But there isn't the expectation that people will join. There is just the opportunity. That's my point. Is you're treating a bunch of guys who are coming together to share an opinion as if they're trying to create, as if they're trying to proselytize and convert other people. But that's not really what's happening. Really, what is happening is that there's a bunch of guys who are boxing fans and would like to discuss boxing with other boxing fans, and that's it. Some guys are really tired. Let me give you an example without telling. Let me just I'll be real fast. I'll be real fast. I'll be real fast. I got it. But I'll be real fast. I'll be real fast.
Smoke, that's not what I was saying, fam. I know,
but you don't know what I'm saying because you won't let me finish. You don't know what I'm saying. Let me land the plane. If you let me finish my thought, then maybe I will resolve. Maybe I can resolve the issue that you're having. And you don't need to interrupt me until resolve it for me. Let me just finish.
Smoke. I get what you're saying about letting you finish. But when you start off your statement quoting what I'm saying and it's wrong, come on, fam. But go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Right. Okay. What I was going to say is when it comes to this group, right, there's a guy who has antagonized me personally, right? That's been his thing. He found out I was an LDBC. He started talking trash about me being an LDBC and yada, yada, yada. Made it a point whenever I was anywhere. Oh, you're full of shit. You're just LDBC. Take the LDBC narrative, blah, 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 blah. Same thing Rob was trying to do earlier tonight, right? But then that guy became LDBC. So now this guy, the same dude, is now mad, is now still talking shit about me because I go to non-LDBC channels because I'm here chopping up with you. Now I'm not LDBC enough, right? And that's the group in order is a wide tent. It is not like they don't have a list of behaviors that you can and cannot do. Really it's just about not talking shit if you can help it in public about another guy and then say your piece. That's all LDBC is. It is literally not what people think it is. And if people want to go around and say it, but the thing about it is people don't have to know what it is. If you want to know, then you can find out. If you don't want to know, cool. Say whatever it is. So that's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, then, Smoke. When we go to these channels, as the people you talking about, when I arrive at BFTV, Ego, and this bullshit happens to me right off the bat, first time, and I go to multiple channels, and this same bullshit happens to me. I don't understand. Bro, why should people say, oh, well, the LDBC is not this, but I go to 4 different channels, 5 different channels. I get blocked for no reason. If I voice my opinion, I start getting muted for no reason. And this is what's common. Even though all of the channels not like that, you have a mass of channels that are like that. And they're supposed to be representing this group. But every experience I get, the first experience I get with the first fucking LDBC channel is this. The second experience I get with the second LDBC channel is this. The third, and so forth and so forth. Everyone's not like me. Everyone doesn't think the way I do and continue to move on. This is how I landed at BFTV, Blue Blood, Cali, Enigma, Junior, The Truth, and was cool with them. Because even though these particular first 5 or 6 goddamn LDBC channels gave me this experience, I didn't judge the whole group. I kept moving. But again, everyone don't think like me. So what about all of the other fans that go to the first 5 or 6 LDBC channels and they get this bullshit? Yeah, but then the perception is supposed to be that the LDBC is so great and they're not all about that. But the first fucking 5 channels these people arrive to, they got bullshitted. This happens all the time, Smoke.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Punch.
So why is so a wide range of this narrative? Why so many people believe in this narrative? Are you?
Because that's what they're experiencing,
bro. Did you just hear me say Ego is not LDBC, but he still said it happened to me at Egos? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, let me just finish.
I'm not talking about no more Ego. I'm talking about official LDBC channels. Fuck Ego and Dante. Official LDBC channels that have hashtag LDBC. They do the same shit, bro. This happened to me with channels that had LDBC fucking hashtag, fam. Fuck Ego and Dante's Nation. They're 2 channels. I said the first 5 channels. Okay, so I might have made a misconception, or I might have made the assumption that Dante and Ego was LDBC, but there are specifically channels that had LDBC that claimed they was LDBC that did this shit, man. And this happens to a lot of people with official LDBC channels. So let's not make it about just Dante or Boxing Nation, because LDBC has a lot of channels, and there are a lot of channels that do this shit. So even if they don't go to Dante or Ego at first, they will go to other LDBC channels. Let's say they land at BFTB first. Okay, which we know he's LDBC. This is the experience they're going to get. Then they go over to Fanon. We know he's LDBC. That's the experience they're going to get, and so forth and so on. So let's not just make it about one isolated channel. There are a lot of LDBC channels that do this bullshit. And if your first 4 or 5 experiences is of that, no fucking way should we expect them to be open-minded about the fucking LDBC. That's bullshit.
No one's expecting you to be anything. That's the whole point. Nobody cares what you think. That's the whole point. They're not trying to convert you. That's the point I'm making. Either you find out if you can stop interrupting me to go on your rants, that would also be really nice. I was actually answering Punch's question about the misconceptions, and my point to you is, there becomes things that happen in the boxing and YouTube boxing talk community that get attributed to the LDBC that aren't LDBC. It's just, if you think a particular kind of way, you get called LDBC. The same way when you started supporting Wilder, you got called LDBC. Young Pharaoh's getting called LDBC. All these guys, because they have a perspective that might be shared by some members of the LDBC, you automatically become a member of that, as if you're not just boxing fans expressing your opinion.
But
I understand what you're saying, that people may be put off by some channels and some very popular channels of LDBC members, and they may be put off by the entire group because of their experience.
But there's other groups in the YouTube boxing circuit, right?
Yes.
But when it comes to LDBC, it has a negative tag on them. I never hear anybody praising LDBC unless you're just with the LDBC.
Exactly.
So the thing is, I think you guys are misconstruing this idea. You think that LDBC are in it for the attaboy. They're not. They're not in it for that.
No. See. Okay. Now let me clear my perception up, because what I'm not going to do is allow our perception, what Punch Drunk and I are trying to say, and correlate that to all of these stereotypical people. Okay? Because what Smoke is sitting here defending is the stereotypical idiots. We're not coming from that fucking angle. And everything you're saying about these people who's stereotypical, you're 100% correct. But let me ask you this. What about all the many people like me, Smoke, that's not stereotypical? And this is the experience they have. The shit you saying don't work for them. And this happens to thousands and thousands of people that come into this community. They're not of that stereotypical mindset that you're talking about. And then they arrive at these channels and they get shitted on, fam. And ain't nobody talking about what the LDBC don't expect this. No, it's not about that. Why should we face this experience? Why? Why do they have the element? Hold up. Why do they have the element within their group?
Yes.
That we should face this experience, bro? Why?
Because the group is not policing this kind of thing. Like, I've been LDBC longer than. Let me just finish. I've been a member of the group longer than BFTB's had a channel, right? So I was already in that for the rise of BFTB. Am I supposed to, because because he got popular and people don't like the way they've been treated, am I supposed to now look at the LDBC different? One monkey don't listen. The LDBC has an agenda, right? They're trying to do something. And that is the organizing principle. It's not whether or not people feel good about the way that the way that they're being treated at channels. That's not what's happening. The LDBC is not trying to make new members.
Okay,
they're not trying to convert people.
Okay, Smoke. I want you to replace LDBC and just say NYPD, and argue this and debate it the same way. Replace.
All right. All right. So the NYPD are actually officers of the state, and they have a job to do for the state. The LDBC are a collection of boxing fans that get together to talk about boxing. I don't know how you would make this metaphor.
I want you to compare the energy. Yeah, we could say there's good cops out there, but everybody's out there trying to defund the police. They look at everybody the same way.
I got it, but here's the thing. But you can tell what here's really what it is. The police are not an idea. The police are an actual force or guys who have jobs, right? It's not a perspective. There's a such thing called the LDBC narrative, regardless of how many people in the LDBC actually ascribe to the narrative, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, a police narrative is actually a real thing because they have a real mandate from the state. But what is happening is that people feel like they need to be treated a particular kind of way. They need to have an organization that appeals to what their values are. And that's fine. I'm not mad at them. For me, I understand the LDBC isn't that. The LDBC does not give a good goddamn. They're on their own grind for their own mission, their own organizing principle. That's it. And BFTB is not. He does not cross the line in their agenda. He may cross the line in social propriety. He may cross a line whether or not you think he has integrity in a debate, all these kind of lines, but those are not the organizing principles of the LDBC. Whether or not LDBC is a vulgarian or not, that's just not what it's about.
Okay, well, what you said was only partially true, and it was partially totally false, because you just started that statement off. The real issue is that people, blah, 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 blah. That don't fucking apply to me. But it does apply to those people that's stereotypical, like you say. So when you come out and say the real issue is that people, blah, 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 that's a false narrative, because people like myself, people like Punch Drunk, people that are of the mindset that we are, that's not stereotypical, we get this same experience, even though we're not coming from that perspective that you're talking about. So for all of those people that are coming from that perspective, you're 100% correct. But for the people that's out here complaining about the LDBC and the shit that we say about the LDBC, but they're coming from our perspective, you are 110% incorrect. Because I don't, Punch Drunk don't, and many others do not fall into the category of the people that you're talking about. Not even a little bit. And so for the people like myself that throw those charges at the LDBC, we have 100% validity.
Okay, I was answering the question that Punch said.
I got you.
I didn't interrupt you not one time, bro. Stop interrupting me. So anyway, like I was saying, I was answering a question that Punch said about why people have a negative perspective. And then I answered it, and part of even my answer was something that you did. You attributed guys who were not in the LDBC to the LDBC. You did that. So when I was talking about that, I was talking about you and those other people too.
Right, but you weren't talking about me because what those other people do, and we just talked about this. So you're still wrong, fam. You was not talking about me, because just like I told your ass, even though I did presume Ego was LDBC, even though I did presume Dante was LDBC, I continue to support and continue to go to different LDBC channels. So I still don't fit in that category. The people that you're talking about will have run up on Ego and Dante and assume they was LDBC and then label them. Did I ever fucking do that? No, I fucking did not. So I still don't fit into your bullshit. I do not.
Okay, then we can agree to disagree about that particular thing. But for me, like I said, for the LDBC, these guys may, and especially the more popular channels that are actually done so, like BFTB is a spot for the drama, right? For antagonism, for troll, for obscenities, for vulgarity. Like that's the spot for that thing, right? For you to be, if that's what you're into, that's what he does. Scrapbook ain't that. The Scrapbook's not that. Blood's not that. You know, Marlo's Corner's not like that. And I would just like to say, like, I'm gonna just say, like, straight up, this UGC, I was blocked on every single one of their channels for just talking about, like, I am never I'm just not a troll. I am not disrespectful. I don't call people out their names. I don't do none of that, not ever, because that's not me. I'm still blocked just for my ideas all over these channels. So, like, why this charge is being flamed at the LDBC? I'm telling you, man, from my own experience and even my experience on your channel, you had to protect me from being blocked on your channel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That this is fans right now, especially fans on YouTube, boxing fans on YouTube. It seems like it's not really about open debate. It's about stamping out heresy. Like, if you don't believe as they believe, then that means you must shut up. And this is not what you're describing happens at the LDBC and happens outside the LDBC. As a matter of fact, there's very few channels that it doesn't happen on.
So let me ask you this. Does BFTB try to protect you? Does Fanon try to protect you? And
no, like I don't need protection over there.
No, my turn. They don't fucking try to protect you. My turn. They go along with the bullshit. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to charge myself and Punch Drunk to be accountable, but then just let those guys slide. As channel host, we are accountable. We are accountable as channel host. So you can't compare or correlate the shit that happens at my channel. It's not the same experience, because at my channel, you won't get the experience that you get at BFTB. I will save you. I will not allow that foolery, and BFTB will contribute to it. And when people like myself, that's not stereotypical and will label a whole group, when people experience that, the things that you saying don't apply to us. It is 100% not fair to us. It is 100% not the way it should be. And when we complain, people like myself, when we complain and throw shots at the LDBC, the things that you're saying, that shit shouldn't come back to us, because we're not coming from the perspective, or we're not coming from the foolishness like the people you're describing. Their complaints are invalid. Their complaints are totally invalid, and I agree with you on that. But people like myself, complaints are 100% valid. 100%.
So here's really the thing, right? Sorry.
So you remember? Oh, okay. Earlier today, so Rob was talking about the white and the black, and he was talking about the Fury and Wilder, right? And what did I say as a host? I said, "Yo, don't be bringing that race bait around here."
Exactly.
Stop that. The second time I won the blue bloods. I won the blue bloods, and Ty Jones, he said, "Yo, on the DM, give them a chance. Like, just hear him out. Hear him out. Nah, blue bloods, he's good." I said, at first I never heard him. I only heard about the Andy Ruiz, whatever, blah, blah. Okay, I timed in. This other dude named Nicholas, I think he was sparring partners with Fury. He was on the live show. Now, this dude is talking about Fury's wife, Fury's kids, this ugly white bitch, this white this, and this, I don't give a damn, I don't give a damn. And they laughing and they joke and they going like, he's giving the nod like, yeah, like he approves of all this. And I'm like, yo, what the hell is going on? Like, y'all just gonna let this man, like, y'all hating like that? You talk about a man's wife, but y'all talking about these white little fucking kids and these, I'm like, and you approve of that? So then right then and there, I'm only giving like 5 to 10 minutes into it. I'm like, oh man, this is LDBC type of channel. This is the reason. Boom. I text the dude. I say, yo, this is the reason. Did you see what this guy Nicholas was saying?
Right. And even if you don't approve of it, and somebody assumes as a host you approve of it.
Yes.
Once you tolerate it or condone it, bro, you're a part of the problem because you should shut that shit down.
And then
and you're representing. You shouldn't allow people to be sitting up there attacking people, being racist, and all of that. When you condone it and tolerate that shit, that is a fucking issue. But nobody that's a part of the LDBC, they never want to acknowledge that. They feel like, oh, well, it should just be okay or whatever. The LDBC doesn't stand for this. But you got people in your fucking chat coming at people that's trying to come there and talk boxing. They come at them like that. And they fucking condone that shit. Come on, man. You can't justify that.
And then he said,
listen, I'm not saying that there's not LDBC channels that traffic in that kind of in those kind of ideas, in that kind of language, right? I'm not at all dispelling it. I'm saying that is the LDBC has a place for those guys. Fine. If you want to say all the guys of the LDBC are like that, that's your prerogative. You just won't be right. That's all.
I never said that, and that's what I'm saying.
I know you did it. I know you did. I'm not painting you with this brush. I'm not painting you with that brush at all. Nobody. I'm making a general statement. I'm just making a general statement.
Smoke. I get that. I'm not saying you were coming to me. Okay? I get it. What I'm saying is that's fine and dandy. But what about the other people, bro? This is all I'm saying. You have
listen.
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on, damn. You have people that fit into the category of what you're talking about. But everybody, you cannot stereotype everybody that's complaining about the LDBC the same way you cannot stereotype the whole LDBC. Everybody that's complaining about the whole LDBC does not fit into your description. But you often say, no, the real issue is that people. No. All of us are not. That's not the real issue. That's the real issue for a percentage of these people that's taking charges at the LDBC. But it's not that way so if I say a statement or Punch Drunk makes a statement about the LDBC, then you'll come back at us and you'll say, no. The real issue is blah, 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 blah. And that may be accurate, but that's the real issue for those other people. It don't have shit to do with us. Or our perspective, or the way that we're looking at the LDBC. So that's not the real issue when it comes to us. And so when we make our complaints, you can't come back to us telling us the real issue is that blah, 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 blah. No, because that has nothing to do with what we're saying. That's the real issue with those idiots.
Right. So I know that you want to keep rephrasing and repackaging my statement, but I was answering a question for Punch, and I was making a specific thing about his question. Let me finish. I also addressed the other issues that you were talking about. This idea about leaders, there's just a whole bunch of stuff. And I got you. There's a bunch of channels that are all LDBC channels that exhibit this behavior that you're talking about. Totally hands down, that is the case. That's true. The LDBC is a wide enough tent that it embraces guys who use this kind of language and have this kind of thought process. However, there's also plenty of other people who do not. So when you talk about the LDBC as this monolithic group with this monolithic thought process, that's cool, but that's not the way I experience it. Because even with me, being a member of the LDBC, I very rarely hear a person who's who's listened to me talk for a week or so say, hey, yeah, that guy's a racist and he race baits. Like, you may say that after hearing me talk in a conversation, but you don't get that impression once you actually have a few conversations with me, right? But the issue, but I'm LDBC just like those guys are LDBC. I'm just not an uploader. I just don't have 30,000 subs. So, but there are guys who actually think how I think that aren't in the LDBC also, right? And that's for me, the issue is I get that people may not be interested in the same way that I'm interested in finding community. And not only that, they may not be as tolerant of certain views because of their own experience and also their own preferences, right? And that's the issue that I'm trying to address when it comes to the LDBC, is that they're not actually trying to convert people to their way of thinking. They are just trying to express themselves where they're at in the moment. And we just like, and yeah, we are adults. And so we have a greater responsibility for change and being that positive influence, but not everybody is where we are. I go to channels like yours because I appreciate the ideals that you have and also the integrity that you show to stick to your ideals and principles. So I come to your channel and I treat your channel like home, and it's not LDBC at all. I appreciate your channel even more than I appreciate some LDBC channels, because that is my fandom. Doesn't make me any less LDBC, and I feel like it should also expand people's idea about what the LDBC is, but it doesn't. I don't change people's views of what the LDBC is. It still keeps going right back to what BFTB says, or what Blood says, or or Blue Blood, or Fanon, or some other guy, because yeah, they're doing it. Sure, they're doing what you're saying. I don't know that Fanon is, whatever. It gets lumped together. I don't think that you were accusing Fanon.
He did it to me. He did it to me. So he's doing.
No, I got it. But what I'm saying is, I can go through a bunch of channels that I am blocked on just for voicing an opinion. I'll go you one better. Ego is from the Bay, and I was agreeing with him on something, and it was a misunderstanding, and he blocked me, right? Because that's the culture over there. Block him. That's what he does. That's how he runs his channel. But I know that. I'm not hating on his thing. I still go to his channel. I can't even say nothing on his stuff, and I haven't been able to for a year. I could go under another profile and say, hey, you remember me? I've been on your thing for this. But what's the point of all that? I don't even care about that stuff. But if you do, then I am not going to say that you are wrong.
I think
whatever your preference is, that's your preference. There's plenty of channels. If that ain't for you, keep it moving. Maybe you'll find an LDBC channel that is for you, or maybe you won't.
I think the negative perception is overwhelming when it comes to the LDBC. And the analogy that I gave you about the NYPD, I know you debunked it, but I didn't want you to look at it like the job or the description of an NYPD. I was talking about the energy, the feeling of that. I could say, well, there's good NYPD people out there, but the overwhelming of people saying no, they're bad and they're abusing, and it's just the feeling of it's an overwhelming feeling, and it's a negative overwhelming feeling when it comes to the LDBC. That's what. Right. That's why.
Okay, so just to keep your analogy of the police.
Right quick. Let me get my take real quick. I just want to say this: a person like me, this is my whole thing, Smoke. A person like me, when I say my complaints about the LDBC, right? And if I feel like if it's anybody coming from my perspective, like Punch Drunk, and we say what we say about the LDBC, here's my thing, Smoke. I really don't want to hear, and that's my preference, but I feel like when I say what I say about the LDBC and you come back and say what you say about the LDBC, the fact that the things you saying don't apply to me is pointless. That's just how I feel about it. It's pointless because I'm not coming from the angle that you're coming from. Your protection or your defense on what I'm saying doesn't apply. It applies to one of those people that's coming from this angle with that perspective that you're talking about. But I don't carry that perspective. So when you come back at me because of the things that I say, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply at all. So when I complain to people, or when I voice my views and opinion about the LDBC, and someone that comes back at me with your views and opinion, what you saying don't fucking apply to me. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't contradict anything that I'm saying, because I'm not coming from the angle of those people that are stereotypical. I'm coming from the angle of being totally innocent, not stereotyping anybody, not prejudging anybody, not being biased, not being negative, and I still get this same heat. I come in the way of all of the things that you say, people, I don't come in any of those ways, but I still get this same treatment and this same heat. So when I voice my opinion, with all due respect, Smoke, I don't want to hear that shit you talking about, because I faced this experience without doing any of that shit you're talking about. That's the problem that I have. I can respect all of the things that you're saying, and I actually agree with them. I do. I honestly 100% agree with the things that you're saying, because those people are just as wrong as the charges that they're throwing out. But when it's somebody like me, and I don't fit the description of those idiots that's looking at the LDBC in the wrong way, but I still get that same heat and that same mistreatment, the shit that you're saying don't apply to me, and I don't want to hear that bullshit because it's unfair what's happening to me and the things that you're saying. I'm not expecting them to try to convert me. I don't think they want to convert me. I'm not coming there for any of that. I don't even have the expectations, and I'm not looking for any of that. I'm just looking to talk boxing. I'm just looking to voice my opinion, and I get shitted on, and I don't come from that perspective. And then I voice my opinion of what happens to me, and then I hear you coming back at me with all of this nonsense, and I didn't do any of that.
You don't think that there's like is an issue if you say that you're a Deontay Wilder fan and you speak highly of Deontay Wilder, but then they'd be like, oh, you're LDBC. They don't be like, oh, you're a Deontay Wilder fan. They just be like, oh, you're LDBC. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah, and if you are LDBC, then you get that all the time with all of your opinions. You can't ever just have an opinion. It's always an LDBC opinion, right?
Well, what about
and I'm saying that these guys, some guys, and most not even some guys, some mods, some like I said, this is not about whether or not D was mistreated. That's not. I'm not trying to defend D's mistreatment from whatever the hell is going on. That's not my issue. Like I said, whatever percentage of LDBC channels that happen to you on, if that like 1% could be too much, right? I get you. However, the issue that I'm having, really the issue I have, is I know hundreds of channels. So even if you charge the 5 guys for being the most egregious, and those might be the most popular channels, I don't experience the entire group that way. But if somebody wants to, because it's multiple channels, you can. And I get it. I am not saying that these guys are wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong for feeling the way that you feel. I'm just saying that just like you said, you went over, you like blood, you went over and you saw what was happening. And maybe, and Fanon, because it's Fanon's channel, the OG Boxing Talk, that's a segment that you talk about on Sundays. But maybe because it was Fanon's channel, if you say some kind of thing, it's still the same mods, so you might get smacked up. I don't do I like that culture? No, I don't really particularly like that culture, but I don't really like a lot of the culture that happens in boxing, and also a lot of the culture that happens in boxing on YouTube. But whatever, like I said, I am. But just to get to answer Punch's thing about the cops, when you were talking about all the animosity that people have for the cops, you're talking about a certain segment of society. There's another segment of society that totally loves the cops, that really appreciates the cops being there and loves the cops to death. And that's what I'm saying. And those people are not actually trying to make you feel any kind of way about the cops. You can feel however way the cops you want to feel about the cops. They don't dislike the cops.
No, but I agree with you on that one. But on the sense of, yes, there are people, quote unquote, that be like, where there's good police officers there and they are heroes. But if you look at how it is right now, for example, it's overwhelming that the cops are negative. It's the overwhelming of like a defund the police. I'm just giving you an example. So yeah, there are people like you that do support the LDBC. Yet the overwhelming negative is overpowering the positive.
But I think that is a perception. I think that is a perception about PR. And really what it comes down to is, what is it that they're trying to achieve? And in the goals that they're trying to achieve, it has absolutely nothing to do with fans taking the temperature. For what they're trying to do, they're very successful at it. It's not overwhelmingly negative. It's actually overwhelmingly effective.
All right, but that's not okay. The overwhelming perception is that the LDBC is racist. That's the perception.
And that's bullshit in itself. I always say that that's bullshit. You cannot target, like, is blood boxing racist? No. Is he LDBC? Yes. See, those type of things I don't agree with. That's the bullshit. Is scrapbook boxing racist? No. Is he LDBC? Yes. Those are the type of bullshit narratives that I don't agree with. But Smoke, I got a question for you. If you know, and you do know, that Speak Your Mind Sports Talk, that D. Jefferson is the way that he is. If you know this, Smoke, when I say my complaints, then why do you retort to me with that kind of stuff? because you know that I am who I am. You know that I respect the LDBC members as individuals for the ones that are who they are. And I don't label and stereotype the whole group. And since as of tonight, you know that my experiences with them is different, and I still gave them chances regardless of the fact of getting blocked. As a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. I got blocked in the beginning, and I still connected, associated, supported these other LDBC channels, and they still turned on me with that blue blood shit. So in my experience, Smoke, when I say the things that I say, and you know all of the things, and I'm official, why do you come back at me with that bullshit? Because you will retort your comments to my charges at the LDBC, but they don't fit. So what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, but when I say my piece, don't retort to me with that, because it don't apply. I don't know how to make it. Hold on, Smoke. If somebody like Black Horseman says the same thing out of his mouth, then you retort that shit to him, because then it applies 100%. Don't retort it to me.
Again, I think that you are conflating me answering a question about Punch with coming at you.
No, I'm not talking about Punch.
Listen, let me finish. When you said the stuff that you experienced, I said, listen, when you said what you experienced, I said, whatever that is injustice you faced, if what you're describing happened to you, that shouldn't happen, right? But just because it shouldn't happen in YouTube boxing, whether it's LDBC or anyone, that is not the way that I would like for our community to interact. I get it. I get it. The way that it's still, because it happened to you, that does not mean that all of a sudden I'm going to disassociate, because I realize what is actually happening. I'm not saying that you are that somehow your perspective is skewed, or I'm trying to put it in context. Maybe if you understood it this way, then you wouldn't feel the way you feel. That's not what I'm saying to you at all. What I'm saying to you is, yeah, that happened to you, and so the fuck what? Move the fuck on. Go to another channel, or just keep hating on the LDBC.
Okay, well, what I'm saying to you is, I don't hate on the LDBC. Not me personally. What I'm saying to you is, if all of those other people throw charges because of that and don't just move on, I get that too. But what I'm saying to you is, those retorts that you make are irrelevant to me. When I sit there and I tell the listeners now, all the listeners that are all the people that's going to listen to the playback, and I'm speaking my piece and I'm telling them why, then the things that you retort with, it doesn't even apply. It's like, it's irrelevant to the points that I'm making. It's 100% irrelevant to the points that I'm making, because I'm talking from my personal experience. So just like you talk about your personal experience with the LDBC and the way that you communicate, and you come out to my channel and Punch Drunk's channel, I wouldn't charge you as being someone like Ronald Finkley. And I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Ronald Finkley or Mr. Shelton. Yeah. Okay, I wouldn't charge Smoke for being the same as Ronald Finkley or Mr. Shelton. They're fucking idiots, both of them. They're closed-minded as fuck, both of them. And they're LDBC. I don't treat you like I treat them. And if you made a statement, and I even tell people this all the time, I don't care what y'all think about Smoke. When Smoke makes statements, the reason I accept what Smoke says is because Smoke backs his statement with validity. Well, when I make statements about the LDBC, you don't support those. You come back with those comments. But bro, even though let me finish. When I say what I say, you come back with those comments. And this is not about what Punch Drunk just said. You have done this on my channel. You have done this on Bias's channel. It's anytime we get into this. It's not about no isolated incident about what Smoke said. We've had this conversation multiple times before. It's been different points made, but we always arrive here because when I say the things that I say, you come back at me with those things that's dealing with those other people. And what I'm saying is this: if someone is coming from my angle and they give their validity and they tell why they're coming from that perspective, then it is not even valid to say, no, what the real issue is, no, because that's the real issue for those other people, not for the guy that just made that statement. That's not the real issue at all for me. So when I hear somebody say, no, what the real issue is, no, that's not the real issue coming from me. The real issue is exactly what the fuck I said it is. Now, coming from, if anybody like Black Horseman says that, and then you come back and say, well, the real issue is, then you're 100% correct, because it applies to him and it applies to his perspective in the way he's coming at the LDBC. But when a guy like me says that, and then you come back and say, what the real issue is, no, that's totally wrong, bro. That's not the issue at all, because that's not what I'm explaining. What you're explaining is 100% correct. That is the real issue with those people. But when I give my explanation and you come back and say what the real issue is, no, that's contradictory to what I'm saying, because that issue does not apply to me, my perspective, or what I'm bringing forth about the LDBC at all. Not one bit.
All right, bro. I'm going to say this one time. I feel like I've said it at least 3 already. When I said the statement, the real issue, I was talking about Punch, not about your statements. So when you keep saying that I was replying to your statement about the real issue, it had nothing to do with the statements that you made. Absolutely nothing. The only statement it had something to do with, in my example, was the lumping in of certain channels that weren't LDBC. That is literally the only thing I was speaking about when it came to your response. When you described what happened, when you described your experience on LDBC, I have never said that's not your experience. I've never not supported you in what you're saying about your experience. That is on you. Like, I'm not retorting that. When you say things like the LDBC have a monopoly on blocking people, I know from my own experience that they don't. Right? Because I've been blocked. Because I get blocked everywhere the hell I go for being LDBC, without even hearing what I have to say. So that's what I'm saying to you is, that's cool that you may think that the LDBC has a monopoly on just blocking people without doing anything. And I'm not saying that, just like Punch said, all he did was ask a reasonable question about conservatives, and there was this topic of conversation at the time, and he got bullied, and the host told him to kick rocks. I got it. I got what you're saying. That has happened to me also. Right? And on a non-LDBC channel, and on an LDBC channel, and on an LDBC channel that I'm a mod on with another profile. I'm trying to tell you, man, I get what you're saying. I am not trying to not support what you're saying. I'm simply just saying, for me and the way I roll with content, either I like your stuff and I try to contribute how I can, or I move the fuck on because I don't give a damn. There's plenty of content. I don't actually need to lump a group and talk about 5 guys I just don't care.
So for everybody in the chat and everybody listens to the playback, I never said, and I don't say, and I don't lump them up. So Smoke can sit up here and say, well, when you say, but I don't say those things. And I never come from those perspectives. You keep saying this, you keep saying, I've said it 100 times, but you follow your statements up when you think or when you say, but you're also talking about the things that they think and they say. Because I never say those things, bro. I never say those things. I never come from those perspectives. So you can't retort to me with that. You cannot retort to me with that ever.
I wasn't retorting to you, D. I was not retorting to you.
No, I'm not finished talking, fam. I'm not finished talking. You keep saying that I was just responding to Punch. I was just saying, well, actually, the issue is, but Smoke. What I've explained is you started out with that on different channels, and Punch Drunk's statement wasn't even fucking relevant. There have been different times when you and I just talking, and there ain't nobody else that makes a statement. And then I'll make my statement, and you'll come behind my statement. Well, actually, what's going on is, or the reason this happens is because people, and that's coming right behind me. It's not coming. It don't have shit to do with Punch. And this has happened multiple times before on channels, and Punch won't even fucking around. You and I have just been privy to Punch recently. This shit has happened before either of us was ever even dealing with Punch. And you come back at me or come behind my statements the same way, fam. And they don't have nothing to do with this isolated comment that Punch made. We have done this plenty of times before. It's not about based on what Punch says. You have done this to me before when I make a statement and you say, no, what the real issue is, or actually people think, or no, people always assume the LDBC, and none of that shit ever applies to me in any of those other conversations, but you still do that same shit. And so what I'm saying, from this day forth, I agree with the shit you saying. But when you hear me take my charges at the LDBC, that's probably not the type of energy you should come behind my comments with. And I ain't talking about tonight, because there have been plenty of time before when no one else has said a goddamn thing, and I throw my charges out, but you come behind with the same exact energy.
Yeah, because every time you say the LDBC, when you're talking about 5 or 6 guys, I'm going to keep saying that, because it's a really gross mischaracterization of the entire group.
Okay, and I get it, but listen to what you just said. Every time that I say this, and I'm talking about 4 or 5 guys, that you're really going to say that. But when I say it, I always give the whole story. I do. I always say there are certain channels of the LDBC we can't stereotype them, but I say, but what happened to me and this, that, and the third. So then when you come behind me and I've given my perspective and you say that, how does that apply to me? This is what
I'll tell you how it happened. I'll tell you exactly how it happened. Because you said the LDBC does it more. When you're talking about this whole blocking thing, you were saying that this is a thing about the LDBC that is somehow disconnected from what is actually happening in the YouTube culture. Okay. That's my saying to you. That is what I was saying to you, because you were trying to lay this whole thing that everybody does specifically at the doorstep of LDBC.
Okay, again, wrong. And that's the problem. That was 100% wrong with you. I'm not trying to do that, dog. That's your problem.
That's literally what you said.
Smoke. It's my turn. What you said. It's my turn, Smoke. It's my turn. It's my turn. I will not let you give your perspective on what I'm saying. I'm going to give the people my perspective on what I'm saying, not your perception of it. Now, I will explain to the people what I'm saying and exactly what I mean, not what Smoke says I mean. I'm not laying anything on the LDBC doorstep. In my experience, and I've only been a part of this community for a little over a year. I've only been a part of social media a little over a year, okay? And my personal experience with the many, many LDBC channels I've dealt with, linked up with, supported, and my personal experience, it's like 80% to 20% that, as innocent as I was, unstereotypical and all of that, as honest and genuine as I was, most of the experiences that I've had of this have come from the LDBC channels. And so when I say most of the time, this is the experience, it cannot be denied at any level, because in my experience, from the perspective that I come from the full respect that I come from, most of the channels that do this to me has been LDBC. So when I put that on the doorstep, coming from my perspective, it is 100% truth. 100.
I'm not saying that it's not. What I'm saying is not my perspective. From my perspective, it happens to me more often, or at least as often, outside the LDBC as it happens inside the LDBC. That's why I keep saying what I'm saying. Because we don't have the same experience. We're not experiencing the same things. And I think that we're hearing each other. I'm saying I hear that is happening to you in LDBC. I'm saying that perhaps for whatever reason, it's not happening to you other places, but it is happening to me in other places.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference between you and I. And this is what I'm trying to request to you, but you're refusing it. When you say those things, and you know it, I just did it tonight. When you say those things, I say, yeah, you're right, fam. But when I say my things, it's always contradiction from you.
Yo, if you say if listen, when you know me, I'm into precise language. If you said on some LDBC channels, those guys are quick to, they stifle open discussions.
That's what I say.
Or whatever. If you're to say that, I got nothing to say to you back. I don't. I really don't. It's when you say things like the LDBC blocks more than other people. It's when you say stuff like that. It's when I go, Yeah, that's not my experience.
Okay, Smoke.
Guys, I'm gonna give y'all final take.
But this is my final take. This is my final take. That's 100% true. But I choose my words wisely, bro. I choose my words wisely. I have a video up right now. I have receipts, a whole video up, telling people to stop coming to me with the LDBC nonsense. I don't have the same problems that y'all have with the LDBC. I have a video up saying this. And my problem is, when I come with my perspectives, I don't know, Smoke, maybe sometime because so many people are trashing the LDBC, I guess that you assume that I say these things like that, but I always make it plain to people. We can't stereotype. So I'm coming in a way that actually respects the way you want to hear it. This is how I come, but you still come back at me like that, fam. And again, maybe you don't notice it because so many people be trying to trash the LDBC, but the perspective that I come from, I've always given them their credit, even when they disrespected me. I've actually sat up here and told people that the LDBC is bigger than boxing. These guys do a lot of things outside of boxing for communities, and for all of these people that's bitching and moaning at the LDBC, when do you guys pick up and actually do something for the community? So I have a level of respect for the LDBC for things outside of boxing that a lot of you people don't understand. I have videos saying this. So if a person like me that have already put that perspective out there, it shouldn't even be an assumption that I'm coming with that type of perspective as all of these other people. So when you say, no, you're laying this on the LDBC doorstep, that doesn't apply to me, fam. Because I chop people down, and I have proof that I have chopped people down when they come with those false narratives. The ones you don't agree with, I don't agree with. I have stopped the lies and said, no, we can't say that. That's just as disingenuous as the people making the complaints. I have protected the LDBC on that level. So when I make my complaints, no, I don't want to hear this bullshit. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit from anybody trying to defend the LDBC, because I never come at them like that. And to me, that's bullshit that I have to listen to them when I'm voicing my opinion. Whether that has happened in your experience or not, I shouldn't get those retorts because I think the same way that you think about the LDBC. But when I speak on my experience and how they chop me down, regardless of the fact that I have an open mind, just like you, Smoke, I shouldn't get that feedback from you or anybody else. I should not get that feedback. And that's my problem with it.
Final take, Smoke.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So professionals versus prize fighters, right? That's I think that there's a healthy mix, and boxing keeps on rolling on. I definitely doubt we get big fights this year. I think boxing will just limp back, and we'll get what we can in 2020.
2021, 20.
No, I'm just saying for the remainder of 2020, we'll just get what we get. And, I'm going to be appreciative of it. I'm not going to put too much pressure on the situation because I realize some things are happening outside of boxing and broadcasters' control. Right. So, right. And then, so when it comes to, just in general, my propensity to argue, especially argue semantics, at a certain point, definitely it's about language, and I can attest to with D and I having conversations about the wording of a particular idea when he's already laid out that he doesn't actually attribute that. So I understand what his frustration is, right? So I just want him to understand. I get where he's coming from. I hear him, right? And I'll do my best. But sometimes I come in late, so I might not hear the perspective that you gave already, and I may just hear a sentence and go off on the sentence, right? But anyway, all I'll say to you guys, and really, is there's a lot of content. Keep it moving. If you find something that you find isn't personally reprehensible or for whatever reason repulsive, revolt, like they don't rock the way you rock, they don't move the way you want to move. But there's other guys. I really, really, really appreciate the both of you guys for having an open forum, say what your piece is, and then having whomever wanted to speak their piece too. I really appreciate that idea, and also the courage to follow through, regardless of whether or not it may cost you.
Right.
It should take two, my brother.
Punch. Just real quick. I know you get ready trying to go because you've been on for 8 hours or some change. I want to say this to Smoke, and this is not a contradiction. I just want to end this. This is why me and Smoke so tight, because we always end up coming to an understanding.
Yeah.
I can appreciate your side of this shit too, Smoke. You already know I have an open perspective, fam, right? And to be fair to Smoke, so for everybody listening in the chat and that will listen to the playback, as a member of the LDBC and hearing so much trash, and I agree, there is a lot of trash spit on the LDBC. That's why I always correct people when they do. But as a member, Smoke being a member of the LDBC and hearing so much trash, I respect his perspective too and why he would come back. Because even though I'm coming from my angle and I've laid the foundation and I'm not the one that's stereotypical like these other people, the things that I say could actually perpetuate the narrative of these bullshit people. So Smoke has to speak his piece, because even though I'm coming from my perspective, all of these people that's hating on him, they don't know that. And they like, see, that's right. They did it to D too. So Smoke has to come in and give his perspective. And I understand this, Smoke. He's not contradicting me, but he's getting them straight. No, it's not like that. Because Smoke knows y'all motherfuckers don't think like D. Y'all come in with that bullshit. Mm-hmm. So I get it, Smoke. Like, bro, I do get it. But I'm just trying to let you know it ain't me, fam. I ain't coming from that perspective.
Yeah, like I said in the other live show that we had, we was talking about it, Smoke. I will humble my opinions, further educate myself with those channels. And matter of fact, I'm gonna time into those channels so I could have not the past perspective that I had or the past experience I had with certain channels. I will, reevaluate those channels, because I think we all important for the sport of boxing.
Yeah, bro. That's why I always try to lay the foundation, Smoke. That's why I always attempt to lay the foundation out before I say my piece about the LDBC, because I want people to understand that I'm not coming from no stereotypical bullshit, and then I try to lay it out, and then like if people come with some bullshit perspective, I try to shut that down. No, we can't put that on the LDBC. But it's idiots everywhere. So even though I try to lay the foundation out, at some levels, when Smoke comes behind me, and Smoke, you can quote me on this, the things he say, even though it somewhat contradicts the things I say, it does actually need to be heard. And that's why I can appreciate, but I just want Smoke to know, like, it seems combative sometimes, because the things he say does need to be heard, because those people are not thinking like me. They're agreeing with what I'm saying, but they ain't thinking like me. And they need to be cleared up from Smoke's perspective. That's why I always allow and like for everyone to hear different perspectives. When Smoke come onto my panel, I'll be like, oh, well, I know we're going to get a different perspective here. And then we can do it without debating and arguing with each other. That way they can get my perspective where I'm coming from, and then they can get Smoke's perspective where he's coming from, and then they can get a more broad understanding. So Smoke, I'm not saying the thing that you're putting out there doesn't need to be heard, because they do. I agree with you on a lot of that. But when it comes behind me, that's what I don't agree with. When it comes behind me, Smoke, you feel me?
I think it needs to be heard, what you said about the LDBC, what they do outside of boxing. I've heard that before.
And Smoke's perspective on a lot of things.
Yeah, I would like to be informed about it. Not just now, but in my next live show, probably later on.
Another 9 hours, right, Punch?
Yeah. But I will ask you that question if you time in later on tonight, and I will ask that question. I want to know what they do outside of, so we can have a different type of respect.
Oh yeah, a lot. They do a lot, and I'm pretty sure Smoke will show up for that too.
Yeah. I don't know. But if I see that type of light, then it's like, okay, all right. I know this type of time. Then, No,
it's LDBC members. As a matter of fact, right here in Ohio, Dayton, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and I'm close to them. So a lot of the things that they do in the community, I actually hear about it, bro. Junior the Truth is LDBC. He's right in is he in Cleveland or Dayton? Smoke, Junior.
Yeah, I think he's in Cleveland.
He's right.
Like the last Adrian Broner fan.
Right. He's here. and just simply Junior the Truth. And I used to be subscribed to his channel and his lives and shit all the time. And I know some of the things that they represent and he do right here in Ohio, bro. You know what I mean? For the community. Don't have shit to do with boxing. And people don't understand that. There's a lot of black people out here in this YTBC community that would be 100% for the things that the LDBC does outside of boxing. But they don't fucking have a clue that they do these things outside of boxing because they're so pissed off with them because of what they do in boxing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to know what they do for the community, because I'm one of those type of dudes. I do things in my community. I don't like to put it out there because my mom is also in the community. She don't like to her information be put out there. So right. I stay away from those type of informations. But we do a lot of stuff. We ran the lead poison movement and things of that nature in New York City. We fought for that. And certain things, I'll get into it. The more I trust these platforms, and people don't want to put out their real personal information and stuff like that. But
Punch, we need to do a joint stream. I'll talk to you about it behind the scenes. I'll tell you how it's done. It's really cool, right? But you and I need to do a joint stream about that situation. What can we do? Remember this, and Smoke, I want you to be there too. What can we do as people, a community of people? I don't care if you're Hispanic, Black, we all of like mind. You and I, Punch, you know what I mean? What can we do as people? This will be the title. What can we do as people to change things? Let's talk solutions. That way the whole live will be about not bitching and moaning about what's wrong, but the whole live will be a discussion about what steps can we take as a community to change things. Yeah. And we should do a joint live on that. I'll show you behind the scenes how we can do it. This way what happens is it will be aired on Punch Drunk Boxing and Speak Your Mind Sports Talk simultaneously.
Okay.
We're able to do that. I want to do that shit with you, bro.
All right. That sounds great.
I'm down.
Yeah. Yeah,
all
bro.
All right, brothers. I'm going to take my nap, my power nap.
Mr. Moonshine.
You already know, man. I can't even feel the liquor no more. It's dried up.
All right. Good night, all. Good morning. Love everybody, man. Love you all. I'm out of here.
Love y'all too, man. God bless.
Yeah, peace, man. I'll see you in a minute, D. And next time, Punch, I love your all-nighters, man. For a guy like me that brings up the sunshine, yeah, let's do it.
We the owl crew. We the owl. That's why. That's my favorite animal is the owl, man. I got a bunch of owl tattoos. All right, man.
Peace, man.